Chapter 126, Getting Our Bearings. Welcome to the 7th floor. Miasma acclimation, 7 days. It is not advised to ascend or descend before the miasma acclimation period has elapsed. Side effects of doing so include fever, bulging bloodshot eyes, coughing, pustules, necrosis of the extremities, paraphilia, parasitic twin growths, and death. There is a stronghold to your south and a key site in need of clearing to your west. Again, it is not advised to ascend or descend before the acclimation period has elapsed. People had described jungle to Will, but he'd never seen one, and the image he'd built in his mind was nothing like the reality. He'd pictured dense forest, with a canopy that blocked out the unnatural moving sun. Sure, it had that, but that didn't do it justice. In his imagination, all those trees were northern trees that stood straight and tall, with low-lying shrubbery around it. In the jungle, the trees were violently elbowing each other for space. Things were growing on top of other things, and the low-lying shrubbery was about 8 feet tall. Someone could take a step off the path and be lost for good. From what research Loth had done, the jungle was most dangerous at night, when the worst monsters came out of slumber. The floors had wildly different times, which meant proper precaution had to be taken when moving across floors that had a strong night-day element. That was why they'd crossed over in the evening, which got them to the jungle in the morning, to get as much sunlight as possible. While the settlers were setting up base camp and wagons, Will watched for threats and contemplated his build. He was halfway to being a lord, but there were certain holes in his build that needed to be patched before he could really think of himself as one. Twice now, he had lost a finger of phantom hand to another ability. Thankfully, it regrew thanks to the Hydra he'd upgraded it with, but it didn't retain the slotted item. That had been lost forever. Lords and their vassals, practically by definition, had overwhelmingly powerful abilities. And Phantom Hand wasn't at its core an offensive ability. It was utility. If Will was going to keep bumping up against climbers with potent direct damage or counterspelling abilities, pieces of Phantom Hand being destroyed would become more and more common, which would eventually expose a weakness to the wrong person and get him killed if he didn't fix it. Will wasn't optimistic enough to pin all his hopes for lordship on retaining the family gathering set, specifically the amulet in the Phantom Hand's pinky finger. As it stood, it could easily be destroyed by a lucky strike, especially when fighting someone who could glass half a mountainside in the blink of an eye. He remembered the bolt of lightning, 15 miles distant, wider than his thumb. Will found himself in the position where he needed to do everything he could to prevent himself from losing Phantom Hand's slotted items, but also prepare himself to live without the set if he had to. I need to create some powerful relics and get them slotted so even if I lose my current set bonus, I can pivot fast. They should also be relics that offer a fighting style that my current set bonus doesn't cover, so that they're not just a backup, but also viable strategies. Not just powerful relics, but self-contained soft sets, Will realized, staring into the dense jungle. Now that sourdough could add one item's affix to another, although weakened. Will could take a soft set of 2 or more items that complemented each other, combine their affixes, then put them in Phantom Hand. The boosting effect of Phantom Hand would more than compensate for any loss of power in the individual affixes. For example, if he still had the mutated Ring of Accuracy, Bracer of Tracer Fire, and the Ring of Snaring, he could combine their effects and slot the resulting item in the hand, freeing up slots on his body, and magnifying all 3 effects rather than just one. That by itself wouldn't be quite as ridiculous as my current set, but it would be a very powerful, self-contained, ranged option on the battlefield that I could switch to if the set finger got broken or if it was more appropriate. Also, that 24-hour cooldown on switching fingers needs to go. as for which slotted relics were good candidates to replace with more powerful options. Will had settled on the empty middle finger that used to have the sickle of cold harvest, and the ring finger, which had the Stormfist gauntlets. Stormfist gauntlets weren't bad, but the relic's bonus to speed and extra lightning damage were vastly outweighed by what the amulet of the coiled serpent could do, between the family gathering set bonus and its inherent abilities. The undead butlers had their utility. They knew negotiation, cooking, taxes, and tailoring, and any of 1,000 other useful skills, and were capable of a higher level of independent thought compared to the semi-autonomous serpents created by his set. Will also had to admit that he'd grown attached to them, so severing the connection to them wasn't something he was eager to do. The Ring of Accuracy. I suppose if I could make a better long-range relic, I could replace that too. We'll scan the surrounding camp, where work was progressing at a rapid pace that both seemed chaotic and highly organized. Calls for supplies, extra hands, and insults were lobbed back and forth across the camp. Each civilian party had a tall young woman with black hair, and an athletic build helping coordinate and provide protection, while a shorter young woman with blonde hair seemed to exist in 2s and 3s in every direction he looked, cheerfully providing extra hands wherever they were needed, much to the confusion of pretty much everyone. It was amusing watching double takes turn into confusion, then sparks of comprehension. Rhea and Anna, fragments of a mind that had been shattered by the lord of this floor in his mad quest to create the perfect soldier that he could conquer the whole tower with. And now she was Will's. B's probably around here somewhere, Will thought, spotting the mischievous fragment in his tent disguised as a civilian, pocketing a paperweight, likely so that she could claim to be the better phantom thief. Will assigned a snake to follow her and steal the paperweight back as soon as she stopped paying attention to it. Obviously, I'm the better phantom thief. B wasn't directly useful most of the time, but she came as a package deal with the other 3, and she wasn't malicious, just angry. And the benefit of the other 3 vastly outweighed B's rebellious nature. Each of the 3 fragments were essentially created to heal mental wounds that their primary body couldn't have survived, and they just sort of became permanent features, like grooves worn into a road. Their primary body, Jean, was with Loth near the center of the camp, coordinating the camp setup with the expedition's logistics officer. Will watched as Loth tapped a black talon on the northern side of the sketched plan of the camp, her words lost to the distance. Then he glanced over as Rhea's body in the north went still for a brief instant, as though someone were speaking to her. A moment later, she turned and spoke to the civilians, gesturing for them to move a feature of the camp further away from another feature. 3 Anna wandered nearby and helped the civilians pick up their newly created wagon and placed it on the other side of their tent, more in line with where Loth wanted their starting point. People wanted to be afraid of what they perceived as the tangled monster in their midst, but Rhea struck a heroic figure, while Anna was just plain cute. She was also in charge of delivering the daily rations of sweets and alcohol. Will figured if Rhea protected them and Anna regularly bribed them with baked goods, the civilians would be less afraid of her. And it seemed like it was working. Will's party, well, it was mostly June's party now. With Will staying with the caravan as the last line of defense against claim jumpers, and Loth busy coordinating the entire group, they weren't directly involved in the party anymore. June whipped Mason, Reggie, Alicia, Travis, and Jason into shape, getting them ready for a day of cutting a path to the south, aiming the caravan towards the 7th floor stronghold. The stronghold on this floor was owned by Mark Wead, a young lord with a highly specialized thorns build. He had a rough relationship with Will and everyone else here, on account of his father being a petty tyrant who had caused outlandish amounts of pain and suffering to pretty much everyone here, in some form or another. Mark had killed his father and usurped his throne, but some grudges might be difficult to let go of. Will's eyes wandered to Travis. Still, Will was going straight to Mark's stronghold to offer a bribe and a truce, because he was going to be sending a lot of people and supplies through the 7th floor, and trying to sneak through was practically spitting in Mark's face and daring him to capture large chunks of critical supplies and people. Better to pay up front. Even if he didn't accept the deal, that would be useful information. And if he doesn't accept the bribe, guess I'll have to kill him. How exactly that would happen was unclear, but Will would probably start by taking away his toys and then stabbing him to death. Will checked on the status of the bribe, which was a pair of gauntlets of bone suspended in a little keg of relic ash. The ash didn't seem to be glowing, and Sourdough was telling him that it was complete. Will plucked the relic out and studied it. Gauntlets of bloody rejuvenation. A +8 resistance. A +8 focus. A +5 strength. A +12% thorns. 4% lifesteal. A small amount of lifesteal above what is required to completely heal the wielder is stored to be used on future wounds. Yeah, he'll probably like it. Even if it wasn't perfect for Mark's build, it was in the same theme, and he could either gift it to a child or resell it for a huge amount. No warrior could pass on gauntlets with those kinds of stats. Typically, gauntlets didn't have those kinds of affixes, but Will had sacrificed some very expensive rings to put those affixes on the gauntlets, the likes of which Mark was unlikely to possess. Hopefully the bribe'll work. "Hey, Will!" Will heard Travis shout from across the camp. He glanced up from his wagon of sourdough kegs and glanced over at the master decoy. Ever since Travis had swindled the focus growth upgrade out of that saint, Travis had been trying to shift his build to be more of a caster, aiming to become something of an illusionist. To that effect, Travis was wearing iridescent robes that didn't seem to get damp or dirty on the jungle floor, along with gaudy rings, amulet, and a circlet around his temples. His sister spoils him. "I thought the church would have had you killed," Will mused. "They forgot," Travis said with a shrug before motioning for Will to follow. "Anyway, come check this out." Will cocked a brow but followed anyway, walking on air as he did so, each step sending an imperceptible pulse through the camp as he went. "Show off," Travis said, glancing back at Will hovering 6 inches above the ground. "Practice," Will replied with a shrug. It really did take a lot of mental effort to manage what got locked in frozen air and what didn't, and Will wanted to keep practicing until it was second nature. When they arrived at the edge of the camp, he spotted Alicia and the rest of the party staring up into the canopy at nothing. "What am I looking at?" Will asked. "Those plants have nervous systems." Alicia whispered, gesturing to the trees, her blue flame eyes fixed on the canopy. Try as he might, Will couldn't see any evidence the trees were monsters. Whatever was hiding there had excellent camouflage. "The vines, in case there's any confusion," Mason said from where he was sitting on a nearby log. "You're looking shinier," Will mused, studying the slender nuker. He wasn't wearing any makeup or oil that Will could see. The sun simply seemed to be gleaming from some reflective surface under Mason's skin. "Thank you, women seem to like it." "Is that an effect of the dimensional oyster sacrifice? It's Dreamcatcher vine," June said, studying the vines. "A whole stand of it." Will's brows rose. Dreamcatcher vine was a good ingredient for support classes. Abyss Will had wanted to add one to his class when he'd first been starting out, just for the resistance, focus, and acuity growth, perfect for a caster. If he could send some back down to the 5th floor, he could sell most of it, and the rest could go towards making some non-combatant classes focused on buffing or plant magic. With wheat gremlins, they could summon crops pretty effectively. You guys wanted to grab some of them. I want all of them, June said. They're valuable sacrifices and also easy kills. They're not the smartest, fastest, or strongest monsters. They rely on the sleep debuff to take out the unwary. The reason we called you over was to talk about your cut. In the contract that Loth wrote for the caravan, you get a flat 20% of all sacrifices and relics acquired by the armed forces in the caravan. That number jumps up to 50% in any battle you personally take part in. June said, all business. We'll count it about 20 vines, give or take. So June wants 16 vines instead of 10. Will thought, turning his gaze back to June. That's fine with me, but did you really need to call me down here to tell me I'm not invited to the party? Will feigned hurt. Just wanted to let you know so you didn't get excited and jump in, June said, scanning the canopy and nudging Mason off his seat on the log as she began prepping arrows for quick firing. Fine, but I'm borrowing Alicia, Will said, motioning for Alicia to follow him as they left. Did you need something? Alicia whispered, Reggie following behind her like a puppy. Will glanced up at Reggie, who towered over both of them. The two obviously had a thing since they were always together. Mason had already hit level 30 and had secured a proper defensive ability, so Reggie was both released of his tank contract and a bit superfluous now that Mason was tough enough to survive on his own. Will supposed he'd found a better body to guard. Couldn't blame him, could do a lot worse. Would the two of you be interested in being the eyes of the caravan? Will asked. In the background, the sounds of brush rustling and hissing began to pick up as June shot the dream catchers one at a time. The stupid things thought their camouflage was impenetrable and elected to remain still even when their comrades were being slaughtered. June was right, that was a quick payday. What do you mean? Reggie asked. The party who leads the brush cutters is on a rotation to spread the risk across everyone evenly. I'd like to attach you two to whichever party is in the lead on a more permanent basis to spot threats before they cause trouble. Alicia's glowing blue eyes could see straight through most substances save bones and vital organs. It made her excellent at spotting monsters before they became a problem and shooting them where it hurt. It also made it very difficult for her to dress herself, since she was nearly blind to anything that wasn't living. Her shirt was inside out. June isn't going to like that? Alicia whispered. Yeah, probably not. He'd hired June to be a good leader as he gradually distanced himself from his party and assumed a higher leadership role, and she was. The problem was that it would be in the party's best interest to charge the caravan master an arm and a leg for breaking them up like that, even if the caravan master used to be the party leader. I hired her to give me a hard time, Will thought with a sigh. I'll talk to her. You talk to Loth about when you'll be working. Okay, Alicia whispered, her gaze locked on the kobold through half the camp and 3 tents. Reggie took Alicia's hand and guided the archer around the tents, along with some chairs and a campfire that she might have otherwise stepped in. As it turned out, June did have some demands, insisting that we'll cook up a sourdough relic for each of them as compensation for taking Alicia, and that Jason was not allowed to be loaned out to any other party. Will compromised on the bespoke relics, but he refused to give June sole control over what was probably the most powerful buffer the tower had ever seen. After some haggling, June finally settled on the relics, plus first pick for a week, which was probably what she wanted in the first place. Since the resources were going to his former team, Will wasn't too upset about it either. The next morning they headed out, the caravan packing up while the vanguard began cutting their way through the dense jungle, making a road that would vanish behind them in a number of days as the miasma-boosted wildlife grew right back in. Chapter 127, 7th Floor Bestiary. Gods, it chafes, Travis complained, adjusting his pants for the umpteenth time as he walked beside the wagon. You're not chafing. It's the moisture in the air, Will said. There was moisture in the air on the 6th floor, and it didn't chafe. Will glanced down at the master decoy and shrugged. I can't really feel it. Aspect of the goat covers environmental discomfort. Of course it does, Travis groaned. All right, I'm taking my pants off. Do what you gotta do, man. Thankfully, Travis's robe covered his legs anyway, but it was amusing to know he was swinging free under there. Amusing or disgusting? Bit of both. Monster! Reggie called, drawing the caravan's attention to Alicia, who was pointing up and to the side. From where Will sat atop the wagon, he could see a furry lump attached to a tree like a burl. Wazat? Will mused. Spectral sloth, Loth said from her barrel where she was studying a new insect. She had been collecting new insects from this floor at a staggering rate, probably to make up for their absence on the 6th floor. They're sneaky little bastards who can tell when they're being observed and can cast an illusion that creates a mental dissonance between how fast they're moving and how fast they appear to be moving. Travis perked up at the word illusion and began hustling to the front to catch up with Alicia and the brush cutters. Will watched the exchange firsthand as the spectral sloth began slowly, releasing its massive claws from the branch it was hanging onto, reaching a set of wicked claws over to the nearest branch, ever so slowly approaching them. Under Will's sight, the sloth got rapidly faster, until it covered the last 10 feet or so in a flash of motion, bouncing off of Reggie's tower shield. You see, that thing didn't actually move slow or fast. It took exactly that amount of time to reach them, but it goes invisible and projects an illusion that gradually catches up to itself until it makes contact, giving the appearance of rapid acceleration at the last second. That probably makes them a bitch to shoot, Will mused, watching dozens of arrows fly wide, burying themselves in the canopy or sailing off into the distance to have their own jungle adventures. Reggie, go for a counter, Will shouted as Reggie was assaulted by the palm-long claws that drew gouges out of his tower shield. If it was only where it appeared to be at the moment of an attack, the best way to hit it would be a counter. You're welcome to step in any time. Reggie shouted back as a nearby climber drew his sword, aiming to join Reggie. No, he's not. Mine, 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 Travis shouted, putting his fingers in his mouth and giving an annoying whistle that caught the spectral sloth's attention. Thankfully, Will was sitting behind Travis as the master decoy lifted his robe and taunted the monster, doing a stupid, hip-gyrating dance. You want some of this? I'll bet you do. The sloth began slowly turning towards Travis, ever so slowly approaching. The last fraction of a second, the creature seemed to whip forward faster than the eye could follow, only slowing down as it landed on Travis and began ripping into an illusion. H-A-H, Travis appeared beside the creature, bringing a wood-cutting axe down on the back of the thing's neck, causing it to go stiff and collapse to the ground, twitching as it began to leak miasma. I can't believe Travis would kill such a cute little guy, Reggie said, shaking his head. Alicia put her hand over her mouth in shock. It was cute. It had a face with like a constant half-smile. Reggie described it to her. Oh, Travis, you meanie, Alicia whispered. Yeah, you're a piece of shit, Travis, one of the brush-cutter climbers said, sheathing his sword as his party nodded. Cool it, Will called from the wagon where he and Loth observed. Dogpiling someone was all fun and games until they went crazy and lured a boss monster into camp in a fit of violent retribution. The climber glanced up at Will and stiffened before nodding. That was a clean kill, he said, clapping Travis on the shoulder. But we're gonna have a little talk about who gets priority on monster kills, Travis glanced down at the corpse of the spectral sloth and nodded. I'd be happy to come to an arrangement. Whichever brush-cutting party was on rotation each day had first dibs on anything they ran across in the process of clearing a path for the wagons, and Travis had spit on that in a moment of blind greed. I really hope he doesn't get himself killed, Will mused as Travis and the brush-cutting party leader strode off to have a chat. It would be a waste of a perfectly good decoy to have him get killed by their own group. He'll be fine, Loth said, not looking away from the long bug with thousands of legs winding around her hand. Will closed his eyes and laid back on the wagon roof, letting the swaying wagon, Anna's lap, the shade of the canopy, and the sound of Travis getting punched lull him to sleep. The occasional combat roused him halfway, but the sound of battle was light and infrequent, allowing him to get a decent nap. When sun went down, Will was on duty. The caravan came to a halt and cleared a wide area, with the earth mages flattening the land, water mages taking care of the drinking and wash water, while the other civilian classes cut down the trees and disassembled the wagons into sleeping quarters in a matter of minutes, their abilities allowing them to prepare the camp faster than what should have been possible. The different parties assembled into half a dozen clusters around a handful of fires that beat back the darkness, while an Anna at each fire stirred at a bubbling pot of stew or handed out the daily ration of sweet breads and booze. For a few minutes every night, spirits were high, and each cluster of brightness felt like it was its own little world, presenting an invisible barrier that Will could never hope to traverse. If he approached, everyone would stiffen and call him Sir or My Lord and immediately focus all their attention on him. He could never simply be ignored until he said something truly funny or insightful enough to earn him a place in the circle. One of the Annas caught his gaze and blew a kiss. Well, I guess it's not that bad. I've got work to do. Nighttime was when the real terrors woke up and began stalking the jungle, and it was Will's job to hunt the area clean rather than simply wait for attacks to happen. He was at least partially a scout archetype, after all. Will jumped off the wagon and landed in midair, using the boosted aspect of the serpent to walk on the air, stalking silently into the pitch-black jungle. As the bright light of the fire faded into the background, his acuity picked up the slack, causing the starlit jungle to grow in brightness until it looked like everything was bathed in a pale white light. Will trotted around the camp in an expanding spiral, body low, trying to stay as quiet as possible. Due to his relic's bonuses to stealth, his body was mostly invisible, just a ghost gliding through the jungle, which is how he and another stealth-based predator bumped into each other. Will bumped into a shadow perched on a tree branch overlooking the camp through a break in the foliage as he snuck through the canopy, his hip ramming into something fuzzy where there shouldn't be anything. The two stalkers were at a loss for an instant as they sized each other up, but then the claws came out. The vague lump of darkness swung out, not giving away any sign of its presence save for the sheen of starlight on 5 shiny black claws. The claws raked across Will's face and a bit of his shoulder as he raised it to protect his neck. The next instant, he swung his tomahawk through the creature's space, feeling the weapon wobble in his hand as it caught on something. The creature let out a brassy shriek, like a trumpeter being kicked in balls, before bounding away. Now that it was moving, Will could almost see it. A leaf bent here and there, and a silhouette more felt than seen. He broke into a chase, sending his snakes ahead of him to catch the thing. Half of them missed their target, but one managed to wrap around a hind leg, prompting the thing to turn around and unleash its fury on the offending snake, battering it with claw strikes that did concerning amounts of damage to the snake housing his ring of accuracy. Will withdrew the damaged snake as he tackled the thing full speed, ignoring the pain in his shoulder as he thrust it out with his left hand, his hand gliding up the creature's chest until he discovered its neck and jaw. Will whipped the tomahawk forward and buried it in the monster's skull, and an instant later, the shroud of invisibility on it faded away, revealing some kind of massive cat with black fur and retractable fangs like a snake. Ow. It had occurred to Will to have Alicia scan for creatures at night, but he'd decided against it, because while she might be unaffected by light level, everybody else was, so if she pointed monsters out and said, "Right there," everyone save Will would say, "I don't see anything." Might as well use her during the daytime, while the things she pointed out were actionable. Loth will know whether this thing's any use, but I bet it's a decent rogue sacrifice, Will thought, offloading the wound onto the already damaged pointer, and sent the mangled snake to rest in the camp, dragging the corpse behind it. Will continued his patrol, running into a stand of vines that had needle-like hairs on their exterior, that seemed eager to drain his blood, reaching towards him as he approached. Plant-based monsters weren't fast like the cat, so Will disassembled them from a distance, wielding his tomahawk with phantom hand. Thump. The daily raid was done, and Will was eager to get back to camp and get some shut-eye. There was a short window in the morning where he could get a couple hours of sleep, and another later in the day as they traveled, and he didn't want to squander either of them. Will strode back into the camp and spotted everyone still sitting at the fires. Shouldn't they be getting ready to move? Will thought with a frown. Come join us, Will. Brenna Egan, the matriarch of the second civilian party, patted on a nearby tree stump that was conveniently placed in the circle around the fire. The seat of honor, where he could regale them with tales of all the crazy monsters he'd fought over the course of the night. "Welcome back, Will. Would you like some pastries?" Anna asked, offering him a plate full of sweets, wearing nothing but an apron. She stepped up close, leaning against him as she nuzzled his neck, while the rest of the Anna-s in the camp cried foul and rushed forward. Soon there were at least half a dozen of the plump young women offering him sweets, pressing in from every direction in a smothering wall of flesh. Oh, godsdamnit. Will engaged his memory key, a collection of hot and cold memories in rapid succession designed to shatter brittle mind control. Muse in the window, nail through foot, sick soup, choking on stolen peanut butter, Loth joining the party. The scene in front of him smeared like someone dragged their hand over an oil painting before it resolved back into the darkness of the forest. Except now his hands were pinned to his side by massive leathery wings, and something that looked like a cross between a leech and a bat was attached to his neck. "Fug off!" Will shouted, his phantom snakes grabbing the thing's fleshy, pulsating tube of a neck and dragging it away from Will's veins. Will dragged the restraining wings away from his hands and chopped the offending creature up until it stopped moving. How do you know it isn't just making you think you won while it continues to feed on you? Will thought. There was nothing quite like mind control to make you paranoid. Will ran through the memory key again, and this time everything stayed put. Good enough. Will sent 2 snakes up into the air above the canopy with a directive to kill any of those things they found before they got the chance to hit Will with another mental whammy. Will dragged his bloody hand down his face and heaved a breath. I can't believe it dragged that out of my subconscious. Will splashed a bit of healing potion over his neck, sent the bat leech thing back to camp and pulled out his rations for the night. Crispy stuffed dumplings. Will checked one more time to make sure he wasn't dreaming, then continued on his way. As the night went on, Will managed to exterminate several dozen different monsters stalking the outskirts of the camp, but none of them were quite as difficult as the one he blundered into or the one that got the drop on him. For the most part, Will was a ghost and always got the upper hand. The snakes did an excellent job dropping those bat leeches out of the sky before they could notice Will and hit him with a mind whammy, allowing him to remain reasonably safe. Still, when he returned covered in blood, He got an interrogation from Anna, who was horrified to discover he'd been patrolling most of the night after being wounded. It didn't matter to her that he'd patched it with a healing potion and gotten the blood back by eating. The rest of the camp looked pretty damn impressed at the house-sized mound of dead monster bodies in the center of the camp, slowly collapsing into miasma. Loth and the caravan's logistics officer were sorting through the bodies, with the bean counter using some kind of preservation ability on monster corpses that were deemed to be high value. Will was happy to note that the giant black cat was on that list, as was the leech thing. Anna shook her head and yanked his blood-stained clothes off while another delivered a fresh set of clothes. "Seriously, don't get yourself killed," Anna said, shaking her head as she bundled up the rust-colored clothes and trotted off in a huff. "What's her problem?" the Anna delivering the clothes asked, watching her copy march away. "You're the same person. You know exactly what her problem is," Will said, slipping the pants on. Spending months in close quarters had killed most of his modesty, but not all of it. "I can't do a bit," Anna asked. "You guys are always doing a bit." "The dumplings were good." "Thanks. Rhea made those. Actually, you should tell her." "Again," Will said, putting on the shirt. "You're the same person." Anna waggled her hand and shrugged. "There's actually some nuance there." As the sun began to seep through the canopy, Will laid down on top of the wagon and let the sounds of the camp wash over him. It was a skill he'd perfected on the 6th floor, trapped in close quarters on a ship with a dozen others. Just shut your thinking brain off and let the sounds fade into the background. Time gradually lost its meaning, and Will's breath deepened as the dappled sunlight played over his face. Shouts and the ringing of steel brought him abruptly out of it. Chapter 128, Wraith Vessel. Will was still shaking off the fog of sleep as his body shot to its feet. 3 big blinks and Will was back, orienting on the sound of combat. It wasn't coming from the brush-cutting vanguard, but the rear. Something smart enough to attack from behind, but dumb enough to think they could get away with it. Climbers. Will thought, spinning and juking around his bedding atop the wagon, leaping off the wagon and sprinting through the air, creating a staircase upwards to give himself height. 2 Rhea were faced off against 6 men with ragged armor, warding them off with claws, while a 3rd Rhea took the opportunity to split into more reinforcements, forming a wall of flesh between the attackers and the civilians. The parties guarding the sides of the caravan were then attacked in the moment of distraction as they turned to look at the sound. Boom, nukers joined the fray as an explosion caught half of one of Will's combat parties. Their armor diminished the damage, but they retreated behind a wagon to heal rather than suffer another blast, leaving that side of the camp uncontested. A flood of climbers emerged from the woods, aiming for the wagons and the civilians therein. Mason jumped up on top of a wagon wielding his staff of the Warmage, and in a flash of superheated air, the flood of climbers driving towards them was dispersed. Something's wrong, Will realized, running through his memory key. That wasn't it. The assault continued unabated, with none of the typical smearing of broken mind control. Whatever was happening was really happening. Will saw a mote of flame rise in the shadow of the jungle and send his middle snake to slap it out of the nuker's hand. The resulting flash of light highlighted 3 more nukers and at least a dozen more climbers of various classes charging stoically forward through the shadowed underbrush, completely heedless of the fact that there was a tangled replicating in the center of the camp, and that their brethren had been slapped down by a powerful nuker. That would give most people pause. Matter of fact. Are they the same people, too? Will took a close look, and sure enough, some of the climbers charging suicidally in shared faces with others. Tangled, then Will spotted it. One of the attacking climbers was skewered by the party that had taken shelter behind the wagon. Once Mason had told them it was clear, they charged forward, slamming into the approaching enemies with the force of an avalanche, impaling them on their weapons. The mortally wounded climber unraveled into pale, glittering dust and miasma. "The abyss, are they?" Will muttered. They were obviously the creation of some ability or other, but... Boom! Will's caravan of thought was hijacked for an instant as the opposing nukers got a shot through, and Mason countered with the opposite element, creating an explosion of superheated steam about halfway between the two. But they're using abilities. Aside from Tangled, Will had never seen a summoned creature using abilities of a climber. Tangled could do it because they were flesh and blood, and they only had the one ability. Will heard a shriek from the vanguard as Alicia scrambled backwards, Reggie guarding her retreat with his tower shield against multiple abilities that bounced off of it in rapid succession. "Can't see them," Will faintly made out her voice in the midst of the battle. "So they're definitely not real. Is there a real one?" A summoner, Will dashed over to where Alicia was backing away from the fighting, her expression haunted as the people around her fought invisible enemies. "Alicia," Will said as he landed beside her. "Why, yes," she replied, forgetting her shy whisper in the midst of combat. "Can you scan the surrounding and pick out a summoner?" Will asked. She glanced up at him and nodded. "Try not to die, Reggie," Will shouted, looping a snake around Alicia and flying her over to the vantage point atop the central wagon, where Mason was unleashing blast after blast to cover their ground-based guards. "The abyss, do you think I am?" The tank's voice faded with distance as he shoved 3 of the attackers back with a feral roar, opening space for the rest of the vanguard to step forward and impale the attackers. "Tell me what you see," Will said to Alicia, gesturing to the surrounding chaos. Alicia could see through the fake climbers, through the woods, through the smoke and explosions rocking the entire camp. She wobbled in place for a second, adjusting to the sudden acceleration and finding herself in a different place. Once she got her bearings, Alicia did a quick spin, her eyes wide and glowing brilliant blue. "No summoner. There are 3 civilians being dragged through the forest. That way," she said, pointing to the rear right of the caravan. Will was running before she finished the word, "that." He sped past Rhea and tapped the Tangled on the shoulder as he passed. "Push this way," he shouted to her, dozens of feet ahead before he finished his sentence. Will dove through the line of expressionless climbers attacking them, his footsteps sending out rings of churning earth higher than a man that scattered the dolls aside, clearing the way for Rhea to fill the gap with more of herself. Will caught up to the kidnapped settlers in a heartbeat, driving his tomahawk through one illusion before throwing it at a second. Will's phantom snake yanked the blade out of the man's dissolving skull and buried it in another, freeing the 3rd civilian. Will glanced down, his skin going cold as he recognized one of Eolin's sisters, a horrifying puncture wound in the center of her chest, clearly lethal. Eyes staring. It's only been a handful of seconds, Will thought, kneeling down. The body didn't just instantly shut down. "Get the others," he said as several Rhea rushed past him, tossing her some spare healing potions. "Sourdough, 82 charges remaining." Will dumped half the greater healing potion into her mouth, the rest on the puncture wound. The staring eyes blinked and a wretched gasp of air filled the air as the girl came back to consciousness, clawing at her still healing chest. "Get her to the healers," Will said, keeping her hands away from the wound long enough for Rhea to pick her up and sprint back to the caravan with the young girl, along with another 2 kidnappees. One of which was a mangled corpse, not breathing like the other 2. Was that? Think about it later. Will stood up and looked in the direction the summoned climbers had been dragging their victims. The summoner didn't seem to care if they were alive or dead. Wore valuable relics or not. It's not Mark Weird or any climber for that matter. People have value to people. Relics too. If a lord's men or any other human climber were attacking, they would conduct a raid in a businesslike way. Attack the strongest member of the caravan for a minute or two, offer a deal if they won, rob us, take a few slaves. Even if they accidentally killed some civilians, they would just leave them where they died to loot on the way out. These things just wanted the bodies, the meat. This was not human. With that in mind, Will glanced up in the direction the civilians had been being dragged. Is this thing clever enough to drag its food to it in a roundabout way? I doubt it. I'll bet it drew a straight line. Where to the rear? Mason's voice cut through the jungle, prompting Will to look over his shoulder, spotting a rush of bodies as the summoned Eidolons redirected their aggression away from the tight lines that were defending the caravan, to rush towards where Will and Rhea had made a seemingly weak protrusion in their formation. Or is it a knee-jerk reaction because I figured them out? Will thought, glancing into the dark jungle, following the imaginary line. Will broke into a sprint forward, and the summoned climbers' faces showed emotion for the first time since they'd begun the assault, their lips peeling back in feral snarls as they charged after him, only to meet Rhea's claws as she literally bloomed outward in every direction. Rhea was living up to both her ideal of heroism and her class's reputation as a monster, flooding the battlefield with some 300 of the statuesque, nigh-indestructible young women, each of whom used phantom claws from the relic gene was wearing to great effect, protecting the innocent and helpless with savage ferocity. Seeing the person she'd used to be in each of them. Seeing Frederick Weird in every face she tore off, and I thought Bee had anger issues. Rhea had purpose, a terrible will to right wrongs that could no longer be righted, and that could eat away at someone. I should probably talk to her after this, Will thought, glancing behind him. The illusory humans began to blink out of existence behind him, even ones that hadn't been torn apart by Rhea's claws. Their repositioning. Will dropped into a slide, the air above him turning into a skin-melting furnace as a nuker tried to get the drop on him. Will kicked the ground, sending up wave of earth that crushed the offending Eidolon against a tree before throwing his axe at the most distant summon, burying it in his chest. Will caught the closest summon's sword arm and drove his own weapon through his face, while a phantom snake bit deep into the neck of one trying to strike him from behind, yanking it backwards just enough to cause its swing to go wide, while psychic venom tried to find a hold on the non-living creature. Another of his phantom snakes grabbed Will's axe and began laying into the enemies on the sides, creating a straight pathway of unwounded summons charging toward him, with a cluster ahead, seemingly climbing out of the ground to assault him. Will whipped his foot forward, creating a ripple of earth with a leading edge at knee height, with a crest that pushed and a trough that pulled. It was designed to break legs. There was an echoing of broken legs that sounded something like a smattering of applause. A handful of the nimbler-looking summons jumped over the earth wave, while the others dissolved into moonlight and miasma. Will's axe hissed through the air and buried itself into the back of a head, while Will threw his dagger at the other. One of his phantom snakes stopped the nimble summon's reflexive block, holding its arm out of the way, allowing the shiny stone dagger to sink into the Eidolon's hollow flesh, then the snake grabbing the dagger with its tail and slashing the final blocker. The Eidolons that were climbing out of the ground were emerging beside a patch of white flowers with a wilted look. Will made the ground churn violently with a single stomp, causing the pale flower's roots to be torn asunder, and the surrounding enemies dissolved into pale motes of light and miasma. You are now a level 31 resourceful climber. Will scan the surroundings. The sound of battle had cut off as quickly as it had come. There were a handful of moans of pain, but even those were fading as the priestesses of Holdna emerged from the wagons to heal. All Will could hear was hushed conversation as people anxiously waited for the other shoe to drop. Will knelt to examine the plant. It was pale, completely devoid of the green color he'd come to associate with plants. The petals of the flower started white near the base and turned clear by the end, giving a sense of ghostliness. Will caught a glimmer of something shiny in the earth near its base and poked it with the tip of his axe. It was a piece of metal buried in the earth. Frowning, Will pried on it and unburied a relic in the form of a golden circlet along with the skull it had been attached to. The pale flower's equally pale roots worked their way down into the skull, where the monster had devoured everything inside. And this is a monster, Will thought. He understood its intentions with the bodies now, seedbeds for the next generation of flowers. Will glanced up and spotted at least a dozen of the uprooted plants, each of which was perched atop a conspicuous lump that no doubt belonged to something that was once alive. These things must spread like a sickness, Will thought. One would find purchase on a dead creature, then create an eidolon of that creature. That creature would go out and kill another creature, drag it back and feed the growth of more flowers. As the flowers grew in strength and number, they could take tougher prey. Eventually, they might snag a party of climbers. Maybe they were weak from another battle. Maybe they just weren't that good. Maybe other climbers robbed them and left them for dead. However it happened, the flowers now had access to abilities and more advanced tactics, which would allow them to take even bigger targets. Like a caravan cutting through the jungle. A plant that summons eidolons, huh? Will checked his potential upgrades for Phantom Hand, the upgrade from the flower at the top of the list. Wraith Vessel upgrade for Phantom Hand. Adds a toggleable ability to create a physical manifestation of any item inside the Phantom Hand's dimensional storage. Focus. Phantom Hand creates a physical manifestation of a stored item. The physical manifestation has mass similar to the original item, but does not undergo chemical reactions, nor can it have magical effects or be consumed. It appears in the Phantom Hand's space with the Phantom Hand's speed in an orientation decided by the user. It counts as an eidolon. Its durability is a certain fraction of the original's, scaling with acuity, and if it is substantially deformed or broken into pieces, it will expire, returning the focus investment. The item may be dismissed at will. Will frowned. Could that fraction be more than 100%? No, this is pretty good, even if I can't raise the durability above 100%. Will's trick with shooting cannonballs at people always required that he then spend a charge to recover it, which wasn't always possible. With a toggleable ability, he could give up 14 focus for a fraction of a second, then dismiss the projectile once it had done its job. Basically free. Giving up that much charge region for that amount of time was effectively nothing. The cost was effectively 2 charge per day, but divide that by the number of seconds in a day. Yeah, basically nothing. It did make him more mentally vulnerable for a fraction of a second, though, or however long he had an item out. That was Will's choice to make, and could be mitigated by simply not using the ability when he was in danger of a mental whammy. It would be stupid to have 6 items summoned constantly, but one at a time for a couple fractions of a second wasn't such a big risk. Will could tell he was waffling. No magical effects. That was a sticking point for Will. If he could grab a single relic and start shooting people with fully functional relics rather than cannonballs, he would dive in with both feet. He needed some kind of upgrade to the cannonball trick, as more tanks and nukers in the higher floors could splash them off their defenses. The problem with just using real relics as ammunition was that they were expensive, and Will didn't want to just throw relics at people and expect them to give them back. If they were anything like some of the climbers he fought, they might just snatch control of the relic away and use it against him. The ability to dismiss it was a solid positive. If it allows over 100% durability, then I would take it, but it doesn't specify. If it allowed magical effects, I would take it, but it doesn't. Psychic venom on my projectiles because they count as eidolons is nice, but if the other two things are a no, then how useful would it be in the long run? Will knelt beside the plant for a quiet minute thinking. The deciding factor was Will's experience fighting the Wraith vessel's summons. Will had seen them use abilities. That strongly suggested to Will that he could find a sacrifice that would erase the no magical effects clause in the ability's details. The original plant could make its summons use magic, after all. Will suspected that limitation was a cap created by the system to prevent too much power in a single upgrade. Another might very well bust through it. Even if the gamble came out against Will, he could invest in non-magical ammunition with more penetrating power than a cannonball, and that could keep him going another 10 floors at least. Will held the ghostly plant up to the tower. Do you wish to sacrifice Wraith Vessel to Phantom Hand? Yes. There was a flash of light as the tower took the sacrifice out of his hand, and Will's snakes shuddered as the ability was rewritten. Phantom Hand has been upgraded. Review the description for changes. Phantom Hand asterisk. Passive. Active 1 charge. Toggle 14 focus. Gain the use of an ethereal phantom hand. Access a tiny amount of dimensional storage with a charge. Items inside the dimensional storage shrink, scaling with acuity. Create a physical manifestation of a stored item for the toggle cost. Sacrifice a stored relic to apply its effect to one of 5 slots. Only 1 slot can be active at a time. Switching to another slot causes the previous one to be inactive for 24 hours, and overwriting a slot causes the slot to be inactive for a week. Easy way to test this out, Will thought. Will stored a twig inside dimensional storage, then triggered the toggle, copying it before bringing out the original, bending the 2 between his fingers. The copy was harder to bend. I do have a lot of acuity. You're giving a real evil chuckle, you know, Loth said, peering over his shoulder. The copy is stronger, Will said, showing her the 2 twigs. Loth glanced at the identical twigs in his hand, then down to the pale flowers, then back up at him, scaly brow raised. He could tell she was putting everything together from that one statement, which was why it was so much easier to talk to her sometimes. A moment later, a sharp-toothed grin accompanied a raspy chuckle as Loth bent down to inspect one of the flowers, rubbing her chin. I'm jealous. I don't have enough upgrades left in Master of the Vivarium to accommodate this sacrifice without disrupting my build plan, she said, rolling the pale white flower over between pitch-black talons. Will thought back to the sacrifice rarity pyramid he'd seen displayed to him in the merchant's shop. Eurodrake sacrifices were considered S rank, with 9 upgrade slots on a primary spawned from them. When he performed the qualitative upgrade to aspect of the goat, its limit had increased from 2 to 6. This was not normal for most people. Most people had to deal with a cap between 2 and 4 upgrades on their primary abilities, owing to the more common C and B tier sacrifices. Loth would eventually just no longer be able to keep up. What's your build looking like nowadays anyway? Will asked. He could see the number of times an ability was upgraded in his party member list, but he couldn't open the description of their abilities, only see the number of upgrades indicated by the asterisk symbol beside the ability. She de-upgraded Master of the Vivarium 5 times already. At Will's question, Loth simply glanced up at him and winked. Chapter 129, Loth's Build. So who was it? Will asked, causing Rhea to glance up from where she was helping to clean up after the attack. Rhea smoothed her clothes and straightened, clearing her throat as he approached. Who was what? the tall young woman asked, awkwardly leaning on a nearby wagon. Who died? Will clarified. What? Rhea frowned, cocking her head to the side. No one died. I saw you carrying a corpse. Oh, that was Reese. Ah, Will said as his body was paralyzed by a massive wave of relief. He thought he'd gotten one of his own killed. I guess he really is immortal. A combination of abilities that caused someone to be very difficult to kill, and nothing else wasn't completely out of the question. There were stranger things like the fragment of Brianna's sanity currently watching him nervously. Would you mind keeping out another 6 of you? Will asked. I think we may need a more firm response to attacks. I don't mind, but they'd need to eat, Rhea said with a shrug. And I'll need some. Her voice faded off into mumbling. I'll talk to the bean counter. What was the other thing? Clothes. I'll need some clothes for them, Rhea said, her face red. Will paused. Tangled copies didn't emerge with clothing, and most people were polite enough to not mention it, especially after they'd been around the Tangled long enough for the novelty to wear off. But if they were going to be a permanent fixture, she would definitely want some clothes to feel like a person. I can do that. Will went to Brenna and asked where he could find someone who could whip up some clothes. And as luck would have it, 2 of her daughters had classes that could help. They were more than happy to make some clothes for the girl who had delivered their sister back to them alive. That reminds me, we'll need to power level the civilians. Typically that was done in as controlled a manner as possible. Similar to a bus, a more powerful individual would subdue a monster and the civilian would stab it. It required a much more powerful individual with experience of the floor and its foibles to power level a civilian through it, and the dangers were high. If a mistake was made and a monster got out of hand, it could lash out and deposit some venomous spines in someone's skin, and it was lights out. Actually, we've got priestesses on hand. Should I put them to work? Will mused. If he pushed his caravan harder, the number of injuries would go up. But the priestess's job was soaking up those injuries, and his people would grow more powerful faster. Those injuries would taper off as they gained more power. Will caught sight of the bean counter on the way through the camp, where he was staring at the firewood attached to the side of the wagon. The man had a severe expression fixed on his bony face as he scribbled in his ledger without even looking down. Will peered over his shoulder and found that his penmanship was perfectly inside the lines and clearly legible, even to Will's weak reading skills. 4 cords dried wood, 6 cords wet wood. At current rate of consumption, will be out of firewood in 6 months. Recommend smaller fires. Recent fires have been larger than strictly necessary for cooking and light, in order to match the vibe, which is not a reasonable explanation for. Will glanced away from the dry ledger and inspected the bean counter. Badyor Jaskurit was wearing a thick, expensive suit, skinnier than Mason and sweating profusely as he worked. You think about wearing lighter clothes? Will asked. Gah, Badyor shouted, leaping in place an impressive height for someone without much strength. You, Badyor controlled his expression when he saw who was speaking to him. What can I do for you, my lord? Yeah, take off your outer jacket, Will said. Badyor complied, revealing a fine silk inner shirt before he folded the jacket over his arm. Where shall I put it, my lord? Will asked. I didn't allocate space in my luggage for the jacket, and if I were to take more than my fair share of space in the wagon, the whole system could crumble. Will raised a brow and leaned around Badyor to peek at the wagon's interior, which had rather large gaps everywhere, where a single jacket could rest easily. Will was tempted just grab the jacket and toss it into the wagon, but that wasn't leadership. Would anyone be willing to give up a half-inch of their wagon's space for Mr. Jaskurit to store his jacket? Will asked, loud enough that the surrounding caravaneers could hear him. Several climbers glanced at Will, then at the partially empty wagon, then back to Will with raised brows. Will shrugged and pointed at the bean counter, his hand hidden from the man by his own ledger. "Sure, man," one of the climbers said, causing Badger to heave a sigh of relief, opening his ledger and immediately adjusting numbers inside. "Make a note," Will said, leaning over the ledger, "that you are borrowing that half-inch of storage space for the express purpose of accommodating, adjusting your attire to the environment, and for no other reason. You will eventually give that half-inch back." "Why, yes, my lord," Badger nodded and made a note next to the entry, then sighed in relief, folding the jacket and stuffing it in beside his luggage. "I think I just got a sense of how difficult this is going to be," Will thought with mounting dread. "Badger, how difficult would it be to feed another 6 Rhea?" "Impossible. We have exactly the amount we need to make it to the 10th floor with a strict safety margin." "What's the safety margin?" Will asked. "About 40% above the minimum," Badger responded. "How much have we used so far?" "Well, due to unreported fishing on the 6th floor and the assistance of the tenants of Shimmer, we've used—" He flipped through his pages, eyes scanning the page with unerring speed before he looked back up at Will. "Less than none of it." "So we have more food now than when you first made the calculation?" Will asked. "Yes, my lord." "And we definitely can't afford to feed 6 more people." "No, my lord." "What if I were to assign certain climbers to hunt and forage? Could we afford it then?" Badger flipped to a blank page and began scribbling numbers at a frantic pace. "No, my lord," he finally said, looking up from his ledger. "Why not?" Will asked, genuinely curious about how this man was still breathing if he couldn't afford to move his lungs. "Most meat and plant matter on the upper floors is miasmatic in nature and will degrade into bones and relics without being preserved by an ability. I have such an ability, but my dailies are reserved for preserving sacrifices, according to my ledger." "What are your dailies at?" Will asked. "For my lord." "What level are you?" 15, my lord." "That's low for the 7th floor. I'm worried he might die from something sneezing on him." "Would we be able to afford to feed 6 more Rhea if you were level 30? Will asked. Badger's hand shook as he wrote the calculation, obviously aware of what Will was planning. He did it anyway. "Yes, my lord." "He's a good sport, at least." He was probably willing to be straight with Will because Will had approached him in the manner he preferred to engage with the world. Bureaucracy. "Excellent. As of this moment, your dailies are for preserving meat. We'll level you and get back the dailies required to preserve sacrifices going forward, and maybe upgrade your abilities in the process. Roger Oilton told me about a logistician who could retroactively change what they had stored by changing the numbers in her ledger." Badger's eyes widened. "HOW. As long as the values remained the same, it worked. As for the how," Will shrugged before patting the bean counter on the shoulder. "Maybe you'll figure it out." "But value is relative," Badger was muttering to himself as Will left to talk to Loth, who was messing around with something beside one of her oversized barrels. "Wanna see something cool?" Loth asked as Will approached. 4 more ominous words were never spoken, Will said as he arrived beside the hive-wielding saboteur crouching down beside her. "What you got?" "Tadia?" Loth pulled her sleeve aside to reveal a rotund insect about the size of Will's palm, with a butt that swelled with glowing blue miasma. Upon seeing him, it turned away and started pulsing its butt towards Will. "Is it supposed to do that?" Will asked. "Or it's trying to kill you?" Loth said, petting the agitated insect. "Huh, Will stroked his chin, watching the little bug wiggle uselessly. Remember my experiments to create a tame bug that has enough miasma that it could trigger on-kill effects? Loth asked. I do. Well, the most problematic part of breeding these little suckers was that the miasma made them go crazy and try to kill everything that wasn't infected with miasma. You bred a useless, aggressive response into them before breeding miasma into them, Will said. Even if they do get aggressive, it does nothing. Precisely, Loth said. Now that I have a stable population, I can finally try out my dagger. Loth pulled out the wavy blade with a skull carved into the pommel and finger bones forming the wrist guard that just screamed, I'm a necromancer, to the world. They'd bought it some time ago on the 5th floor, and its strength relative to the other things they'd found had rapidly dwindled, especially when measured against the increasing difficulty of the floors. But as Loth would say, it's a proof of concept. Will inspected the dagger as Loth raised it above the hapless bug. Dagger of eternal servitude. A +4 strength. A +3 kinesthetics. On kill, consumes corpse to create a permanent bone maxu to serve the wielder. Capable of simple tasks but prefer combat. Bone maxu are sustained by the dagger. Maximum 3 bone maxu. The little bug died instantly, its miasma drawn into the dagger as the body crumbled into ash. Will felt something similar to charge emerge from the dagger and go into the ground. A moment later, the ground began to shake. Loth tossed the rapidly crumbling ash aside as a bone maxu pulled itself out of the ground, silently staring at the two of them. Excellent, Loth said, inspecting the maxu. Free labor is always appreciated. She motioned the maxu to come closer with a single black claw. Give this pile one good stir every 3 hours, she said, handing the skeleton a shovel and pointing it to an extra-wide barrel filled with rotting food scraps. The undead stood there with the shovel, silently staring at the barrel filled with bugs gorging themselves on the caravan's waste. Bones, peels, gristle. There was nothing they wouldn't eat. Starting now, Loth clarified. The maxu shoved the shovel under the pile and folded it once, then went back to passively staring at the barrel. Not as bright as your butler's, Loth mused. I feel as though my monocle of the Overlord is the only thing that allows it to understand abstract concepts like 3 and hours. She tapped the gold circle resting on her eye. Monocle of the Overlord. A +7 focus. A +7 acuity. Grants minions a profound sense of purpose, increasing their speed by 15%. Bestows a small portion of the bearer's problem-solving ability and will upon their underlings, allowing them to adapt, problem-solve, and coordinate with each other more fluidly, even when outside the bearer's direct control. Having experienced decisive minions who could work without supervision, Will finally understood how valuable that relic was. To be fair, the butler's intelligence was their selling point, Will said. Loth nodded, turning back to Will. You asked about my build, she said, locking her yellow gaze on his. Yeah, Will said, a bit intimidated. I did not know about qualitative upgrades until after one was performed for you, Loth said, bringing up the event where aspect of the goat had been replaced with aspect of the immortal serpent by adding a higher quality sacrifice to the skill. There had been several highly unique reasons why Will had been able to do that. His immortal serpent sacrifice, himself, had been low quality, as had his gravity goat sacrifice, causing aspect of the goat to be a low-grade skill with only 1 upgrade. This gave him the ability to basically overwrite his old skill with 1 as it would have been if he'd given a high-quality sacrifice from the beginning. Unusual you didn't know about that, Will mused. Loth was typically the one who knew everything. It wasn't common knowledge in my clan, nor was it a particularly common practice in the human lands, being discarded as an overly risky practice. I looked it up after it happened for you, Loth said. My second primary trap savant only has 2 upgrade slots, one of which is full already. 2 upgrade slots. Did Loth use a low-quality sacrifice, or... It was a piece of my grandmother, Loth explained. Every kobold gets access to trap savant because every kobold uses a piece of an ancestor who had it. Will cocked his head. She got to level 15 and was considered quite the heroic figure in my little clan, Loth explained further. Ah, a sacrifice from a level 15 was almost worse than none at all. Then how did you get an A-tier sacrifice for your bugs? Will cut himself off, realizing that the story around how she acquired something that rare might be intense. Loth smirked, seemingly reading his unspoken words, but not bothering to answer them. I believe I may be able to perform a qualitative upgrade on the trap savant ability. What do you need? Will asked. I either need to discover what sacrifice originally gave my ancestors trap savant or find a progenitor. Will raised a brow. Kobolds didn't spring fully formed from Ouroboros's blood like the stories might have suggested. They have a distinct lineage from a series of dragons who adapted to the low miasma by growing smaller and stupider, pushing down into the lower floors where there was no competition from other dragons. This process repeated over and over again until, she motioned to herself, they devolved into a species so bereft of magic that we have to rely on the tower to grant us abilities. Loth pointed up. They don't die from old age, you know. Somewhere up above us is a dragon that is a direct ancestor of mine. I want it. You want to kill one of your direct ancestors? Will asked, cocking a brow. Honestly, I would just settle for a pound of flesh, but I don't think it will part with it willingly. Probably not, Will said, itching his left hand before shrugging. We can put that on the to-do list. Is there anything I can do for you now? I'm planning on power leveling Badger this evening to improve our food situation enough to support 6 more Tangled. It's good that you mentioned that, Loth said, bringing him over to a wagon where she pulled out a small case with 3 relics, an amulet, circlet, and ring. I'd like you to enhance my cuirass of the cruel tyrant if you don't mind, she said. Will reached in and plucked out the necklace, inspecting it. Necklace of the cruel tyrant. +7 focus. +7 resistance. A certain amount of damage done to you is done to your minions first. Scales with focus. It's the same effect, Will said, realizing why even as he said it. Will Sourdough added part of the stats together and averaged the rest. If she was combining 4 items and only 2 of them had the cruel tyrant ability, then the averaging portion would be rather weak. Then what are the other 2? Will thought, pulling out a golden circlet. Circlet of the Bloody Prince. A +5 focus. A +3 resistance. A +3 acuity. Whenever you kill a minion, all allies gain a small boost to strength and resistance for the duration of combat or until an hour passes. Blinking will check the 3rd item. Ring of the Lash. A +6 kinesthetics. A +4 focus. A +3 strength. Whenever you kill a minion, all allies gain a boost to kinesthetics, movement speed, and damage for the duration of combat or until an hour passes. Will glanced up at the smiling Loth. Let me get this straight, Will said as he combined all the effects in his mind. Yeah. Oh, you get hits. Oh, yes. The damage gets magically offloaded to your bugs. Oh, yes. It counts as coming from you because the effect comes from your armor. Yes, I tested that actually. Then all your minions get boosted for the rest of combat, making them more powerful. Because you killed some of them. Yes. And if you got hit for the same damage again, less bugs would have to die to cover it, because the survivors all got their resistance boosted. Yes. Will frowned, a thought occurring to him. What's the difference between an ally and a minion? Loth Sawtooth's smile widened. You're a scary girl, you know that? Will said, patting Loth on the head. Not as scary as I'm gonna be, Loth said, steepling her black claws. Chapter 130, Power Leveling Civilians. William O. once found a turd on the side of the road, and on a dare polished that turd until it shone. It's the centerpiece of Andover's crown now. Jason Salazar. William O. Resourceful climber level 31. 32 plus 95 strength. 96 plus 76 resistance. 93 plus 106 kinesthetics. 120 plus 62 acuity. 62 plus 61 focus. Charges 118 123. Free points 0. Non-stat item abilities. Plus 40% rogue archetype potency. Plus 40% ranger archetype potency. Coiled lightning, coiled strike. 70% audio-visual dampening while trying to hide. Decreased audio-visual of attacks abilities, resist tracking / extrasensory, plus 30% ranger ability speed and duration beyond control, 25% audio-visual dampening while trespassing breaking into a locked location or container. Phantom hand slots, ring of accuracy, empty, wand of the undead retainer, stormfist's dimensional coiled serpent amulet. Primary abilities, aspect of the immortal serpent ***, phantom hand ***. Secondary abilities, sourdough. Tertiary abilities, phantom eye. And that's without anything equipped to my neck slot, hand slot, or rings, Will mused. Damn. It was time to start sorting through the relics they were acquiring to see if he could grab anything that could act as a standby. Will still had the ring of snaring, but it didn't synergize well with his build as a whole. Another ring of the Eidolon would be nice, but I don't think they make those things below the 9th floor, and I can wear 2 now. A rare few people simply aren't cut out for fighting. Loth mused, bringing Will's attention back to where Logistics Officer Badger was trying to kill a Lathran, which looked something like a giant centipede with fur. The creature was pinned to the ground by one of the thousands of non-lethal traps that Loth's minions had placed along their route overnight. All they had to do was follow the path they were planning on taking anyway, and have their weaker members pick off the trapped monsters. Usually with a long spear and some hand-me-down relics designed to raise their strength. Badger let out a shriek and swung the spear sideways for some reason. The blade twisted and bounced off the target, the entire pole vibrating in his hands, causing him to drop it to the forest floor. He spent the next 5 seconds fumbling to pick it up, during which time the monster would have definitely killed him if it wasn't strapped to the ground by nearly unbreakable webbing. Most people aren't cut out for fighting, Will said, giving their bean counter the benefit of the doubt. Not true, Loth said. When threatened with death, even the most mild-mannered civilian will fight, and surprisingly viciously. It's in your blood. Will glanced up and spotted other climbers watching, shaking their heads, whispering to each other and stifling laughter as Badger flailed again, doing basically nothing to the monster he was supposed to be killing. A thought occurred to Will. He sent his phantom snakes out, ripping the webs keeping the monster pinned out of their anchors in the ground. Badger let out a yelp of terror as the Lathran reared up, glaring down at the human that had been harassing it for several minutes, black mandibles twitching with anger. Loth gave Will a sidelong glance as shouts of surprise rippled through the camp, the nearby climbers' hands going to their weapons as the civilians backed away. Badyor shrieked again and tumbled away as the Lathran struck like a snake, carving out a section of ground inches away from their beam-counter. Badyor rose to his feet, his breath coming fast as the Lathran reared up again. Will could see his heartbeat in his skin practically humming. "Stay back!" Will shouted to the climbers who were edging forward, ready to subdue the monster again. They looked at Will with confusion, edging away. Let's give Badyor's mind a moment to process that feeling of near death. Badyor was too trapped in the moment to hear Will's command. The world had shrunk to just him and the Lathran. He tried to lever the spear against the ground as the monster struck down. A smart move, but it wasn't a relic, and the creature was too heavy and too heavily armored. The spear snapped off in Badyor's hand, the Lanthar smashing into their logistics officer and trapping him against the forest floor. Will caught the creature's mandibles with two phantom snakes, preventing them from crushing the skinny man or cutting him in half. Badyor's horror at being trapped between the mandibles with the mouth parts trying to nibble at him while trapped against the ground triggered exactly what Loth had been speaking of. Badyor let out a feral scream and began stabbing the Lanthar's eye with the spearhead, over and over again with every ounce of muscle he could bring to bear, and then some. Will discreetly had one of his invisible snakes bite the Lanthar's hairy underside where no one would notice the wound, inflicting psychic venom to speed things along. In a matter of seconds, the beast's writhing coils went slack, and Will helped Badyor out from under the beast's mandibles. "I got 3 levels," Badyor whispered, eyes white all the way around. "Nicely done," Will said, slapping him on the back. "How about that?" Will shouted to the observing climbers. "Woo, Badyor," one of the climbers shouted. "That was sweet. Badyor, write off some food and booze. We're having a celebration tonight," Will shouted. Badyor nodded numbly, staring into the distance as the other climbers surrounded him, patting his back and giving him congratulations for the levels and for not dying. In moments, Will was able to disengage from the situation and walk back to Loth, the celebration having already taken on a life of its own, Badyor being sat down at a fire and handed a mug of beer. "Why?" Loth asked. "A lot of reasons," Will said. "I wanted to see if Badyor had it deep down, like you said. I also wanted to ease tension between our logistics officer and our climbers, and our guards were too relaxed. From now on they won't be. But you cast doubt on the ability of my traps to contain monsters," Loth pouted. "Oh, I'm sorry. I know your traps are inescapable," Will consoled her. Loth crossed her arms, looking away from him. "And you wouldn't want people to correctly estimate their danger, would you? Misdirection is half of what a trap is about." Loth sighed and uncrossed her arms. "You're not wrong, but I don't have to like it." Noted. "So what if he's off after this?" Loth asked. "Almost dying does that sometimes." "That's why I ingratiated him with the other climbers," Will said, motioning to the 3 parties currently surrounding Badyor. "I haven't personally witnessed it, but they've surely dealt with it before, and if they like him, they'll help him through it." Loth nodded. The 3 parties on board to guard the caravan were older than Will's party, although was early 20s actually that old. In any case, they'd all been climbing for years longer than Will, and they'd surely seen that kind of damage before. "I wonder, is that what Leon did for me?" Will thought, frowning as he recalled the hint that the retired climber had given him that allowed him to go through doors when his body physically wouldn't allow him to move through the glowing portals. Will's eyes widened. "We need to have Badyor kill some more monsters right now. We'll then set the pace of the caravan to seek out every trapped monster they could get their hands on, putting the logistics officer front and sent her to kill the things without a moment's rest between them. Will could read in his body language that the slender waif was a hair's breadth away from throwing down his spear down and running away, but despite trembling hands, he tightened his grip and stabbed for the eyes. Gone was the wild flailing of before, replaced with a simple, killing thrust. He'd learned. Now was the time to ingrain it in his body. "We're supposed to rotate the civilians," one of the captains whispered into Will's ear. "Why are we still having Badger kill them?" "He needs to do it until his body flushes out the fear. In short, until he gets bored," Will replied, not taking his eyes off the display. "As soon as his hands stop shaking, you can switch in whoever you want." The captain nodded and went back to his party, sharing the plan. About 16 monsters later, Badger's hands weren't shaking, and he gave an exhausted but effective thrust to the eye, dispatching the creature in a single hit. He even kept his grip on the pole as the monster thrashed, yanking the bloodied spear out and cleaning it. Wu, one of the few women that bothered to continue watching the repetitive scene, cheered him on, prompting a weary smile from the dark-haired logistician. "Okay, he's done," Will said, glancing up at the night sky peeking through the canopy, then down to where Anna was cooking up beer and pancakes for anxious climbers. "Let him go to his own party." "So why did you double down on Badger?" Rhea asked once they'd settled down for dinner. "The people were asking me if you were angry at him or something." "What?" Will asked, a syrupy pancake halfway to his face. He wasn't mad at Badger. The man was just doing his job and doing it well. "1/4 ladle per person," Badger reminded Anna as she approached with a ladleful of syrup. "Needs to learn when he's off, though." In response, the baker girl dumped the full ladle of syrup on his pancake, much to the amusement of the other climbers. Will turned his attention back to Rhea. "I thought if we let that one experience crystallize overnight in his mind, he might not have the bravery to try again tomorrow," Will said. "I wanted him to do it so much that the fear drained away to drudgery." "I see," Rhea said with a nod. "By the way, what do you think?" she asked, spinning in place, demonstrating the new clothes she'd acquired for her 6 new copies. Rhea was wearing a simple, easy-to-produce one-piece shift with no sleeves that ended at her upper thigh, with a custom-fitted leather belt around her waist cinching it in. The belt had a decent amount of storage space built into the satchel attached to the back, and several loops to hang things like herbs, relics, or whatever else she picked up along the trail. It was light and breezy, which was good for the jungle. It didn't really provide anything in the way of defense, but Tangled didn't really need any more toughness. Perhaps too light and breezy. Will wasn't going to argue, though. "I like it," Will said. "Where'd you get the belt?" It looked significantly more complex than the shirt. "Brenna is a leather worker and had an ability that can preserve monster hide, so she threw it in for free." Abilities to stop the degradation of monster parts into miasma were becoming more and more important the higher they went. I should look into those. "So, me and the other new Rheas were going to push out into the jungle and establish a perimeter," Rhea said, sitting beside him. "I was wondering if you would be interested in joining us for a Will." "Will, you haven't touched your cake," Anna interrupted as she arrived beside him, cutting a piece of syrup-soaked pancake and offering it to him. "By the way, I was wondering. What is happening right now? Will, I stole your poorly guarded paperweight, making me the one true phantom thief. If you wish for it back, you must be," began a rant as she appeared beside him. "Ahem." All of them froze as Jean cleared her throat, standing above the 4 of them, arms crossed ominously. The 3 fragments of Brianna Jean Baker's personality scattered, scampering away like frightened animals. Will glanced up at Jean. The older woman seemed to be aging in reverse as her mental wounds gradually healed. She had steely white hair the first time he met her, and now it was black with a streak of gray, the wrinkled substantially reduced. Jean was a persona that Brianna had adopted, the aunt whom she'd admired for her mental strength. As she needed to lean on the facade less and less, the original girl they'd met on the third floor began to shine through. "You wanted my attention?" Will asked. "You could tell?" Jean asked with a wry smile as she pulled up a log stool and sat beside him. "A little bit," Will said with a shrug. Being mobbed by all her fragments at the same time must have stemmed from the original wanting to get a word with him. Perhaps it was even unconscious. A lot of the information that passed between them was unless they directed conscious attention to it. Jean clasped her gnarled hands together, scanning the party, where Anna was laughing carefree as the girl Jean had wanted to be and Rhea was standing watchful guard, the protector Brianna had desired. B was off being free and wild, fulfilling another fantasy of Brianna's. "I never got much chance to see the 7th floor the first time through," Jean said, looking up at the stars through the canopy. "They kept us locked up in the bus the whole way to the stronghold. Didn't need to get leveled now that we were there," they said. Will nodded, not sure what to say. Jean simply let that statement and all it implied hang in the air for several minutes as she searched for the words to say. "Will, I'm not sure we can go back to that stronghold," Jean said. "Frederick Weird is dead," Will said. "Maybe, but it wasn't like he was the one doing all the work." There was an entire industry devoted to breaking Tangled. There's going to be some familiar faces there, and I'm not sure how I'll react. Abyss, I'm not sure how they'll react. They have abilities that can make people with low focus do things. They might see me as easy prey or some kind of bargaining chip they can take away from you. "Want me to kill M?" Will offered. He'd probably have to kill Mark Weird too if that was the case, but that probably wasn't too great a challenge. Jean gave him a long, weighty glance, seemingly considering his offer for nearly a full minute before reluctantly shaking her head. "No, I want to put it behind me. I just wanted to talk with someone who knows my story, share my worries." Will turned and drew Jean into a hug. "You're going to break through this," Will promised. "And if they try anything, I'll pull you out of there and erase the stronghold from the map. Trust me, I can do that." In the distance, several Anna wobbled in place and leaned on nearby support, fanning themselves off while more than one Rhea tripped mid-stride, landing awkwardly as their knees gave out. "Okay," Jean nodded. Even without his enhanced senses, Will would be able to feel the tiny bloom of damp tears on his shoulder. "Smooth," Loth said from beside them where she was eating a steak. "Quiet, you." Chapter 131, Training. The days gradually went by more and more smoothly once they got a handle on the monsters, which seemed unending at first. The teeming life of the jungle slowly ran out of surprises, never completely out of surprises, but less. Taking the extra time to level, the civilians kept them much safer than they might have otherwise been, and had fringe benefits. The food got better, with Badger's preservation ability allowing them to add more meat to the menu and stretch their stores even further. As they gained levels, less civilians could handle more and more work, allowing the setup and takedown of camp to happen in a matter of moments. Fixes to caravan wheels or the dreaded broken axle were done in minutes, rather than bringing the entire caravan to a halt for an entire afternoon. Will got used to the sight of most of the carpenters sitting around chatting, while one lifted an entire wagon, another underneath the wood box on wheels, mending something or other with an active ability. The Earth Mages added a significant amount of volume to what they could control, allowing them to flatten a larger radius around the camp. They also used their extra dailies to create earthworks, short walls that Rhea could man, creating just a little bit of extra protection against the outside. More than anything, the walls hid the light of the campfire from monsters who might be drawn to it, which was plenty helpful. The water mages didn't really get the opportunity to shine, seeing as they didn't need any extra water, but Will suspected they would be seeing the benefits of their levels once they reached the next desert floor. While the caravan was forming a cohesive group, Will ranged ahead of them, checking Loth's traps, eliminating monsters unsuited for civilian power leveling, looking for any signs that other climbers might be staging an ambush. Even with all that, he had plenty of free time, and most of it was spent practicing new applications of Phantom Hand and aspect of the Immortal Serpent, with a focus on integrating them into his fighting style. Focus 123-109. A nail hissed out and drove itself deep into the wood of nearby tree as Will sprinted through the air, coming to a sliding stop midair in the center of a clearing, picturing himself chased by the teleporting ranger that had given him so much trouble. Focus 109-123. Will dismissed the carpenter's nail and his focus popped back up, then promptly dropped back down as he created copy of a short sword in his offhand, warding off an imaginary attack while throwing his tomahawk with the other. The axe buried itself in a tree in the distance while Will kicked a shockwave through the air to blast arrows off course. Will flipped upside down and kicked off the air above him and went to ground in the blink of an eye, winding through the brush as he retrieved the tomahawk with one phantom snake, while two more unleashed their own carpenter's nails to cover the one retrieving the axe, preventing his imaginary opponent from seizing on the opportunity to steal it from him or damage the eidolon. Focus 109-81. Will dismissed the two phantom nails and short sword as the axe flew back into his hand, warding off a feral strike from an imaginary berserker in the process. Focus 80-123. Will continued the fight with varying levels of intensity for hours, giving abilities to his opponent that he hadn't personally witnessed, but suspected they had, keeping them as fast or faster than him, always testing himself through new scenarios. What if? What if? Will was fighting in tandem with Loth in his imagination when his imaginary ranger opponent tricked him into shooting a nail at Loth using portals. A surge of panic flooded Will's body, and he reflexively grasped the air with one of the snakes near imaginary Loth. A wall of air solidified in front of her, which the carpenter's nail struck with overwhelming force, cracking the makeshift shield with an audible noise, burying itself into the tree that served as his imaginary Loth, but not as deep as it could have. I can do that. It stood to reason. He could create flat platforms to stand on. Why not a vertical shield? It wasn't exceptionally strong, but it was quick, free, and invisible. What if I? Will shot another nail at the tree, his phantom snake grabbing the air and yanking it to the side. It was a complex action because he had to stamp basically everything except for the nail with the not terrain label. But it worked. Dragged by the suddenly thick air it was embedded in, the nail veered off to the side, carving a furrow in the side of the tree before tumbling off somewhere. Will dismissed it. Will tried again, this time grabbing the air and shoving it violently forward in the opposite direction of the nail, intending to kill its momentum by applying more direct force against the projectile. Boom. The nail cut through the extra stiff air and again buried itself in the tree, regardless of Will's intent to block it. The brush and trees on the receiving end of a wall of solidified air, on the other hand, had been knocked flat, creating an echoing rumble that would surely be heard all the way back at the caravan. They probably thought Will was fighting some kaiju or something. He was probably going to have to apologize for worrying Anna. Whoops. Well, back to practicing. Will dragged his foot forward through the air, grabbing a bit of it with his ability and trying to create a spike of air that followed the trajectory of his foot, letting go, and then moving his foot out of the way to allow the spike to continue on. Crunch, the solidified air made a scuff mark on the bark of the tree, but it had nowhere near the penetrative power of his phantom items. Even boosted over 50 times, there was only so much power you could get out of air. Could be useful for a quick, distracting punch to the nose or groin, Will mused to himself, practicing the move again and again, never quite making the spike sharp. He didn't make much headway with the move until he hunted another shadow cat and was plucking a stray claw out of a nearby tree when he noted the way it was composed, with an exterior layer, dulled by frequent use, and a small, sharp inner layer, ready to make itself known as soon as the outer layer sloughed off. In fact, the claw was in the midst of doing so, and Will peeled the outer layer away, revealing a fine point that could have ripped him apart if it had caught his skin. An idea shot through his mind like a thunderbolt. Can I make layers? If he could find a way to sacrifice a dull, crumbly outer layer in exchange for reinforcing a smaller inner layer to a higher degree, it might be able to punch through things to deal real damage to his targets. Will immediately began practicing it, and at first he couldn't quite grasp the mental image required to make any of the layering happen. This went on for some time until he had the idea to introduce stress. Like bending the living branch of a tree, one side would compress while the other side would tear apart, eventually snapping. Will stood on living tree branches far too small to support him all the time. Will practiced adding a feeling of stress to the move. He had already gotten the hang of tricking aspect of the serpent that he needed those footholds in that specific shape. Now he needed to convince aspect that it needed to be reinforced in a certain pattern to avoid dropping him. As if he were expecting to receive a sudden weight shoving him to the side, Will convinced the air that it needed to be able to take a weight applying a bending force. Crack, what was that? After hundreds of attempts, Will heard something different. He inspected the tree and spotted a line of damage on the bark about half the length of his finger. A line of damage instead of a blunt scuff against the bark. It pierced maybe a fingernail's depth into the bark, enough to make a non-lethal cut on a baseline human. I wish I could see the damn thing, Will mused. This was like learning how to read and write while blind. Not impossible, but slow and frustrating. Why don't you just make it so you can see it? Will then spent the evening kicking the air above a small fire that he kept fed with young branches, creating a billowing cloud of smoke. Snag some air, manipulate that feeling of tension where the stress will be highest. Create layers. Will kicked through the smoke cloud, grabbing a chunk of it. The block of smoke shot forward, Will watching carefully as the leading edge sloughed off as it traveled through the air, revealing a sharper section buried just under the surface an instant before it impacted the tree. Crack. About 1 knuckle deep, Will thought, measuring it. Enough to make serious lacerations on a pre-system human and a non-lethal one on a climber. 3 knuckles deep in hardwood was enough for it to start being truly dangerous to another climber. Will went back to the fire and noted that the smoke from the fire was thinning out. He sighed and turned to find some green branches, spotting one of Brenna's younger daughters carrying an armful of green wood, perfect for making smoke. "My lord," she mumbled, bowing and adding them to the fire before leaving. In the distance, Will could see 3 other civilians had decided to gather green wood for him. I didn't ask for them to do that. It was a strange feeling, when your actions began dragging people along behind them, like the wake of a boat. "Thank you," Will said, resuming his practice. He'd successfully driven the smoke into the wood to nearly the 2nd knuckle, but he was running into the hard limits of what aspect could do with air when he heard Mason arrive from the caravan. Everyone had a distinct chest, which led to distinct breathing sounds. A year ago, if someone had told him that he could distinguish people by their breathing, Will would have scoffed. If they'd told him he could tell where they were by the change in temperature on his skin, he would have laughed in their face. But here we are, not very powerful, is it? Mason asked as he arrived beside Will. No, but it's free. Ah, yes, free is good. Mason created a bead of fire that danced on the tips of his fingers before flicking it forward, searing 3 knuckles into the wood, his cantrip leaving a deep scorch mark right beside Will's. Mocking his progress, Will raised an eyebrow. What? Mason asked with a smirk. Will stomped on the ground, applying the layering and stress techniques he'd been practicing on air. Earth was much less slippery, much more solid. A ripple of earth coalesced into a man-length spear that shot forward and pierced through the tree, erupting out the back in a shower of wood shrapnel and causing the entire tree to split in half. Mason was pale, studying the spike of hardened earth slowly crumbling as Will's ability released it. Or maybe he wasn't pale. It was hard to tell with the way the light bounced off Mason's skin. Show off. What did you want? Will asked. Practice, Mason said. Will turned to face him fully. We've been on standby for nearly a week. Mason explained, motioning to the rest of Will's party. The other parties we brought have gained levels and relics and generally gotten accustomed to the floor. There's not much for us to do now, so we need some practice to stay sharp. We're about to go into another lord's territory after all. What kind of practice did you want? Will asked. Mason looked Will from head to toe. Hunting something dangerous. Will felt a smile blooming on his face. That could be arranged. Chapter 132, Itty-Bitty Little Snake. Ouroboros was once attacked by a coalition of gods and men with the intent of subduing chaos and bending the tower to their will. In the midst of the battle, Ouroboros shed several skins of titanic proportions. These immortal serpents continued to fight on while their creator shrank down to the size of a humble garden snake, weaving between the hooves of cavalry and tromping of iron boots. And so it was that humanity failed to bring chaos to heel. Ouroboros spent a few years being fed tasty mice and fishies by a young priestess of Holdna, but that's neither here nor there. Jason Salazar. The next day, Will faced off against his former party, June, Loth, Mason, Reggie, Alicia, and Travis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Will mentally counted them, moving his phantom snakes behind the ones with ranged abilities as he spoke the rules they'd decided. No shots to the head, no faking serious injury. If someone gets hurt bad, we bring them back to camp immediately. If that happens, everyone stops until that person is back on their feet. If a fight goes into the caravan or outside the arena, that fight is over. The 6 of them nodded. All right then, Will said, limbering up. How unfair do you guys want this to be? Go nuts, June said, knocking an arrow. Mason nodded along with Reggie and Travis. Alicia looked a bit nervous. Loth's eyes were half-lidded. They say that, but hitting everyone with cannonballs in the first fraction of a second would probably put a damper on things, plus nobody would get any meaningful practice. Begin, Saint Charnessa, the leader of the small group of priestesses, shouted, bringing her hand down in a chopping motion. The ground opened up beneath Will, revealing a mass of flesh-eating insects that Loth had concealed overnight. Will stood on the air above the trap, one of his phantom snakes batting aside Mason's conflagration, causing a spout of flame to rise into the air. Snap! Lines of barbed wire hurtled up from the ground, attempting to surround him and drag him into the pit. Will tapped the air with his toe, solidifying another layer of air beneath himself to ward off the barbed wire while his phantom snake blocked Alicia's curse that would have popped his heart, wrapping around her ankle and yanking her backwards. prompting a shout of surprise. With his right hand, Will grabbed the air, pulling June's magical arrow aside and causing it to swerve around him. Azay. Will was forced to start moving as one of Loth's projectile insects approached from an awkward angle, prompting him to duck and sprint off to the side, heading for the jungle. The arena was a roughly 1 square mile area that they'd cleared of anything too dangerous. As exciting as battling each other and the unknown might be, it was pure foolishness getting ambushed by something totally preventable. Will almost made it to the tree line. Is running away all you can do? Travis demanded, causing Will's feet to slide against the air as he unconsciously strove to reverse his course and punch the annoying bastard, who happened to be everywhere. There were dozens of copies of Travis in various cocky stances, gesturing for Will to come and get them. Will pointed at the Travis hiding inside the bounds of the caravan, the only one giving off body heat. Travis is disqualified. Good plan, though. If it had worked, no one would have been the wiser that he was cheating, which, in an actual fight, was a good tactic. Still cheating, though? Tusk! The surrounding illusions expressed their frustration and flickered out of existence while the rest of the party recovered from the first exchange. Will batted away another curse attempt from Loth and Alicia, avoiding the connection before they could be formed. Which was good, because Will didn't want his heart to stop or a wasp bursting out of his chest. Now that I think about it, running into the forest immediately would be a problem. Alicia could curse him from any distance, but he couldn't feel it coming from any distance. Part of it was simply being able to see the direction of her gaze and the flash of blue when she triggered the ability. If he couldn't respond to it, that would take him out right away. Alicia's gotta go, Will decided. Now how? Boom, an explosion detonated directly in front of Will as Mason got a conflagration past the snake impeding his hands. Will tumbled into the jungle, crashing through a tree. Ow! Sure, he was far tougher than the tree itself, but cutting a tree in half with your lower back still hurt a bit. Phantom Eye. 123-122 charge remaining. Will sent the Phantom Eye back along the path he'd taken, spotting the magical arrow hurtling towards him. Will rose to his feet, intending to dodge, when steel wire burst out of the innocuous tree beside him, looping around him and strapping him tight to the hardwood. 6 at once might be a bit much, Will thought, his mind desperately trying to come up with a solution to the arrow problem even as Mason wound up another conflagration, intending to clear-cut the jungle until he got Will. Alicia was rising to her feet, pointing directly at where Will had landed despite hundreds of feet of rough jungle between the two of them. Will grabbed the air with his hand and gave it a subtle twist, making slanted layers of hardened air. The magical arrow deflected to the side and buried itself in the tree behind him. Will used his phantom snake to kick dirt into Alicia's eyes. She managed to block, but all he needed was a moment's distraction. Progenitor's disguise. This is very strange, Will thought as the feathered serpent mask swallowed Will whole, causing his limbs to fuse into his sides, his body lengthening as he turned into an itty-bitty little snake, less than 2 feet long. The steel wires ratcheted inward as he shrank, intent on preventing his escape, but Will simply slipped one of his phantom snakes in beside him to keep the tension up, slipping out of the trap. It was a strange sensation, the world around him seemingly expanding as he shrank, his depth vision turning blurry and other senses rushing to take its place. His stomach wriggling of its own accord as he tried to move. He picked himself up with a phantom snake and tossed himself up and away as fast as he could without killing himself. Boom. Mason's conflagration erupted behind him, propelling him across the arena, along with hundreds of bits of the canopy, including a couple other itty-bitty little snakes who happened to get dragged along for the ride. Will flicked his itty-bitty tongue in greeting as they tumbled through the air. Mason. Mason's heart was beating a frantic rhythm as he tried to calm it enough to feel the surrounding area for Will's damned phantoms. They made casting nearly impossible. This is what I asked for. Mason needed a sense for where he stood and ideas for how he might continue to improve. And to get that, he needed to face something monstrous. "Where is he?" June asked, a glowing arrow nocked and ready. Alicia unshielded her eyes, blinking to make sure there was no dirt in them before scanning the surrounding jungle, her eyes gradually widening. "He's gone," she whispered. "What do you mean, gone?" June asked. "His stealth relics don't stop you from seeing him." Mason nodded. They had asked Alicia to track him while he was out scouting for a few days now. At no point had Alicia had any trouble following him, even when he was sneaking around the outskirts of the caravan. He couldn't hide from her, not with anything he'd revealed before anyway. Alicia gave a helpless shrug. "I don't know," she whispered, eyes wide and flickering desperately across the jungle like someone who'd lost their grandmother's ring. "He's just gone." Alicia let out a yelp of surprise as an invisible force wrapped around her ankle and dragged her into the darkness of the jungle. "Evidence to the contrary," Loth said, pointing. "Don't let it take her." June shouted over her, drawing her bow and shooting at the invisible force in a single heartbeat. Her arrow veered off to the side, thrown off course by another invisible force, and Alicia's squeals of distress faded into the darkness of the jungle. Reggie charged into the jungle after Alicia, bellowing in rage. "Well, you said you wanted to hunt something dangerous," Loth said, gesturing to the jungle. Mason and June exchanged glances. "I'm game if you are," June said, nodding to the looming jungle. "This was your idea." "I'll come with you," a whited-haired priestess of Holdna said, approaching from the caravan. "Holdna tells me that healing may be required." The four of them forged a path into the jungle, stopping where Reggie was crying over Alicia's corpse. The girl was holding a trembling wooden sign made of green wood, carved out in rough print with a tomahawk, and it said, "Disemboled." "Disemboled?" Mason asked, frowning. Loth clicked her tongue. "So close," the kobold's raspy voice said. "Honestly, this is so much better than 6 months ago." "Is she still alive?" June asked the priestess. "Disemboling isn't instant death, especially against a climber, so as long as you have a greater health potion, she can rejoin the hunt," St. Charnessa said. "Oh, Reggie fumbled through his pockets and grabbed a wool ball with a red cross stitched onto it and tossed it to the saint before helping Alicia to her feet. The white-haired priestess of the hunt pocketed the greater health potion with a quietly amused expression. "Over here," Loth said, motioning for them to come to her. She stood beside a tree with steel wires embedded in the bark. "This trap caught him, at least for a moment," Loth said, running a claw along the steel, her eyes widening. "Then he got smaller." "He did what?" June demanded. "He got smaller," Loth said, a small swarm of insects emerging from her sleeve and alighting on the trap, tasting it. "I can still track him, though. Every trap I planted has a unique scent." In a matter of seconds, the insects began flying to the northeast. This might just work, Mason thought to himself. The swarm of trackers froze in midair and veered to the side, splattering against a tree trunk. Loth clicked her tongue again. "Fu, he's still watching us." "How?" June demanded, trying to look everywhere at once. "Phantom Eye, he got it when he hit level 30. Loth glanced up at the rest of them. "Lasts a bit over 2 minutes, no range limit. Allows him to see and direct his phantom hand from miles away." "Does no one else take detailed notes on everyone's build?" Loth asked, glancing between them. It's kind of rude, Alicia whispered. That's stupid. Loth said. That's fair, June said. What else do you know about our prey? Loth tapped her chin. The berserker we were fighting outside the tower transformed into a Quetzalcoatl. It was unlikely her ability. Rather, it was likely from the set that Will is now wearing. He might be using it to transform into something significantly smaller to go unnoticed and buy time while his phantom hand picks us off one at a time. Loth glanced up at the canopy, then at Alicia. How many snakes are in this jungle? She asked. So many, Alicia responded, her blue flame eyes wide. Right. This is the floor known to have immortal serpents as raid bosses, Mason thought, scanning the canopy, spotting a snake lazing on a branch in a matter of seconds with his advanced acuity. Well then, June said, hefting her bow, don't aim at any snakes, Loth said, holding up a hand. It would be a waste of time and arrows. He can't read lips as far as I know, so he doesn't know we know. Let's keep it that way. The tracker bugs gave us a heading. Let's narrow in on his position before we spring the trap. Reggie, keep us alive until then. "'S my job, Reggie said, hefting his massive tower shield. Gods, I wish Travis wasn't such an idiot, June sighed, creeping forward into the jungle. Mason noticed the saint's eye twitch at that comment. Will asterisk. I'm not sure, but I kinda think this might be a raid boss, Will thought as the gargantuan snake uncoiled itself to peer at him. It could have easily crushed the entire arena of the city of Ackle and every spectator in it. There was no raid boss in the area we cleared. Did it move in the last few hours? Will thought, glancing past it at the massive path of crushed underbrush behind it, stretching for miles into the distance. Will turned his gaze back to the immortal serpent. He would have been sweating profusely if this form could do that. The immortal serpent's eyes were a brilliant green that seemed far too human and far too intelligent as it focused solely on him with the intensity not of a predator, but of an old man who'd found a curious distraction. That was even scarier. It flicked its tongue at him. Hello, 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 can you speak, young one? Will blinked as the tongue flick seemed to simply form into language in his mind. I suppose I can, Will tongue flicked back. Awfully small for such potent magic, aren't you? The immortal serpent tongue flicked at him. I suppose I am. Will replied, not really sure of what to say that wouldn't reveal his identity. Best to just go with the flow for now. Are you lost? The immortal serpent asked. You're terribly young to be here. Here is where, Will asked. The killing fields, where the most exhausted of us go to do battle with climbers to die in glorious battle and be reborn. You want to die. Will asked, you must be a new soul, how rare. We molts are blessed with infinite life and cursed. Dying for us is, how do I put this, refreshing. It dulls the pain of old sorrows, making them feel as though they happened to someone else. We still remember them, of course, but it feels like a new start. Fascinating, Will mused to himself. I didn't know monsters had this much depth of thought. Monster. Monster, the immortal serpent reared up, peering down at him with deep suspicion. Did I tongue flick that out loud? Will thought. Chapter 133, Youthful Competition. And that is why we are not monsters, or demons, or anything but a proud race of warriors descended from the divine world snake in ages long lost to the sands of time, waiting for the final battle, when Ouroboros will call his erstwhile molts back to him. Unfortunately for Will, tongue flicks didn't require pauses for breathing, so this old man hadn't stopped lecturing him in nearly an hour. All the while his party was creeping closer and closer. Shouldn't they see the giant snake? Alicia at least should see the skeleton the size of a forest. Maybe it's too big to make sense to her eyes. Like a gnat looking up at a bathtub, I should just warn them directly. None of this subtlety bullshit. Phantom I. 113, 112 charge remaining. Will sent the eye and 3 of his phantom snakes back towards them. The immortal serpent's carriage-sized emerald eyes flick to follow Will's phantoms, then back to him. You have strange magics for one of us who were your parents again. Will mentally flipped a coin. Thomas O. Will replied. Thomas O. That doesn't ring a O-H-I-M. You call your father by his human disguise? The tone Will read from the tongue flicks was scandalized. Will tongue flicked the equivalent of a shrug. It's the only name of his I've ever heard. Oh, you must be the result of those attempts to create new souls by interbreeding with those skin sacks. It warms my heart to see something come of that because so few of them survive childhood. They're such sickly offspring, albeit proliferous. You do realize they're being hunted by the Church of Greenish. Will asked, of course they are. They're our sworn enemies. Every baby serpent starts its journey as both predator and prey. A natural weeding out of the weak is healthy for the population. No, you don't understand, Will tongue refuted. It's not natural weeding at all. It's organized slaughter. They set up, there was no snake word for orphanage. Kill boxes where all young must pass through, test all of them and eliminate the ones they deem to be of your blood. The conditions aren't harsh, they're unwinnable, and yet here you are. The immortal serpent said, his tongue flicks radiating a certain smugness. Will wasn't sure if he was more pissed at the immortal serpents for knowingly creating thousands of doomed innocents, or the church for actually killing them. Both could use a good punching. While he spoke with the immortal serpent, he directed his phantom snakes to snap a fallen log on half and carve a message on the flat surface with their teeth. Raid boss ahead. Hang back except Loth. Peaceful discussion possible. He watched the party discuss whether or not it was a trick, when Alicia finally snapped her head up, her gaze following the towering rib bones the size of towers. With a whisper from her, the party changed their stance, becoming more alert as Loth broke out ahead of them, trudging through the jungle into the clearing formed by the shifting coils of the enormous snake. What's this? A tiny devolved dragonkin cousin, the immortal serpent tongue-flicked lifting its head and peering over its own bulk at the ant beneath it. Greetings, cousin, it tongue-flicked. Loth cocked her head to the side. I'm afraid I don't understand, she shouted up at the looming head. Oh, the poor thing, not knowing tongue speech. I came out here intending to find glorious death in battle and a temporary release from the March of Ages, and instead I find 2 curiosities back to back. I haven't done this in an epoch. Let's see arms, legs, hair, penis. The enormous snake stiffened a bit, and tongue flicked a groan of discomfort as it began to shrink, reducing from a natural calamity down to a withered, naked old man with a beard that seemed to trail down to his ankles. There we go. Forgot how awful human skin is, he muttered, pushing himself to his feet and brushing leaves and sticks off his skin and out of his beard. Good afternoon, cousin, he said, regarding Loth as he glanced past her into the jungle. Do you wish for me to kill the humans chasing you? Greetings, cousin, Loth said, performing a rather graceful bow. They are not chasing me, they are my party. I would request that you refrain from killing them. Oh my. How progressive. You're so well-spoken for one of the devolved, too. Lovely. Loth the Luminary, Kobold Paragon, Loth said, offering a pitch-black pebbled hand. Arkesh the Mind Conqueror. Molt of Ouroboros twice removed. Arkesh replied, giving it a dainty shake. Will would have broke into a cold sweat if he could. Mind Conqueror was concerning, to say the least. Arkesh, we were in the middle of a mock battle with one William O, who is likely disguised as a snake. Would you happen to know where he went? Loth asked sweetly. Eyes on the prize, that one, Will thought. Ah, to be young again, Arkesh said. Is this true? He asked without looking directly at Will. Will knew if he said no, the immortal serpent would immediately attempt to kill the others, which was unacceptable. Loth understood this and had put Will in the position of being forced to admit it, preventing him from trying any tricks by betting her life. Yeah, it's true, Will tongue flicked. Then by all means continue your war games. If you don't mind, I will merely observe. I'm not so uncouth as to attack youth enjoying a lovely afternoon. Loth cocked her head and waited. He's right there. Arkesh pointed at the branch where Will rested, progenitor's disguise cancelled. Shit, Will shouted, leaping to his feet and sprinting across the clearing, as Loth's projectile insects began hissing through the air after him. Arkesh the Mind Conqueror laughed, clapping his hands together as Will began dodging and weaving through the air, slapping Loth's bugs aside and sending a short sword hissing towards the others, trying to catch them off guard as they emerged into the brightness of the clearing. Reggie stepped in front and tanked the hit, the phantom short sword clanging aside, leaving a furrow in the tank's great shield, which was functionally a portable wall to hide behind. Will had to dedicate a whole phantom snake each to keeping Alicia, Mason, and Loth under control, or else he'd be finished by their abilities, leaving only two left to maneuver and adapt to the situation. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the Saint watching their battle impassively, keeping one eye on the immortal serpent. I really hope she doesn't do anything stupid. I hope continuing the fight isn't stupid. With a name like the Mind Conqueror, Will had been running his memory key on and off from the moment he'd said it, which was eating into his ability to concentrate on the fight. The fight was also eating into their ability to resist if Arkesh decided he wanted to kill them after all. Yeah, it's stupid. I need to end this. I surrender, Will shouted, holding his hand up, causing everything to come to a screeching halt. No, child, you had so much more fight in you, Arkesh whined. I could feel it in my guts that you could have won against these bony flesh bags. Arkesh gestured to the rest of Will's party, some of whom seemed a bit miffed at being called bony flesh bags. Will gave the bony old man a sideways glance, carefully weighing his response. I mean no disrespect, but we can't possibly know your intentions, and weakening ourselves in front of a stranger would be foolish, Will said, hedging his tone as best he could. Accusing me of the underhandedness of human savages. Me, PSSH. The nerve, Arkesh said, waving the idea away like an annoying insect. Fine, come here all of you, he said, motioning for the rest of Will's party to approach. They hesitantly approached, their weapons held tight. I give you my word as one of the divine molts twice removed that I will not attack anyone here under any circumstances, even unto my death. To sweeten the pot, I will give the winning group a prize. He pointed at Loth. What do you want, cousin? A sacrifice of a true dragon ancestor, Loth replied immediately. I know where one is, Arkesh said, then pointed at Will. Scion, what do you want? I want a sacrifice to reinforce my phantoms, prevent them from being destroyed by others' abilities, and recover their slotted relics if they are destroyed. Will responded. I know of a raid boss that can do that first part. He pointed at the rest of the party. I'll give you bony skin sacks some treasure if you win. I know how much you like shiny treasure. Arkesh made a strange, gulping noise and tapped his chest with his fist. A moment later, his neck and mouth stretched unnaturally as he disgorged a bangle formed from gold and mother-of-pearl into his palm, tossing it to Mason. Mason's eyes widened. I'm in, Mason said, handing it to June. June studied the relic for a second, her expression matching Mason's. We accept, June said, passing it along. We humans do love our shinies. Of course you do, Arkesh said, his gaze lingering on the saint standing off to the side. Is everyone in agreement? Will glanced at Loth, their gazes exchanging unspoken words. What are the odds he's just going to kill us? And is the possible reward worth the risk? He was still treating Will like the child of a familiar acquaintance. From the beginning, there had been no hostility, and he seemed to be honor-driven before he'd even been aware of the rest of Will's party. If it was a ruse, it was a damn good one. There was a good chance this was a legitimate offer. Will ran through his memory key one more time, then nodded. Loth nodded back. The one thing that all climbers shared was a burning greed for good sacrifices and a willingness to stupidly risk their lives to acquire them. I'm in, Will said. Excellent, Arkesh said, grabbing Will's arm and dragging him aside. You stand here. You guys back to the edge of the clearing, Arkesh said, gesturing for the others to back up with a shooing motion. He's really getting into this, Will thought, bemused by the raid boss's investment in their mock battle. And begin. Will hit all 5 of them at once with a barrage of cannonballs. After each one hit, Will dismissed it and made a new one, creating an unending stream of heavy iron flying at lethal speeds across the battlefield. It was doing less damage than it should. Reggie let out a shout as he buffed himself, his resistance and armor allowing him to soak the damage from all 5 streams of iron without being torn apart like the other 4 would have been. In a fraction of a second, Will had to drop 3 streams to stop Alicia, Mason, and Loth's kill shots. June's arrows, while they had extreme penetrative power and a bit of tracking, weren't flying fast enough to cause Will serious trouble, so he left her as an afterthought. Will directed his 2 free phantom snakes to grab Reggie by the ankles and toss him a mile or so away, effectively removing him from the fight. Meanwhile, he wrapped the phantom snake under Alicia's chin, strangling her and directing her gaze straight up into the sky. The invisible snake was forced to release her when she went to stab it with a sidearm, unwinding from her neck in a fraction of a second before wrapping around her weapon hand, drawing it up in front of her eyes while twisting it in an attempt to break her wrist. Will charged straight towards June while Loth contended with another phantom snake, and Mason screamed with frustration as a snake tail kept swatting his hands mid-cast. June's eyes widened as Will arrived in front of her, dodging past a wild swipe from her short sword and grazing his tomahawk across her shoulder before kicking her away. Will had been hesitant to use the psychic venom debuff on his teammates, given how dangerous it was, which was why he had avoided it up until now. Will gave himself a firm reminder to cure their psychic venom as soon as possible, then proceeded to have each of his serpents bite the target they were currently harrying. There was a gasp of pain from Alicia before an explosion rocked the clearing. Boom! A beam of pure fire swept past Will, forcing him to flatten himself to the ground. The snake that had bit Mason was missing its head, as rivulets of pure molten fire dripped from the fang holes in the back of Mason's hand. Interesting. Will retired that snake before it could lose the ring of accuracy imprint. The head was more aesthetic than anything, so it could grow back as long as it didn't get completely erased. I don't feel so good, Alicia whispered. June's knees were trembling as she tried to lift her bow. Mason, light the pipe, please. Will said, stuffing some dried leaf in the pipe in the back of the tomahawk of the underworld guide before throwing it at the nuker, who dodged, lit the pipe with a flick of a finger before firing back with a full-fledged conflagration towards Will. Will dove aside and sent the tomahawk to Alicia, who gratefully inhaled through the pipe, curring the psychic venom, then passing it to June. Alicia and June are out, the bony priestess of Holdna said, nodding. Take a rest, dears. Now it's just Loth and Mason. Loth had sunk into the ground to break line of sight while Will had been blinded by Mason's counter. She had likely offloaded damage onto her insects rather than get hit by the psychic venom. Will glanced at Mason's wounded hand. There was no actual blood. Did he resist psychic venom, cure it somehow, or did he simply take so little damage that the debuff couldn't take effect? I suppose we'll see. A deep rumbling filled the arena as two enormous hemispheres of solid stone emerged from the edge of the clearing, raising up into the sky before combining together above him, sealing off the blue sky above and plunging them into pure darkness. Fantastic, Arkesh mused. On closer inspection, the stone itself seemed to shift and shimmer ominously, and Will realized it was crawling with deadly insects who would swarm him if he got too close. When did she even have time? Will demanded internally as a ball of fire began to hover above Mason, acting like a torch and casting the nuker in a bright orange glow. Naturally, Loth wasn't planning on coming out from underground, fully intending to stay in safety while he exhausted himself against Mason. To that I say Phantom Eye. Will began scanning the underground with Phantom Eye while skirmishing with Mason. If Loth still had any glow bugs in her clothes, Will would be able to locate her. I've got 4 phantom snakes left. Will thought, what's my best option? Mason's got his shield up again. Even if I don't let him hit me, he can recharge his shield by killing some of Loth's bugs. The solution was instant, overwhelming aggression. Will unleashed his cannonball trick on Mason, creating 4 streams of lethal iron. The first few stopped dead against Mason's shield, causing a flare of blue before the shield shattered and the rest blasted through, blowing several holes through Mason's body. Will immediately shut off the stream of cannonballs. Healing. Will shouted to Saint Charnessa, an instant before a conflagration caught him in the side and sent him tumbling across the clearing, his clothes and hair smoking. "Come on, don't write me off like that," Mason said, still standing in the same spot, the gaping cannonball holes in his body cracked and revealing a thin layer of pearlescent material framing a vast empty blackness inside him. "Are you hollow?" Will demanded, lifting his head as he struggled to right himself quickly. Mason shrugged, waggling his hand, looking like a piece of living pottery someone had taken a hammer to. "It's a bit complicated to go into right this moment." From the vast emptiness inside Mason, Will spotted a point of light rapidly approaching, flinging himself aside just in time to avoid being caught by the attack as it blasted out of Mason's empty shell. The ground under him snapped upwards, barbed spikes trying to sink into his flesh and drag him under. This might be a bit more difficult than I anticipated, Will thought as he flung himself into the air. How can I damage that? Will thought, eyeballing Mason's cracked, empty form. He's got a near impossible to damage build. Oh, right, Will nearly slapped his forehead. The original reason I'm so hard to fight. Will sent his phantom snakes out and snatched away Mason's relics, causing the nuker's eyes to widen as the vast majority of his build crumbled. In a matter of seconds, the tide turned. Mason was still hollow, but he lost the ability to launch conflagrations from inside himself, and his internal organs became visible, the red squishy bits floating in midair only about 20 feet deep inside him. Will ran Mason around until the nuker ran out of charge. Then he choked him out and threatened his hidden internal organs with a cannonball. Mason tapped out. Will drove Loth out from underground by spending the next few minutes using aspect of the serpent to collapse the little caves she made for herself, making hiding underground untenable. Once she emerged, Will stole her relics, prompting Loth to raise her hand and concede. "I declare William the winner." "Excellent showing, young man," Saint Charnessa said, placing a hand on Will's shoulder. "Holdna blesses you with." Will grabbed her other hand and twisted it with a phantom snake, causing the invisible dagger to drop out of it, flickering to visibility as it hit the ground, along with a crack as a bone gave way. "Son of a bitch!" Travis shouted, clutching his broken hand as the illusion faded away. "How?" "You breathe different. You feel different through the ground. You're warmer than she is," Will replied. "And you smell different." Fu Loth groused. Chapter 134, Prophesied Doom. Caddock heaved the arm-width rope over his shoulder, timing his tugs with those of other prisoners as they transported the star towards the cart designed to haul it out of the frozen wastes and down to basalt, robbing the mostly empty frozen wastes of what little warmth they had in order to arm the Church of Graynish against the oncoming flood. Caddock could see why it was necessary. He just wished it was. He and the other prisoners had the technique down to an art form, but it was still grueling work. For the others, who were largely below level 15. Not Caddock. The frozen winds and hard labor were more like a slightly chill morning and a bit of brisk exercise. It was hardly a punishment for him at all, more like a brief vacation and some calisthenics. Even with the blessed steel chains on his arms and legs, he wasn't really bothered. He had long since detached himself from his situation and focused on the real problem. Caddock was mostly absent-mindedly planning how to kill William O. He didn't have time to goof around in a prison camp. The boy was gaining power at an exponential rate. I do not leave missions unfinished. The little proto-lord is too squirrely. His detection range is huge, his movement speed, reaction time, and toughness are all on Lord levels, but his primary strength is the ability that allows him to both hot-swap outlandishly boosted relics with powerful soft sets and confiscate others' relics mid-fight. Invisibly, from a distance. The boy is practically engineered to be a nightmare to fight as a climber. I would need a way to gain power that didn't rely on relics, or relics that couldn't be removed, preferably both. As for the power without the need for a relic, a lordship would do that. As far as he knew, lords derived a portion of their power from their vassals. Paladins of the Church of Graynish swore an oath not to seek lordship, so as to prevent the formation of a power structure external to the Church's hierarchy. I would need at least a dozen vassals and a small town's worth of civilians, people willing to accept me as their lord. It would be hard to acquire that many people from the Church legitimately, since they also have their oaths not to become vassals. So where would I get that many people on short notice? As he was musing, Caddock accidentally stepped on the heel of the prisoner in front of him. I'm sorry, sir," the prisoner stammered, picking up his pace and nearly slamming into the prisoner in front of him, who looked back with a snarl before he noticed Caddock, his expression going slack. "'Es, sir," the second prisoner nodded before facing forward and minding his own business. "No worries, gentlemen, it was my fault," Caddock said, scanning his surroundings. No less than 300 prisoners huddled inside their fur-lined coats, trembling with cold and effort as they struggled to move the outlandishly heavy stars. Malnourished, exhausted, all but bereft of hope in the darkness of the frozen wastes. All of them cast him furtive glances at Caddock when they thought he wasn't watching, awestruck at the presence of a high paladin in their midst. Could he represent their salvation, or was he just a curiosity? Where indeed? Caddock thought, slipping his shoulder out from under the rope as he stepped outside the line of prisoners. "How long do you have on your sentence, Albert?" Caddock asked the man in front of him as he watched the foreman notice Caddock and begin trotting towards him, hefting his enchanted whip with a murderous expression. 15 years, sir," Albert said, glancing behind him, his eyes widening as he saw what was happening. "And what did you do?" Caddock asked. "I wrote some questions in the margins of the Bible," Albert squealed, hunkering down, along with the rest of the prisoners as the foreman wound up a whipping, safely outside the range their chains would allow them to move. Defiling a Bible. That's a pretty serious offense that I typically wouldn't be able to forgive, but at least he's not violent. Finishing missions makes for strange bedfellows, I suppose. I'll give him time off for good behavior working as my vassal. Crack. The whip's cracker came to a dead halt as Caddock caught it in midair. He yanked the whip, and the foreman stumbled forward far enough that Caddock was able to lunge forward and catch the man's wrist. Now, son, you can give me the keys to my chains, or you can experience being beaten to death by your own arm. The choice is yours. Prisoner escaping, the foreman shouted. Well, you made your choice, Caddock thought, exerting a bit of force. RIP, William O. What the abyss is this? Will demanded as they arrived back at the caravan, prying open Mason's shirt to reveal the slowly healing cracks in his form. Explain. The dimensional oyster I added to my shields allows me to absorb a tiny fraction of their energy when they break, creating a permanent extra-dimensional space between my outer layer of dead skin and the living tissue beneath it. Mason replied, his cheeks turning pearlescent red. So your internal organs are getting further and further away from your skin, Will mused. Yeah, it stopped that. Mason slapped Will's hand away from his holes and glaring at him until Will took a step back. It's only about a hair's breadth of extra space every time the shield breaks, but it stacks up nicely, especially after Loth pioneered breaking it in rapid succession. I must have broken my shields 100,000 times while you two were gone. Can you still feel anything? Will asked, pinching Mason's wrist. Yes, I can still feel things. Stop it. Can I have my relics back now or what? Sure, Will said, dropping the relics back into Mason's hands. So if your organs have at least 20 feet of clearance above the ground inside you, can we store some? Mason's expression made Will's question wither before he even finished it. Never mind. You're damn right, never mind, Mason grumbled, tugging his shirt closed as he trundled off. Store things inside you, see how you like it. Arkesh, you old ponce, I haven't seen you in days. Reese's voice came from across the camp, directing Will's attention to where the emaciated sailor and the wizened old snake were talking. The conversation was fascinating. Who are you again? Arkesh asked, frowning at the emaciated sailor. It's me, Reese, you know, the guy you ate who spent several years going through your digestive tract. Came out your ass like this, blah? Reese widened his eyes and splayed his fingers. Oh, yeah, I remember you. Sorry about that, I was trying to kill you. And I wish you had, Reese replied without an ounce of sarcasm. I haven't seen you since this was the 5th floor. Where were you in the last coil? Arkesh asked. Trapped in a lightless, soundless coffin that randomly hurts you for at least a couple hours. You know those black coffins on the 6th floor that the techno-priests used to fuel their immortality. I got caught in one and turned into a healing battery for generations of assholes. How have you been? Reconsidering what it means to suffer, I suppose, Arkesh replied. Maybe I'm not as tormented as I thought I was, relatively speaking. You'll at least be glad to know the techno-priests are gone. Is the whole floor wiped clean? Reese asked. There's nothing alive there anymore if that's what you're asking. Hell yeah, fuck those guys. Freakin' technopriests, why Reese shook his fists as Will approached. Excuse me, Will said, approaching the two old men. Arkesh's eyes widened minutely and he glanced between Will and Reese before his expression came back under control. Will noticed it and stored that tidbit for further examination. You know what Reese is talking about when he says a coil? Will asked, pointing at Reese. I can't get any good details from him because he's completely cracked. Is it that time again? Arkesh mused, rubbing his chin before looking back up at Will. Yes, the tower is always growing. Every 1,000 years, give or take, it adds a floor. The more long-lived among us call that a coil. When the tower adds a floor, the floodgates of miasma temporarily open up, sending harmful magic and powerful monsters down to the lowest floors and even out beyond the tower. Some societies remember and prepare themselves, weathering the catastrophic disruption, allowing them to maintain civilizations that spans multiple floors. But 1,000 years is plenty of time for humans to dismiss the ancient past, and sooner or later corruption brings their civilization down. Usually the following apocalypse is of such magnitude that humans are reduced to starving bands, losing technology and history, spending vital generations rebuilding society rather than preparing for the next coil. And how well prepared are we for the end of the coil? Will asked. I've never visited outside the tower this coil. It's wildly uncomfortable and I never had a good reason. How big is the defensive wall around the tower? What wall? Will asked. Arkesh sucked in a breath through his teeth. How robust is your highway system? Can goods and personnel be moved quickly in an emergency? We've got cobblestone roads between the major cities of the ring, Will said proudly. What's your highest floor lord? As far as I know, the rot witch on the 13th floor, Will replied. William O., Arkesh said, putting a hand on Will's shoulder. I don't know how to put this nicely, so I'll just say it. Everyone and everything you know and love is going to die when this coil ends. Will's skin broke out in a cold sweat. Well, when is the coil going to end? Will asked. Maybe he could do something, at least protect the orphanage. Arkesh looked Will up and down. How old? Reese cleared his throat, giving Arkesh a meaningful glance. You were about to ask how old I was, Will said, glancing between the two of them. Why would my age have anything to do with it? Will glanced over at Reese, who was looking away, fiddling with his ragged clothes. When we first met, you said I was the guy. The once-in-a-thousand-years legend. The one with the best shot of making it to the top. You asked if they taught me that in school. Shit, Reese said. Is there something about me that causes the coil to end? Will asked. Not causes, more like heralds it, Arkesh said. There's been a great hero at the end of every coil who nearly makes it to the top before dying. It's like the world's last dying gasp. Happens every time. I didn't realize it was you, but you fit the timing and the pattern. This hero starts his climb quite young, becomes a legend in his own time, and dies somewhere around 20 years old. Man, it never goes well when he knows this stuff, Reese said, uncrossing his arms to point at Will. Look, he's doing the math right now. Each floor takes longer and longer to clear, so I would die somewhere in the late 40s, maybe even the 50th each floor taking longer than a month. And that's not including time spent going up and down for resupplies. What's on the 50th floor? Will asked, turning his gaze back to Reese. Arkesh glanced at Reese, who shook his head. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm not that old. You would have to find an original molt like your father to tell you. Will stored that information for later and turned his gaze on Reese, who obviously knew what was on the 50th floor. Look, I was tortured for generations and didn't crack. There isn't a chance in hell you can get me to tell you what's there. It doesn't end well when you know. Let's just say it's where the thing I've been looking for is. Reese crossed his arms again. Will process that. There was prophesied death waiting above him, a society-ending apocalypse of monsters and miasma beneath. Will was confident that they'd grown powerful enough to weather the storm of a coil if they wanted to. Will could go back outside the tower and he would probably survive, and even help society rebuild since he was going to live at least 200 years given his resistance. It was tempting, but it felt like a trap. This legendary hero, Chosen one, stuff sounds like a con artist's ruse designed to make me feel special before he takes my money. A distraction from something while I get hustled. Will ran through his memory key just to be sure they weren't dicking with his mind, then turned his attention to Reese. "We're gonna talk about this more later," Will said, pointing at the immortal. "In the meantime, I'm going to keep climbing. I've got things I want to do with my life, and cowering outside the tower isn't one of them." Reese heaved a sigh of relief. Will turned back to Arkesh. "Did you say my father was an original molt?" "Yes, a direct shedding of Ouroboros himself, formed in a battle between the gods on what is now the 87th floor. One of the pioneers of breeding with humans, actually. He advocated for creating a new species to cooperate with the humans." Arkesh lowered his voice, leaning close to Will. "You know, I've heard that original molts have an echo of our gods' memories. Perhaps Ouroboros gave him his mission to woo human women personally." "Or maybe he's just a freak," Reese said with a shrug. "I'm gonna go sit down and think about this," Will said, turning and walking to his tent as Reese and Arkesh glanced at each other. He'd put most of it together already, of course, but hearing it all from the snake's mouth was overwhelming. "And there's more to it than I thought," Will thought, slumping down onto his cot, staring at the plain canvas of his tent. Will felt like a tiny cog in some universe-sized clock that kept spinning him around without his permission. And still, it felt like he hadn't gotten the full story. There was something more, something hidden that his subconscious was desperately trying to highlight, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it yet. "Speaking of my finger," Will pulled out his ring of snaring and slid it over his left-hand ring finger. Nothing. There was no subtle sense of his stats going up, and taking a look at his status confirmed it. His left-hand slot simply wasn't working. Not to mention... Will grabbed his left hand with his right and gently squeezed, stopping when it felt like his bones were going to break. For comparison, Will squeezed his foot. It felt like nothing special. It's still weak. Why is it still weak? His left hand looked perfectly healthy. Will could control it without issue. It just seemed to not benefit from his stats at all. It was as if his hand had regrown, but the system hadn't grown to fill the space. Then why would it even regrow at all? Will thought with a frown. "Are you all right?" Loth asked, peeking into his tent. "Some immortals just told me I'm probably going to die sometime in the next 4 years, that the country is doomed, and that my dad is some kind of demigod," Will said. "All that could be outlandish lies to manipulate me. I won't really know until I talk to my dad again, but what really bothers me is my hand isn't coming back like it should. Other than that, I'm doing all right." "You want Anna to cheer you up?" Loth offered. Will chuckled, idly bullying his left hand with his right. "No, Anna is for nice things," Will said, motioning for Loth to come in. "I need someone I can talk to about death and cold-blooded murder." "Will a map to a powerful raid boss make you feel better?" Loth asked, producing a roll of vellum as she sat down on the cot beside him. "It just might." Chapter 135, Guy's Night. "Okay, so right there is where Akresh says the raid boss is," Loth said, pointing out a spot near dead center on the map. Will frowned, studying the X in the middle of a lake below a waterfall. "This hasn't been discovered in 1,000 years, Will asked. It was in the center of the map, partly between the weird stronghold and all the key sites. "I'm sure it has, but it's likely rare," Loth said, pulling out a pen and laying it between the stronghold and key site, drawing a straight line between the two. It bypassed the lake. For illustration, Loth laid the pen between all the other sites. None of them crossed the lake. "Climbers don't just wander around aimlessly if they can help it," Will said, nodding. Not the ones who have survived this far. Most people are headed directly to a stronghold to rest, or directly to a key site to change floors. Most grinding is done within a few hours' walk of the stronghold, Loth said. Unconsciously, Will's eyes traced the edges of the map. If there's something hiding at the center of the map, how many more things have never been discovered along the edges? Will wondered. Now as for how we can fit this into the caravan's schedule, Loth said. The walk there will take roughly 3 days, so we may have to arrange for temporary protection for the caravan while we deal with the raid boss. 3 days, Will asked with a frown. I'll get us there in 10 minutes. Loth paused, twirling the pen in her hand. I forget you're actually becoming a lord sometimes. It would be irresponsible to leave them entirely undefended while we're gone, though, Will said, prompting Loth to nod. I don't want to leave Arkesh here with the caravan, not even for 20 minutes, Loth said. I totally agree, Will said. The old snake had promised not to harm the 6 of them that had met him outside the caravan, but that promise didn't extend to anyone outside of those 6, nor was a promise some unbreakable thing they should be riding their whole future on. Drop him on the weird stronghold? Loth asked, getting a chuckle out of Will. As amusing as the idea of Arkesh, the Mind Conqueror, suddenly appearing in the middle of the stronghold was, that was pretty much cold-blooded murder of hundreds of civilians, which I still want to avoid, Will thought. There were still lines he hadn't crossed yet. Honestly, I can't think of anything better than just throw him a few miles out and hope he doesn't find his way back, Will said. That's a terrible idea, Loth said, I know. We could just kill him, Loth suggested. Feels wrong, Will said. Even with him wanting to die and it being a vacation from life for him still feels wrong. Will glanced up at the tent's door. Abyss, let's just ask him, he said, hopping to his feet and striding out into the caravan where Arkesh was still chatting with Reese. Hey, Arkesh the Mind Conqueror, Will said. You are a wonderful guest, but we are going to arrive at the weird stronghold soon, and you present a diplomatic risk if your identity is discovered. Will modified the reason for kicking the snake out of the caravan to shift blame onto Mark Weird, so as not to offend the giant snake. Will began rolling up his sleeves. So do you want me to kill you now, or? No, Arkesh said, holding up a hand. I've lived through nearly a dozen coils, but I've never met you or the person filling your role before, I suppose. I've missed the drama of the end of the coil every time. Usually I was just sunning myself out in the middle of the jungle and the system announcement hit everyone at once. I never witnessed it happening. Please, this is the most interesting thing that's happened to me in 6,000 years. Arkesh gave Will big, watery eyes. Fine, trim your beard, take a bath, wear clothes, and find somewhere else to be for the next week, and you can follow us up, Will said. Arkesh moved to hug Will, who stopped him with a hand on his chest. Trim your beard, take a bath, wear clothes, and then you get a hug. Right away, Arkesh said, turning away before pausing and turning back to Will. What's a bath? Not it, Loth said, turning and leaving the situation at the exact right time. Damn it, Will grumbled under his breath. Will would really rather be doing anything other than teaching a smelly old man how to bathe and dress himself, but Arkesh was simply too smelly and too dangerous to foist that duty off on any of the civilians or Anna. Will could easily imagine Arkesh accidentally squishing someone because he was ticklish. Will heaved a long sigh. Let's get this over with. The next hour was a memory that Will wished he could forget, but at least the old man was a quick study, so Will would never have to repeat the process. All told, once they were done, Arkesh was dressed in a fine shirt, shoes, and slacks, his white beard trimmed close to his face. Wow, my skin and face actually feel much better, Arkesh mused, idly straightening his shirt. That's why we do it, Will said. Now find us again after the caravan is over 15 miles out from the Weird stronghold, understood? If you show up before we're outside that range, I'll assume it's because you changed your mind about wanting to die. Very well, great uncle, Arkesh said, nodding deeply. Don't call me uncle, Will said. It's weird. You're the son of my father's uncle, so. Just call me Will said. You still want that hug. No, the moment's passed, Arkesh said, looking up at Will from his clothes. Don't get ambushed and die before I get a chance to find you again. Humans are always getting betrayed and dying and then not coming back with their memories intact. Arkesh tapped his chin in thought. I'm fairly certain you take after your mother in that regard. Will frowned. Yeah, probably. I've never tried it, dying, that is. Well, be careful. I hear the lord of this stronghold is a real bastard. Mark or Frederick, Will asked. Heath Wainwright. Will frowned. How long ago was that? I want to say 400 years. Well, okay then, Will said, clapping Arkesh on the shoulder. I'll see you in a week or so. Arkesh nodded. I look forward to committing your story to memory. Perhaps I'll even pass it on to your successor after you die. Lovely, Will said, gesturing the ancient snake towards the jungle. In a matter of minutes, Arkesh was gone, and Will made another pass with his memory key to make sure the snake wasn't trying to pull one over on him. It seemed like the old snake stuck to his word. That was good. After Will was sure the snake was gone, he gathered up his party. All right, Loth got a map to a raid boss from Arkesh. I'm going to pick some people to come with me to kill it. Ooh, pick me, Jason said, raising his hand, and some people to stay here and guard the caravan. Jason lowered his hand. What's the raid boss? Travis asked, arms tucked around his knees. It's a metallic slime, Loth said. It's an unusual case that spawned in a higher floor and found its way down to this floor. Very resistant to physical damage, can make weapons out of its own body. According to Arkesh, it found a place it liked in this lake 800 years ago and just stayed there, getting more and more dangerous, picking off any climbers unlucky enough to come across it. Okay, if physical damage doesn't bother it, we'll leave June, and since it's a slime without have any squishy weak points, we can leave Alicia, Will said. Fine by me, June said with a shrug. Alicia nodded. Mason, you want to come with? Will asked, turning his attention to the skinny nuker. Mason's ability to modify his damage type would probably come in handy against something with a strange anatomy like a metallic slime. Damn right I do, Mason said with a nod. I'll come, Jason said. Will glanced at Reggie. I'll keep him alive, Reggie sighed. Hey, Jason said, frowning at Reggie. So that's me, Mason, Jason, and Reggie, Will mused. It wasn't a bad team, all things considered. Why do I need a babysitter? Jason asked. Your class might be super tough, but you don't have any good abilities specifically for defense or mobility, do you? Why does that matter? Jason asked. Because from this floor onward, some of the monsters are going to be able to put you in checkmate before you can blink, Will said. Loth picked up the slack, sitting down beside Jason. A metallic slime forms a needle-like protrusion in a fraction of a second that it thrusts into your body, Loth said, poking Jason in the side with a claw. But it doesn't stop there. It likes blood because of the iron, so it injects a portion of itself inside you, following every major vein in your body, rupturing them from the inside out as it greedily feeds on your blood. Loth traced her fingernail up to Jason's neck. It's the most agonizing pain you can imagine, your body being ripped apart from the inside out. Finally, it reaches your brain, and you experience a strange sense of disconnect as the individual parts of your mind are uncoupled from each other, experiencing an odd, disjointed confusion as everything fades to black. Loth gave the frozen prophet a sharp-toothed grin. The whole party stared at Loth in silence, especially the pale Jason. "There's iron in blood," Will broke the silence. Loth turned back to Will. "Hemoglobin, noun. A red protein responsible for transporting oxygen in the blood of vertebrates. Its molecule comprises 4 subunits, each containing an iron atom bound to a heme group. It's amazing how much you can learn just by reading a dictionary." "Noted," Will said with a shrug before turning his attention back to the horrified Jason. "Anyway, without an ability that can let you dodge or absorb that, it's best to bring a tank for you." "Okay," Jason whispered, hugging his knees. "Travis, stay or go?" Will asked. "You're giving me a choice," Travis asked. "I think you'd be equally useful here or there." "I'll take the levels, obviously," Travis said, nodding. "Loth," Will asked. "I'll stay. My current selection of insects won't be able to damage it in any meaningful way. Not to mention," her eyes slid to the barrel where her cuirass of the cruel tyrant was baking. "Without my best damage soak, it would be too dangerous." "All right, so me Mason, Jason, Travis, and Reggie," Will said, ticking them off with his fingers. "Skirmisher, nuker, buffer, decoy, and tank. Not a bad selection." "Hey, it's a guy's night out," Reggie said, clapping Jason on the shoulder. "This is going to go horribly," June said, poking the fire with a stick. Loth nodded. "True," Alicia whispered. "And we're taking a few Rias with us," Will added, pointing at Rhea. Rhea blinked, frowning. "But I thought it was resistant to physical damage," Mason asked. "Rhea's coming along to establish a line of communication between us and the caravan in case of an emergency," Will said. There was also an unspoken understanding that if things went really bad, they could leave her behind and run, like a lizard abandoning its tail. It was unpleasant, but a serious consideration. "Hugh dodged a calamity there," June said. "Aw man, guy's night out," Reggie moped. "You could take me with you instead," Bee said as she arrived beside Rhea. "I forgot about Bee." Will had kind of written her off as a useful member of the party. "Why you?" Will asked, glancing up at her. Rhea must have contacted Bee, or perhaps it had been the other way around. "Rhea doesn't enjoy danger for danger's sake," Bee said, looping one of her arms around her sister's shoulders. I can't get enough of it." "You'll get all the benefits of having Rhea there." And, Bee said, her body growing larger, voice deepening, as she took the form of the young man she'd tried to trick Will with on the 5th floor. "We can still have a guy's night out." Bee waggled his eyebrows. Mason looked shocked, but Reggie took it in stride. "Woo, guy's night is back on," Reggie shouted. "Somebody's gonna get hurt," June said, putting one of Loth's meat bugs on a spit and sprinkling some salt over it. Alicia nodded. Will had to make a decision. Bee was significantly more unstable than the other 2 fragments of Brianna's personality, chaotic and prone to impulse. She was objectively a worse choice than Rhea, but Bee had offered to help. Spurning her help here was a good way to make her bitter and more reluctant to help in the future, and might delay Brianna's recovery. If they could improve her attitude and find something Bee excelled at, that benefited everyone. "Tell Jean you're coming with us and make 2 extra copies, and you can come." Will's reasoning was that Jean was well aware of Bee's foibles and would monitor the situation from her end. If something went bad, she would know about it without Bee needing to be particularly responsible with her communication duties. "WHO," Bee joined Reggie's chanting. "Guy's night, guy's night, guy's night." "I hope I didn't just mess up really, really bad," Will thought. Unfortunately, there was no crystal ball that could see the future, At least none that I've heard of. You guys realize we'll be heading out tomorrow morning, not at night, right? Will asked. A couple hours during the afternoon, tops, then right back. There will be no guy's night. B blew a raspberry. Not with that attitude. Chapter 136. Good luck. William O. won a coin flip against the god of misfortune, who withered and died, having finally been released from his curse of infinite success. Jason Salazar. Okay, we've got 3 greater healing potions and 6 people. Will gave Reggie and Mason one, taking the final one for himself. Nobody get injured more than half. That's your budget for the trip, Will said, scanning his team. Half of what? Jason asked. Half, halfway, Travis said, rifling through a satchel full of supplies. He grabbed a bag labeled eye irritants and set it aside. Eye irritants wouldn't be useful against a metallic slime. Halfway to what? Jason asked. Halfway there, Reggie said, standing still with his arms extended while a couple of Annas made sure all the joints on his armor were clean and smooth. Halfway where? Jason asked. They're just messing with you, Mason said, applying some kind of powder to his staff so the wood didn't slip. Will was making a joke. No one has any control over how injured they get. I mean, I do, but generally most people don't. All right, is this the first time this particular group has hunted together? Will asked, thinking of Jason and B. Mason nodded while Travis grunted. All right, you know the drill. Give the team a rundown of your powers. I can make explosions. I've put a lot of effort into making sure the explosion is the right element to bypass damage resistances. I'm the most likely to deal lasting damage to the slime. My defensive shielding and damage-resistant body make me pretty durable, Mason said. I've got tons of tricks for controlling enemy aggression, and I've gotten some sweet illusions recently, Travis said. Fairly durable, but no abilities for soaking direct damage, so I won't be poking my head into the fight directly, Travis said. I've got like 3 different buffs for you guys and a damaging debuff for the enemy, Jason said, eager to be included. Withering repudiation is language-dependent, isn't it? Will asked. Not anymore, Jason said. In Akal, I sacrificed a Tarranty Hive Queen, which erased the language-dependent requirement, then a Shrieking Fungus, which erased the single-target requirement. Read it to me. Withering repudiation. Active, 1 charge. Mentally describe to an area in line of sight exactly why you don't like the creatures inside. Inflicts paralysis and psychic damage over time as long as the user continues to think mean thoughts. Affected creatures must have a mind. Area and damage scale with acuity. It went from language-dependent to mind-dependent. That is awesome, Will said, to which the other climbers present nodded in agreement. Does a metallic slime have a mind? Jason opened his mouth, then closed it. I don't think they do. They don't, Mason said. Shoot, Jason cried, kicking a nearby stump. It's fine, just stick to the buffs, Will said. What do you have? I've got Hand of Fate, Made Manifest, and Flag Bearer. Did you pick a tertiary ability? Will asked. He should have 1 more secondary and a tertiary available, provided he didn't upgrade any of his secondaries. At level 30, I got both a secondary and tertiary. I've been waiting to decide on which one should be the tertiary ability, Jason said. The Prophet of the End explained the remaining choices he had available. Scales of Ouroboros, Will, Reggie, Mason, and Travis said. Scales of Ouroboros. Active, 5 charge. Create an ethereal scale somewhere on the body. Max 20. When the user is wounded, consumes the scale and reverts the damage. Scales with focus. But it won't get any better as a tertiary, Jason said, frowning. True, but it doesn't need to get any better. It's already good, Will said. It'll save your life, but its scope is pretty limited to just that. Relic seed, on the other hand, Will mused. That one sounds like it could get pretty crazy. Relic seed. Variable charge. Harvest a myth sown in an area and condense it down into a prepared sacrifice to create a relic seed, which can be added to a relic to give it powers in line with the myth. The myths harvested this way have a chance to be uprooted and forgotten. As the relic gains notoriety, the seed will grow in power. One relic seed per relic. Once planted, relic seeds cannot be removed. Really? It doesn't make any sense to me, Jason said. What does harvesting a myth have to do with anything? I don't understand what it does, and even if I did, myths are only available where there are people to tell them, so I'd have to use it in civilized places, wouldn't I? All you really need to know is that it adds an extra affix to a relic, which is really good. And just like your withering repudiation, if you find the right sacrifices to eliminate the restrictions, you could make something really special. Not to mention, the word seed implies that there's some inherent potential for some form of profile. Proliferation, Loth shouted from across the camp. Profiltration, Will said with a nod. With the right sacrifice, they might be able to proliferate. Jason mused. Yeah, I can see that, took M. Okay, get your scales maxed out. But that's like 100 charge, Jason said. How much charge do you have? Will asked, expecting something like 80 or maybe even as low as 60. Jason muttered under his breath. What? Will asked, desperately hoping he didn't hear what he thought he just heard. 8. Jason admitted, causing everyone to glance at each other in confusion. Will pulled up Jason's simplified status on the party screen. Jason Salazar. Prophet of the End level 30. A 60 strength. 120 plus 5 resistance. 30 plus 3 kinesthetics. 90 plus 12 acuity. 120 plus 7 focus. Charges 8/127. Primary abilities: Hand of Fate, Withering Repudiation. Secondary abilities: Made Manifest, Flag Bearer, Relic Seed. Tertiary abilities: Scales of Ouroboros. You have nearly 20 dailies, Will said, inspecting Jason's simplified party status. So why the abyss do you have only 8 charges left? The assembled men stared at Jason until he crumbled. Turns out Hand of Fate is really convenient, Jason admitted with a guilty shrug. I knew you were cheating at cards, Travis accused. You were cheating too, Jason shot back. Yeah, but I was using cantrips, so it's fine, Travis said. Mason raised a skeptical eyebrow at that statement. No cheating at games of any kind, Will said. More importantly, I can't take you with us. What? Jason shouted, his eyes watering. But. Will held up a hand to forestall any crying. Look, it's our fault for not instructing you properly, but that doesn't change the fact that you lack the charge needed to respond to the unexpected. If the fight goes long, or if we get ambushed by some claimed jumpers, you won't have the charge you need to defend yourself. Jason seemed to curl in on himself like a dying spider. I say we take him. Mason interrupted Jason's slow self-implosion. Will glanced up at the unexpected support from the nuker, who was more rigid about preparation and following the rules than the other 3. You're worth an entire party of climbers of your level, Mason said. And none of us are slouches either. I think he'll learn more from running out of charge and spending the whole fight cowering and feeling useless than he will being mad at us for leaving him behind. Yeah, if something can kill him with us there, then it would have killed him anyways, Reggie said. Will glanced at Travis for the final confirmation. I don't care, Travis said. All right, looks like you're coming with us, Will said. WHOO, Jason shouted, jumping in place. But seriously, stop using Hand of Fate in the camp, and Travis, stop using cantrips to cheat at cards, Will said. Travis clicked his tongue. What's a cantrip anyway? Jason asked. Mason, you volunteered to teach him about cantrips, Will said, gesturing at Jason. I did. I suppose I did. Mason sighed, standing and gesturing for Jason to follow him. Will stood, shaking his head and watching them retire to a campfire where Mason began dancing a mote of flame across his fingers. Leadership feels a lot like babysitting, Will mused. Now you know my pain, June said from the fire pit. Will chuckled and turned aside, going back to making sure they had enough supplies to survive a trek through the jungle. Sure, Will was planning on flying them out there and back in the space of a single afternoon, but they should at least have enough supplies to survive the walk back if Will got knocked out. Unlikely, but possible. Several hours later, Will was just about finished making sure everyone had everything they needed for the trip in the morning when Jason sprinted up to him, cheeks red and panting. And check this out. He revealed a coin in his hand. Heads. The gold coin spun in the air for a moment before landing in his palm. Heads. Heads. It happened again. Heads. It happened again. Will raised his hand to forestall any more coin flips. I get the picture. You figured out a cantrip. I will never lose a coin flip again, Jason crowed, holding the coin above his head and posing. Wanna bet? Will asked. Oh yeah, let's do this, Jason said, readying to flip the coin. Hold on, Will said, gesturing for Jason to pause for a moment. Let's add some stakes. A real coin flip has gotta have some stakes. Oh right, if I win, I get Anna to feed me a fresh batch of caramel, naked. Will blinked. Okay, and if I win, I get to punch you in the face. Hand of Fate, if you're listening, I will punch him either way. But also, I'll give Jason an ivory 10-piece if he loses, and he will learn a valuable lesson. Losing here will be the luckiest outcome for him. Heads. The coin landed tails. The expression of shock on Jason's face was priceless and instant before Will's fist made contact. Not particularly hard, considering Jason's excellent resistance, but the young lad did go flying 5 or 6 feet and sat up with a bloody nose. Jason sat up, face pale. Rather than look at Will, he stared at the coin in his palm like it had betrayed him, which it had in a sense. HOW? Jason demanded, looking up at Will, who was rifling through his pocket for an ivory 10-piece. I'm William O., Will said, flicking the 10-piece into Jason's lap. Jason just stared at him in absolute shock until Will couldn't keep a straight face any longer and burst out laughing. Just kidding. I tricked Hand of Fate, Will admitted, squatting down next to Jason. It's got some easily exploitable flaws, so I want you to sit and think about what those flaws are, and try to understand how it works better than a method for winning a simple coin toss. Don't trust it blindly, and try not to use it against people like me or Loth, all right? Jason nodded numbly. And seriously, if I hear you creeped out Anna, Will shook his fist under Jason's nose. Understood. Jason nodded. Cool cantrip, Will said, tousling Jason's hair and leaving. The fact that Jason could literally predict the future with a coin flip was outrageous, even if it was as simple as good or bad. But only Will and Loth would probably understand at a glance how outrageous it was and think of a way to exploit it. Picking the best path to take, deciding whether or not to do something with high risk to reward, winning bets against people who were not schemers. Naturally, the outcome was only what was best for Jason, but generally his party's well-being translated to his well-being, so it could be roughly relied on to serve the group. Mostly, except in rare cases where a punch to the face was the best outcome for Jason. There were probably many more things Jason could do with it, but best to let him unravel it on his own with some helpful guidance. The next morning, all 7 of them were standing at attention, their gear properly attached to their bodies and ready to go. Mason, Reggie, Travis, Jason, and 3 Bs stood in a line as Will gave them a final inspection. Everyone looked perfectly squared away, so Will stopped by Jason. "Jason, how much charge do you have?" "A 28. You should only have 26. I dumped my free points into focus. I'm almost hourly now." Mason and Travis looked silently jealous. Hourly charge was a nuker's wet dream and usually didn't come around until after class advancement. Will rubbed his temple. Rather than exercise more discipline, Jason had decided to just go all in on focus so that he didn't have to. Well, his loss. Higher focus means higher discipline anyway. Jason's acuity-based abilities wouldn't be as powerful as they possibly could be without that sweet extra 30 points, but they were already getting a healthy 3 points per level anyway, so whatever. Nobody suffered from having too much focus. "All right, give yourself 2 scales and everyone hop on the sled," Will said, gesturing to the sleek piece of carved wood. Will only had 5 phantom snakes and 8 people to carry, including himself, so the carpenters had been happy to help out by building a transport for them. Once everyone was on, Will climbed onto the sled behind everyone else and strapped in. "So is the sled gonna go through the jungle or—" Jason's voice was cut off by a shrill scream as 4 of Will's snakes lifted the sled straight up into the air and then proceeded to head straight towards the ancient lake. "Keep your eyes open for a lake under a waterfall," Will shouted over the blast of wind steaming past them. About 6 minutes later, Travis waved his hand, his voice nearly lost to the wind. "Is that it?" the master decoy shouted, pointing ahead and off to the right, where a small lake lay just below a waterfall, barely visible even from their extreme height. The entire place seemed to be slightly sunk into the earth, which made spotting it from land nearly impossible unless you were right on top of it. In the center of the lake, a stone structure rose out of the water. A ziggurat, seemingly overgrown with ancient, gnarled wood. "Yeah, I think that's it," Will said, banking them slightly to the right and beginning their descent. Chapter 137, Ancient Temple of Steel. With no regard for his personal safety, William O. didn't hesitate a single heartbeat, charging into the ancient dungeon alone and headlong, eager to take on the raid boss that he knew in his heart was there. Once he found Silverdeath, he stood his ground and challenged it to a fair fight, bouncing its piercing spikes off his blessed steel bracers before taking the monster apart in a long, grueling battle that tested his strength and abilities to their limits. Never once did the thought of retreat even cross his mind. Some idiot who doesn't understand climbing, ringside tavern. We'll set them down 50 paces distant from the lake. It was unknown whether the raid boss they were looking for was making its home near, on, or in the ziggurat, and Will wanted them to meet it on their feet rather than get attacked as they were descending. Rushing in like an idiot was to be avoided. They descended into the jungle, which had an eerie feeling of descending into a different layer of reality, as the sunlight and gentle breeze was swallowed by the shade and stillness of the jungle floor. The sounds changed too, with thousands of bird and insect mating calls seemingly reaching a startled apex as they arrived before going silent, waiting to see what these strange, 2-legged creatures would do. The 8 of them began unstrapping from the sled and immediately armed themselves, but actually getting off the sled was a bit of a challenge, given how thick the underbrush was, rising above them in every direction, presenting a nearly impenetrable wall. "One moment," Mason said, touching the ring of consideration on his finger to confirm its existence before he swiftly cleared space around them. With fire, Will felt a bit of warm air wash over him as the ring of consideration kept Mason's conflagrations from damaging his party. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing but ash around them for 20 feet in every direction. Reggie and Will jumped off first, followed by all the bees and then their 3 casters. "All right, it's about 50 paces that way," Will said, pointing at a wall of underbrush. The 8 of them studied the solid wall of greenery for a moment. "Makes you wonder why nobody ever found it, am I right?" Reggie quipped. "All right, who wants to be the flag bearer?" Jason asked, rubbing his hands together. "Flag bearer. Active, 1 charge. Designate 1 entity as the flag bearer. Any ally of the target who can see them receives a large buff as long as the flag bearer remains alive. Should the flag bearer die or be captured, the buff switches to a minor debuff." All eyes turned to Will. "Yeah, I'll do it," Will said. It was a bummer to miss out on a large buff, but it did raise the average of the party, and Will needed a buff far less than everyone else. Plus, if he were killed or captured, they were probably gonna die anyway. Will felt a charge manifest from Jason and settle over him like a mantle. "You are now the flag bearer. Your allies in visual range will gain a large buff as long as you are free and alive. Death or capture will invert the buff." "Balls," Travis muttered, eyes wide as he inspected his stats. "That's my long-term buff. After that, we've got my short-term buff made manifest, where I can make one of you fight like a legend for about 5 minutes. And then my ultra-short buff, Hand of Fate, where I can make you lucky for about 90 seconds. "Define lucky," Travis asked. "I dunno, lucky, you know lucky. Good things happen more, bad things happen less," Jason said with a shrug. In Will's opinion, he was definitely getting Travis back for teasing him the day before. "Fair enough," Travis said with a shrug, not rising to the bait. In a matter of seconds, they were organized and cutting their way through the underbrush, with Reggie in the lead, carving a path to the lake ahead of them, the sight of which didn't manifest until they chopped through the last 3 feet of undergrowth to reveal their target. The lake itself seemed to be a perfect circle, almost like a bowl that the waterfall above was pouring into. In fact, the waterfall seemed strangely unnatural as well, as it jutted out partly over the water, the stone holding it up seemingly carved into a chiseled edge, water emerging from the very center like the spout of a carafe of water. The waterfall and lake were clearly man-made, and that was before the eye even settled on the ziggurat in the middle of the lake. The weathered stone pyramid was an ancient thing, nearly consumed by the trees that had somehow found purchase in the crumbling stone facade. Only a bit of actual stone showed through the crush of plants constricting it, but from its straight edges and uniform shape, it was clearly a man-made building. Plus, the ominous hole near the very top. A pitch-black opening cluttered with roots and vines that weren't quite thick enough to disguise the doorway. Will allowed his eyes to slide past the ziggurat, instead scanning the water and shore, keeping his eyes open for some sign of the raid boss that Arkesh assured them was there. The big mysterious pyramid in the center of a man-made lake was eye-catching and all, but Slimes didn't have a flair for the dramatic. It might just as easily be sucking on hematite on the opposite shore or licking ore from the side of the waterfall's cliff. They needed to make absolutely sure nothing was going to catch them from behind before confidently marching into a half-sunk dungeon. "Mason, Travis, can you two flush out the surrounding area?" Will asked. Travis nodded, and Will felt a charge flow through the master decoy's body. A moment later, an illusory party snapped into existence in front of them. The illusion marched down the coast until they were about a quarter way around the massive circle. The illusion of Travis put his fingers in his mouth, and unleashed an annoying whistle that Maid will want to reflexively punch him. Will caught Jason's chest with a hand as his hype man took a step forward to do exactly that. In a matter of seconds, a large variety of monsters flooded out of the jungle, congregating around the fake party. Boom! The explosion neatly vaporized or crisped up the flood of monsters, ensuring that none of them would sneak up behind their party. Will watched the ripples from the explosion cross the lake and lap up against the ziggurat. I'm not sure I like that. Whoa, Jason said, eyes sparkling. Let's see what withering repudiation can do, Will said, turning his attention back to the monster extermination. These things have minds. Yes, Jason said, rolling up his sleeve. They went forward and repeated the process. This time, Jason simply glared at the crush of monsters ahead of them, and the monsters assaulting the illusionary party just died. The area of effect seemed to be a bit smaller than Mason's conflagration, but the effect was comparable, minus the damage to the surroundings and the attention-grabbing explosion. All told, everyone was very impressed at how clean the kills were, rivaling Alicia in their ability to snuff out a life. If we got rid of the must-have-a-mind requirement, could he make stone crumble by hurting its feelings? Will didn't see how it was possible to inflict psychic damage to something without a mind. That seemed like the hard limit, but who knew? He'd been surprised before. Still no raid boss, though, huh? Will thought, glancing at the ziggurat. They went all the way around the lake, making sure the raid boss wasn't hiding in or around the water anywhere. Then it was time to go in. Okay, here's the deal. B, one of you stays out here and watches our back. One of you stays with the group, and one of you goes ahead of us. The idea was they could know immediately if the raid boss snuck up on them or if the B ahead of them stumbled into it. "Aw man, look out, that's boring," all three Bs said. "Look at it this way. One of you gets to go in that big scary hole before any of us do. Who knows, if there's treasure in there, you might be able to phantom thief it before I can. I leave it to you to figure out who does what." Now that I'm thinking about it, Phantom I 123, 122 charge remaining. Will sent his Phantom Eye ahead and inspected the entrance. The faint light of day filtering in was enough for his enhanced senses to study the root-worn stone staircase that descended into the darkness. To Will's surprise, he came across a strangely shiny, rust-free steel door decorated with an intricate mural depicting a man being sacrificed to the tower, perhaps, or a god. Will didn't know. It was hard to tell since it was partially melted along the bottom, as if something had corroded its way through. A good sign the metallic slime had at least been there. Will, B's voice drew him back to his regular eyes refocusing on the tangled. Will grunted. "I'm going with you." B thumbed her chest. "I'm going ahead," another one said proudly. "I'm staying here," the last one muttered, kicking a rock into the lake. "It's a really important job," Will said, clapping her on the shoulder. "Yeah, sure," she groused. "Here, have some caramel," Will said, handing her a piece of caramel wrapped in wax paper that Anna had made earlier. "Ooh," B said, snatching the sweet out of his hand. "She gets caramel and I don't," Jason demanded. "You want to stay here?" Will asked. "No." "All right, let's go," Will said, stepping onto the lake and hardening it with aspect. An instant later, they were marching across the lake towards the ziggurat. The vanguard bee rushed ahead with a barely suppressed giggle of excitement, while the tag-along bee joined the party at the back, peering around them to try and get a clear view. Will assigned the Phantom Eye to follow along over their vanguard's shoulder, keeping an eye on both her and her surroundings, trying not to get caught up marveling at the strange interior of the stone temple. "This place is made of stone, right?" Reggie asked as he ran a hand along the melted steel door before ducking under and passing through. Will didn't think a metallic slime was smart enough to engrave itself with a mural, but he stabbed the shiny steel door and confirmed that it was just a door before ducking under. Never hurt to be sure. On the other side of the door was a strange sight. Metallic tubes and sharp-featured steel statues stretched the length of the hall, plunging deeper into the ziggurat that seemed to be larger on the inside. The quiet steel statues lining the hall must have been terrifically impressive in their day, but their once stoic, brutal features had been long since melted away by something that fed on metal, leaving behind half-melted expressions that struck a completely different tone. Haunted, abandoned, creepy. "I can't see a damn thing," Reggie said. "Same," B whispered. "Mason," Will whispered back. The nuker flicked a spark above his head, where it remained suspended, giving off a glimmer of light. It was only about the light of a candle, but that was plenty. Even if the other party member's eyesight wasn't as good as his, it was still superhuman. The extra light allowed Will to take in far more detail than he had a moment before. The thing that stood out most to Will was how little corrosion had occurred in this, 8,000-year-old temple, according to the old snake. Will walked up to one of the statues and gave it a light rap with the back of his tomahawk. "Ping. This is all blessed steel," Will mused, frowning. "Blessed steel is from stars." This floor didn't have any stars, so how did they get it? Matter of fact, none of the floors he'd ever been in had stars, instead having that same unnatural moving sky. Does that mean they used to have a normal sky and miasma changed it at the end of the coil? Is that part of the cataclysm at the end of a coil? Too many questions to think about right now. Will turned his attention to the grimy floor, slowly filled with dirt over the centuries as wind kicked it in through the entrance. "Less water than I thought. I wonder if this place is actually flooded or not." Will turned his attention to Vanguard B, where she was eagerly and blindly fumbling her way through the halls, splitting into multiple copies as she came across rooms and cross halls, eager to map it all out at once. Even being unable to see, she was going to probably find their quarry faster than the rest of the party. Which worked just fine for Will. "I've seen some intense plumbing in the city, but this is just crazy," Travis muttered, inspecting the wall. "What do you mean?" Will asked, turning his attention to the master decoy. Travis Oilton came from a family of drillers who knew how to pump oil out of the ground. It was their trade before their stronghold on the third floor was wiped out. Well, typically good plumbing is hidden. First, because people don't want to be staring at it, and second, if you expose it to the elements, it degrades faster. Best to seal it up. This feels like someone showing off. Any material that doesn't degrade in hundreds of years. "Thousands," Will corrected, earning a look from Travis. Will sheepishly motioned for him to continue. "Any material that doesn't degrade in thousands of years has better uses than plumbing and statues. This is a show of force. With the way the pipes look like they grew out of the wall, feels like a last hurrah. Not to mention, you only need a handful of pipes for regular plumbing. Water in, water out." Travis counted the pipes on either side. "A dozen pipes, that's just superfluous. Although," Travis rubbed his chin and began muttering to himself, "if there was some sort of energy capture system in the lake underneath the waterfall, it might be able to power." Will scanned the surrounding pipes until he found one that was heavily corroded by the metallic slime's passing. Will walked up the side of the wall and peered down into the pipe where a small piece of the outer shielding had been melted away. Beneath the corroded layer of blessed steel, there was some sort of keratinous substance that seemed to pulse with a heartbeat underneath it. "Well, I don't like that at all." "It's not pumping water," Will said, returning to the ground. "Don't touch anything you don't have to." B gave a sudden sharp inhale of air, drawing Will's attention to her. The tiny girl pointed a shaking finger ahead and to the left, her skin pale. Phantom Eye, 122-121 charges remaining. Will created a new Phantom Eye and sped it straight along the path that B was pointing, going through a solid stone, steel, and empty rooms, until he found what she was pointing at. Vanguard be suspended in midair by dozens of needle-like spears of liquid steel. Floor-wide alert. The raid boss, Silverdeath, has been engaged on the 7th floor. Silverdeath was a common slime that chanced across a large deposit of powerful relics and blessed steel. Millennia of absorbing these has evolved it into a metallic slime and given it strange and unnatural powers. Bounty, 2,000 ivory 10 pieces, 3 million XP, to be shared among the parties that claim the bounty. As B's copy died, the needles of liquid steel retracted into a lump of beautiful silvery metal the size of one of the caravan's wagons. It then turned partially see-through and phased through the floor, vanishing from Will's sight in an instant. "Back up the stairs, Travis, cover us," Will said. Why Jason started to ask, but Mason was already grabbing Jason's shoulder and hauling him back the way they'd come at full speed. Will felt a charge flow through Travis, and an instant later, the master decoy's illusion was waggling his hips in the center of the room as the rest of them charged back the way they'd come. Nah. Over his shoulder, Will spotted dozens of liquid metal spikes emerge from the walls and shoot straight through the decoy, buying them a couple extra seconds. It can move through walls and we can't. This is the absolute worst place to fight it. Chapter 138, Silverdeath. Mark Weird was taking a much-needed break. 4 months since he had killed his father and rescued his wife, and it felt like he hadn't gotten a single moment to rest. It wasn't just purging the ranks of his father's stooges and straightening out their extremely crooked finances. It was also defending his claim on the Weird stronghold. When a lord passes, everyone and their grandfather suddenly thinks they have a chance at the title. Literally. The first month saw the worst of the fighting, where Mark just stood there and let people kill themselves beating their faces against his build. There were a few people who worried him a bit, but for the most part, it hadn't been a titanic feat. Stressful, though. And the paperwork, dear gods, the paperwork. That kept coming back to him like a damned dog with a stick. Sign this, calculate that. Oh, by the way, since you signed this, you have to either sign this to change the law or go back and rewrite the original proposal. Amanda had calmed him down enough to convince him that he should painstakingly try to do everything right the first time, so that the rats in the stronghold's bureaucracy couldn't so easily chew holes in the law. Mark was reclining against a large pillow, sipping something herbal while Amanda reclined against him, reading through documents with patience and an eye for detail that he simply didn't have. She had asked him if he wanted to do anything, to which Mark had jokingly replied, "I want to stare into space for a couple hours." And that's what they were doing. Just blankly staring at the wall, keeping out the jungle beyond, occasionally remembering to drink the tea. Floor-wide alert. The raid boss, Silverdeath, has been engaged on the 7th floor. Silverdeath was a common slime that chanced across a large deposit of powerful relics and blessed steel. Millennia of absorbing these has evolved it into a metallic slime and given it strange and unnatural powers. Bounty, 2,000 ivory 10 pieces, 3 million XP, to be shared among the parties that claim the bounty. Of course, why not? Mark muttered. They would have to keep their eyes open to make sure that an agitated Silverdeath didn't come their way, but other than that, it was Mark's problem. Somebody wanted to go get killed by a raid boss. No skin off his back. A few minutes later, floor-wide alert, the party of William O. has claimed the bounty. Many thanks to our climbers for their efforts, Mark sprayed out a mouthful of tea. "Who's William O?" Amanda asked. "William O." "Go, go, 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 go," Will shouted, herding the rest of the party up the stairs. A confined space was not where Will wanted to be against this. Will saw a flicker of movement ahead and put his foot on Reggie's back and kicked him up the rest of the way, even as a curtain of liquid steel slammed shut in front of them. Suddenly, Will was alone on the staircase with no one ahead and darkness behind. "I'm cut off." For a brief instant, Will considered turning around and leading the creature back into the structure and figuring out some way to get past it. That brief instant was all it took for another sheet of liquid steel to block the staircase behind him. Shit, what do I owe right? Coiled strike. 122-117 charges remaining. Will popped into existence near the top of the staircase ahead of his sprinting party. "Gaga go go," Will shouted, waving them past as he stepped out of the way. Silverdeath rippled, and suddenly Will felt a pain in his pinky finger. The one bearing his set piece. His teleportation had left them behind. Usually that wouldn't be a problem, given how fast they were, but since Will had been teleporting out of an enclosed area. Another pain in his fingers. Shit, it's trying to eat my ability. Will drew a mental line from where the metallic slime had come. Assuming it's trying to engulf that section of the staircase, the last point it would be able to enclose would be. Will sent his phantom snakes down and to the right, utilizing their own intangibility to try and escape the monster's grasp. It didn't work. Will felt his fingers slam up against something living only a few feet inside the wall. Will gritted his teeth. Coiled strike. 117-112 charges remaining. Will lured the creature's attention to the fair side of the staircase with his snakes, then teleported back inside of its enclosure. Will couldn't see, but he knew where his snakes were. They were further down the hall, getting slowly compressed into a single point where the slime could absorb them. Will considered unleashing a cannonball out of his phantom snakes to clear the way for them to go up the stairs, but his party was up the stairs. The sheer amount of power he was going to use might accidentally kill or injure one of them. Guess it's back to Plan A, Will thought, creating a cannonball copy and shooting it downstairs. The coiled strike bonus, when combined with the manifestation's extra durability, allowed the cannonball to cut through the metallic slime's body, cutting a head-sized hole in the creature's living wall, which his phantom snakes dove through. Will followed after them. Coiled strike. 112-107 charges remaining. Will hit the ground hard, blind, and not entirely sure of his footing. Aspect kept him from slipping on the staircase, and an instant later he wrapped a snake around his waist, tugging himself forward as he used the others to feel their way through the dungeon below him. With the slime taking up the entire staircase, there was no light for Will's enhanced senses to make use of. It's times like this I wish I could use Mason's cantrips. Still, Will could sort of feel the changes in pressure on his skin as he neared walls, hear empty cavities in the walls where intersecting hallways were. It wasn't too bad. Will was getting used to. Will was alerted to Silverdeath abandoning the hallway as light spilled down the hall behind him. Now is it coming after me or them? Will focused on his feet, using aspect of the immortal serpent to stabilize the terrain around him, creating a sort of bubble around himself. The idea was he should be able to feel if. The air above and behind him cracked like an eggshell as something manifested out of thin air and attempted to snuff him out. It's after me then, Will thought, the snake around his waist tugging him forward in a swift dodge as he spun and whipped his tomahawk into the liquid metal spear, just to see what would happen. Clang. The blessed steel of his tomahawk hit the liquid metal, rebounding off with a ring that sent shocks through his hand. The attack left a tiny indent in the liquid metal that vanished in the blink of an eye. Not entirely unexpected, Will thought as he dragged himself further away before the monster could try engulfing him again. I need to get around it. Will didn't want to fall into another trap. If it had left a significant portion of its bulk near the staircase and was just harrying him with a small extension of itself, he might run straight back into its clutches. It probably wasn't that smart, but Will wanted more assurances than probably. I need to see the whole thing so I know exactly where it is. I need space. Will thought back to where B's copy had been attacked. That had been a huge chamber with enough room for the entire slime to coalesce, and then some. If he could bring it back there, he could verify that it was all present, then race it back to the surface. Even with it being able to draw a straight line while Will had to take a roundabout path, Will was still confident he could beat it. Will whipped himself down the hall at full speed, gradually growing blind again as the light from the surface faded to nothing. He didn't slow down, using his skin, ears, and the snakes to feel his way through the ancient dungeon at full speed, arriving at the spot where B had been attacked only a few moments ago. There's light here. Will thought, glancing around the biggest room of the ziggurat. The room was dome-shaped, with a glowing relic in the center. It was a metal sphere the size of a horse that had seemingly been corroded by eons of the metallic slime chewing on it. The sphere's corrosion revealed patches of brilliant miasma blue beneath it, the toxic magic concentrated enough to cast brilliant blue light. On the floor were dozens of tubes that connected the relic in the center to black stone coffins bearing the mummified remains of humans. There were strange symbols carved into the coffins that seemed to pulse with faint light in time with the sphere in the center or the room. The sphere represented a larger amount of blessed steel and concentrated miasma than anything else in the ziggurat. Even in this heartbeat of time that Will was able to observe the room, he could see that the sphere was repairing itself. Blessed steel was filling in the gaps, seemingly pumped in from below, slowly dimming the light in the room as the exposed, concentrated miasma was slowly covered. No wonder it was chewing on that. It doesn't run out. Will bounced up to the ceiling as 10-foot steel spears emerged from the ground. Will held himself up through a combination of phantom hand and aspect, anchoring himself to the ancient stone ceiling. "Come on, you son of a bitch, let's see your whole body," Will muttered, staring down at the silvery spikes emerging from the floor. Unfortunately, the slime didn't seem willing to play along, sinking its spears back into the floor before winding through the wall, trying to get around and above him. Will detached from the ceiling and dropped out of the way as another volley of steel needles emerged from above, trying to catch him off guard. As he fell, another dozen spikes emerged from the floor, attempting to surround him. Will dodged in midair, dragging himself to the side the snake he'd looped around his waist like a belt. The spikes from the ceiling and floor touched and merged together as the slime's mass began to coalesce in the center of the room. Now. Will whipped himself back towards the exit door, his phantom snakes leading the way in preparation to feel his way back to the surface again. A burst of pain from the leading phantom snake was the only warning, prompting Will to duck as a nearly invisible string of steel across the door frame nearly decapitated him. Will skidded to a halt and assessed the hall, noting several dozen glints of light ahead, glowing faintly blue from the light of the room behind him. Unnaturally strong and sharp wires filled the hall when a couple seconds ago there had been nothing. It backfilled the way back to the surface with traps to slow me down. What an asshole, Will almost gave an exasperated sigh, but there wasn't time to bemoan his circumstances. This was just about survival at this point. Focus 124-82. Will sent a stream of 3 manifested short swords buzzing through the air ahead of him, cutting through the steel wires with sheer power as he blasted down the hallway. Will put his snakes and his useless left hand in front of him to feel for any wires he might have missed as he sprinted through the halls, praying that he didn't bisect himself by accident. Go, go, go. Will didn't know how he did it, but he could feel the slime moving through the wall above him, getting ahead of him to cut him off at the staircase again. Screw that. Will was no longer interested in conserving charge. He was more interested in getting out of the monster's lair alive. Will could see the light of the world outside filtering down the staircase and into the ancient hallway, faintly hear the sound of his party shouting outside. Will instructed each of his snakes to become as straight as possible, reducing their size relative to the series of cheese-cutting wires that cluttered the hall. Now, Will launched 3 cannonballs down the hall and began teleporting while his snakes tucked their coils in and shot behind the cannonballs as they cleared a path through the steel wires. Coiled strike. 82-77 charges remaining. Coiled strike. 77-72 charges remaining. Coiled strike. 72-67 charges remaining. Will teleported to the end of the hall, then halfway up the staircase as the cannonballs exploded into the stone behind him. Will blinked one more time to the top of the stairs, where the rest of his party was waiting for him just outside the small entrance room. Will ducked as another 3 cannonballs preceded his snakes, who grabbed him by the limbs as they swept past, dragging him out of the room a fraction of a second ahead of Silverdeath. Run straight, Will said, pointing toward where B was acting as their lookout. Will set down a foot and harden the air beneath his party as they sprinted, stumbling momentarily at the unexpected surface beneath them, but quickly catching their balance and continuing to run. An instant later, Silverdeath's spears jutted out of the side of the ziggurat where they would have gone, aiming to catch a few of them from beneath. Unfortunately for the raid boss, they were retreating into the sky where it couldn't go. The liquid metal spears grudgingly retracted into the stone surface, giving the 7 of them nothing to shoot at. Will panted, hands on his knees. "How long was I down there?" he asked. "About 5 seconds," Reggie said. The adrenaline made it feel longer. Damn, that thing's fast and smart. It had herded him, trapped the halls, and deliberately stayed in the walls to prevent them from being able to get a bead on it. Does it have a mind? Will thought, or are those just predator instincts? Instincts were a form of mind. The instinct-driven monsters who had been lured in by Travis had minds. If the only thing the slime had done was chase Will in a straight line, Will would have escaped it much easier. It laid traps. It knew which direction Will would be retreating and had moved to get ahead of him, forcing him to triple teleport to outpace it. It had a mind. Will glanced over at Jason. Maybe this won't actually be that hard a kill. "I got an idea," Will said, glancing at the party's nuker. "Do tell," Mason said, squinting at the ziggurat. "Jason, don't do anything until we say so, understood?" Will said, putting a hand on the inexperienced climber's shoulder. The prophet of the end nodded. "I think this thing has a mind, which means we might be able to have Jason kill it easily. The only problem is it's currently hiding in the walls of the ziggurat. If we kill it while it's in the walls, we don't get any sacrifices. It's a slime, so its corpse will immediately begin to blend with the stone wall and instantly degrade in quality." "So what do you wanna do?" Jason asked, glancing up at him. "First things first," Will said, raising a finger. "Give me 10 minutes to grab Badger. I think we can pry this clam out of its shell and preserve the meat." Will took them up further into the air, hopefully high enough that the slime couldn't perceive them, let alone attack them. He left a snake securing their perch high above the ziggurat. Then he went and grabbed Badger, carting the whimpering logistician back at speeds that would cause physical damage if he didn't use the phantom snakes to protect his eyes. When Will got back, he was relieved to see that his party was still there, sitting in a semicircle in midair and chatting with each other while they waited for him to return. "Okay, I think we can make this happen with you three," Will said, pointing to their nuker, their buffer, and Badger. "What's the idea?" Mason asked. "Okay, you know what happens if you put an explosion inside of an enclosed space?" Will asked. "No more enclosed space," Mason said with a nod. "That thing is smart," Will said. "I'll bet it's hanging around the entrance, waiting for one of us to set foot on the ziggurat again. It's lurking inside the stone near the entrance somewhere, completely intangible. I want you to channel a huge amount of charge into an overcharged conflagration, vaporizing the top of the ziggurat," Will said, pointing at Mason. "Silverdeath will suddenly be floating in midair where there used to be a stone ziggurat for it to hide in. Since it's intangible, the explosion and shrapnel will slide harmlessly through it, but it will be exposed. Then you," Will pointed at Jason, "paralyze and damage it with withering repudiation while I try and keep it from retreating back into the stone. When it's dead, I want you," Will pointed at Badger, "to preserve it. This thing is going to make some sweet sacrifices, and I want all of them for my stronghold." "Let's kill this fucking thing," Will said. Chapter 139, Identity Crisis. 3, 2, 1. BOOOOOM. An explosive blast sent out a wave of compressed air, flattening the jungle around the lake for 100 paces and disintegrating the top of the ziggurat. Shrapnel cleaved through the platform of hardened air that they stood on, diverted off course by the angled layers just enough to not cause them any harm. Badger looked distinctly uncomfortable. There, where there had once been an ancient ziggurat, was a metallic blob hanging in midair several feet above scorched stone. Jason's eyes widened, and he immediately began muttering curses under his breath, causing the brilliantly reflective slime to freeze in place as it began taking psychic damage. Will sent all his phantom snakes except for Pinky, the one with the coiled serpent amulet. That one was wrapped around his waist. No way he was risking that against Silverdeath again. The 4 snakes shot down with outrageous speed and caught Silverdeath before it even began falling. Tangible, intangible, they can still touch you. Will wrenched upwards with the 4 snakes, their combined strength enough to send Silverdeath straight up into the air. "Reapplying," Jason said, his gaze following Silverdeath as it rose high into the air. That was the signal to withdraw his snakes. Will was lifting the monster out of Jason's AoE. They decided it was worth the risk of interrupting the skill in order to get it in a place where it couldn't easily return to the earth. Will let go, and Silverdeath continued flying up for a moment, twitching for an instant before erupting in thousands of metal spines. An instant later, it froze in place as Jason reapplied his ability. Will used the snakes to seize the air beneath the slime, creating a shallow bowl of hardened air for it to rest on while they pounded on it. I wonder if psychic venom is doing its job, Will wondered. The thing had a mind, and he had done damage to it with an eidolon when he first escaped from its clutches, hadn't he? The cannonballs were able to inflict psychic venom, a fun side effect of the Phantom Hand's new manifestation ability combined with his set bonuses. But it didn't seem like the thing was withering away like it should have been if it had been hit with psychic venom. Must be due to its body being highly damage-resistant. The only kind of damage one of Will's eidolons could do was physical damage. Silverdeath laughed at physical damage, even surpassing the metal's resistance, and blowing a hole through its side hadn't done enough damage to trigger psychic venom. He had done as much damage as moving someone's hand off of your plate. Which was to say, none. Note to self, psychic venom is currently reliant on applying physical damage first. Physical immune creatures are immune to psychic venom. Fix later. I think it's tangible, Will said, studying the pincushion-looking ball of shiny steel. It wasn't see-through at the moment. It had shifted to attack and been paralyzed mid-strike. Mason nodded and assaulted it with their agreed-upon elemental damage. Cold, a bead of pitch-black nothing formed on Mason's finger, and the assembled team shuddered as all the heat in their skin seemed to be sucked away in a fraction of a second. Mason flicked the ball of nothing forward, where it impacted against one of Silverdeath's many spines. A man-sized swath of the metallic slime's metal spines became sheathed in a fine layer of frost as the jungle's humid air condensed and froze around it in an instant. Mason followed up with a small conflagration, and a large chunk of spines simply shattered, tumbling away to scatter across the platform of hardened air Will was maintaining. "Watch those spines," Will said, doing the same himself. If they coalesced and rejoined the main body, they would have a problem. "Can't hold this much longer," Jason said, his face turning red as he struggled to maintain the paralysis effect. "Why isn't it dying?" Will asked. "It feels like shouting at a mob." Jason whispered, the veins in his forehead throbbing. "It's harder to shame multiple people at once, especially when they're already aligned against you. It's taking damage, but it's got a huge ego." The broken pieces of liquid metal unfroze and began gradually creeping back towards the frozen main body. "Damn it, acid?" Mason asked, a bit of faintly acrid material flickering around his fingertips. Acid would probably work, but the problem was how much Silverdeath would be left to sacrifice if they just corroded it to nothing. Not to mention it might escape the damage through intangibility, making that approach a maybe. "Nah, I still want to be greedy," Will said. "Hurry up, you guys," Jason hissed between clenched teeth. "I need to find a way to inflict psychic venom." Will reviewed the effect and all abilities related to it, starting with his Tomahawk. Tomahawk of the Underworld Guide. A +8 strength. A +8 kinesthetics. A +8 resistance. A +8 focus. A +8 acuity. Passive, damage from the Tomahawk or Eidolons created by the user gains psychic venom, which applies psychic damage over time and incremental stat penalties until the target is dead or the effect is overcome or cured. Scales with acuity. Damage from the Tomahawk or Eidolons created by me. Will had 3 ways of creating Eidolons: his phantom snakes, his manifested weapons, and his ghost butlers. None of them had any kind of non-physical attack, so he wouldn't find his answer there. Will rapidly inspected each piece of his kit, looking for a solution until he stumbled across his boots. Electric Serpentine Stomper's Asterisk. A +6 strength. A +11 kinesthetics. A +13 resistance. A +6 focus. A +6 acuity. Increased movement speed, increased footing on all terrain. Scales with resistance, +20% Ranger archetype ability potency. Coiled lightning. 5 charges. Eidolons controlled by the user gain a short-range electric aura which may paralyze enemies. Duration and potency scale with resistance. Electric aura will frown and check the Stormfist gauntlets in the phantom hand. Stormfists. A +10 kinesthetics. A +10 resistance. A +10 strength. +30% movement and attack speed. Each blow struck has a 40% chance to add a low amount of lightning damage. May paralyze. I'm so glad I haven't replaced this yet. Make sure to get another elemental weapon when I do replace it. Will knew from experience that the Stormfist gauntlets worked well with other abilities. When he had his old Tomahawk, it used to add lightning damage to the psychic AoE. Now he was going to see if he could add psychic venom to lightning. Why not? Will cocked his head to the side. Does lightning work on metal creatures? Will asked, glancing at Mason. The nuker raised a brow. Generally not, no. I didn't even entertain the prospect, given how low the success rate is for that sort of thin. You might as well spit at it. Well, shit. And that's all I got, Jason muttered, collapsing to his knees, clutching his forehead. A strange groaning filled the air, like an old man waking up after an evening knocking back moonshine. Impudence. A voice like tearing steel rolled off of Silverdeath, filling the air around them with ear-piercing vibrations. Well, lightning's all I got, Will said, switching to the Stormfist gauntlets, his stats lowering precipitously in exchange for the ability to create shocks. You guys get some distance. I'm gonna peck it to death. What is the meaning of this cadre of fools arrayed against me? I am the pinnacle of civilization, the master of the tower, lord of all I survey. I am Tected Canley. As Silverdeath spoke in that strange metallic voice, it seemed to expand, forming an enormous scowling face wearing an elaborate headdress on its brow. Ooh, I get it now, Will shouted as Silverdeath continued to expand, becoming the size of a house, then a warehouse, looming over them like an ominous cloud. The rest of the party ran away, Will's pinky snake following along to ensure they had footing in the sky. You're confused, Will shouted, pointing up at the building-sized monstrosity scowling down at him. He recognized the headdress as something one of the mummies had been wearing. You ate so much of that old dead guy's stuff that you mistook yourself for him? There was probably some kind of ego-preserving relic in that ziggurat that the mindless slime had unknowingly ingested, or something of that nature. Probably that ominous sphere of blessed steel in the center of the crypt. Some sort of trap meant to steal bodies that got stumbled upon by a slime. There was no way of knowing right this moment, and it changed nothing about what Will had to do. But it made sense why Jason said this thing had a huge ego, and that meant it had a huge weakness. It's a common mistake. You're actually a dumbass slime that I am going to kill and sacrifice to the tower, Will enunciated slowly so the dumbass slime could follow along. I am Tected Canley, the voice shrieked, the slime vibrating so hard that it had become visible. The expression on the face was unfriendly as it seemed to regain a measure of control. God King of Kettle Kitna and ruler of both this life and the next, you will be the first sacrifice to usher in the revival of Kettle Kitna. Nuh-uh, Will shouted, running to the side. Dumbass Slim. Oh shit, it can fly. The face dissolved as Silverdeath elongated, still outrageously large, growing wing-like protrusions along its sides and squirming through the air towards him, moving deceptively fast. Will looped middle around his waist and zoomed out of Silverdeath's range an instant before the air around him, filled with liquid steel. Coiled lightning, 67-62 charges remaining. Will's phantom snakes each began crackling with lightning, waiting to unleash on some hapless enemy that got too close. That was all well and good, but not the eidolons he had in mind. Focus 100-260. Will created a never-ending stream of cannonballs from 3 of his phantom snakes, while his middle finger went into the empty hole that used to be the entrance of the ziggurat, on a mission to provide just a bit of extra psychic damage. Each cannonball popped into existence with a lightning aura that played across the metallic slime, then upon striking the creature's surface, had a 40% change to jolt it with a blast of lightning the width of Will's arm. The mighty Tected Canley does not even feel your pathetic attacks. Have climbers truly fallen so far in 1,000 years? Silverdeath spoke, its shiny surface vibrating in the afternoon light as it swam through the air after him. I wonder if it has to stay tangible to fly abyss. How is it even flying? Will wondered as he kept sprinting across the sky, staying one step ahead of the enormous metal slime, wobbling as it approached like an enormous soap bubble. Maybe it is an enormous soap bubble. Will thought maybe it had made itself thin enough to become light. How would that work? Will wasn't sure, but he had figured out one thing. It wasn't actually that big, it was just a bubble. It couldn't possibly have a lot of material on hand to make endless attacks like it had before. Just a handful at a time, plus. Will glanced down at where the rest of the party was watching Will lead Silverdeath on a merry chase. More like 8,000, dumbass slime. You've been frozen a long time. Will tapped Mason on the shoulder with pinky as he said, "Frozen." Mason began to wind up a freezing attack behind his back, the ball of cold slowly growing as he fed charges into it. Lies. Will's middle finger returned with Tectit Canley's mummified corpse, the snake wrapped around the emaciated neck, bony limbs dangling. "Ooh, look at me, I'm a dumbass slime that thinks he's a real boy," Will said, puppeting the ancient god king's arms and legs in a silly dance with two serpents while the rest focused cannon fire on the slime's right side. Despite the metallic slime not taking any direct damage from lightning, the repeated bolts were causing the metal there to glow cherry red. That couldn't be good for it, not that Silverdeath noticed. An inhuman cry of rage split the air as the slime slithered through the air at air-tearing speed. Will sprinted to the right, causing it to turn its glowing hot side towards Mason. Mason knew his job. A soccer ball-sized black bead of void impacted against the heated portion of Silverdeath. Will juked back and to the left as Silverdeath's sinuous motion froze in midair, sailing past him. Will threw his tomahawk, wrapping all of his phantom snakes around the handle and delivering it into Silverdeath's side with all the force they could muster. The tomahawk of the underworld guide went through Silverdeath, entering one side and exiting the other, shattering Silverdeath into 1,000 pieces of thin metal warped by opposing heat and cold. Now let's see if that applied psychic venom. Will thought, creating a platform underneath Silverdeath as the shards of frozen mimic tinkled musically downward. Because if it didn't, I'm going to put everyone on the sled and run away. Will carefully watched the liquid metal pieces as they thawed. Some of them did not move. They had been damaged to the point that they were no longer connected to the main body. Damage was dealt. Now let's see if it applied the debuff. You cannot defeat me. I? Silverdeath's voice began to slur and become indistinct as psychic venom went to work on it, dealing constant psychic damage and debuffing its stats. It was withering away and losing the ability to think. Even then, it was still trying to attack Will as it reformed. Slowly, clumsily. Looks like the hard part is over, Will thought, straightening. Now it was just a matter of wearing it down over time. All right, Jason, try withering repudiation again, Will called back to the party. No, Silverdeath shrieked, turning intangible, slipping through the platform of hardened air and diving towards the ground. Where the abyss do you think you're going? Will thought, his phantom snakes biting into the creature's metallic flesh and hauling up on it, like a fisherman with a struggling catch. An instant later, Silverdeath froze in place as withering repudiation paralyzed it. Chapter 140, Ethereal Metallic Slime. Mark Weed felt like he was finally beginning to relax. The knots were coming undone. The tea from a rare flower that only grew on this floor had a mild sedative effect that managed to pierce a climber's resistance. And it didn't taste half bad either. This must be the most interesting wall in all the land, Amanda Ackle said, leaning close and following his line of sight to the blank stone wall. It's not bad, Mark said with a shrug. Would you like some art up there or? No, I'm not actually studying the wall, I'm all up in here, Mark said, tapping his skull. Oh, sweetie, I hope you feel better. Amanda kissed his temple before brandishing a stack of papers covered in notes. Pretty sure I caught an embezzler. I'm gonna go deal with them. In this case, deal with was probably a stand-in for execute. Good luck, have fun, babe, Mark murmured, taking a long swig of his tea to mark the end of the conversation. It was right about this moment that Mark vaguely wondered what had happened to that party that picked a fight with a raid boss about half an hour ago. They were most likely dead, just based on the amount of time that had passed. Floor-wide alert. The party of William O. has claimed the bounty. Many thanks to our climbers for their efforts. A spray of hot tea blasted out of the raised pagoda and sprinkled down onto the courtyard below. Shit, damn it, fuck, Mark muttered, setting the tea aside and springing to his feet, his body compelling him to do something before his mind had a firm grasp of what exactly. Who's William O.? Amanda asked, frowning as Mark began pacing. Mark glanced up at Amanda's lovely brown eyes and frowned. Oh, right, you were in prison the last 3 years. He's this kid, Mark said vaguely. He's an up-and-comer a lot of people think are going to become a lord. Well, why are you so worried? You already are a lord. He already beat me in a straight fight 3 floors ago, and he's going to be even stronger now. By a lot. Calm down, you've got all your father's resources, nobody can touch you now, Amanda said, punctuating her words with a calming gesture. That's just the thing. Mark glanced around and lowered his voice. You know how I killed my father. You stabbed him when he least expected it, she said with a shrug. Yes, that's what everyone knows, Mark said. What everyone doesn't know is that just before that, William O. got into a fight with my father and managed to take his ring finger off, presenting a weakness that I exploited. This ring specifically, Mark motioned to the powerful relic on his finger. He did damage to your father. Yep. And he's still alive, Amanda clarified. Mark nodded. And he's surely stronger now. Mark nodded again. Wow, maybe we should be worried, Amanda mused. But if he's passing through on his way to establish a stronghold, he's sure to stop by here to at least make a gesture of goodwill. Maybe he hates my family with good reason. I hear he got along great with your father, Mark added. Amanda snapped her fingers. Perfect. Let's use that story. You're besotted with me, the daughter Ackle. She put her fingers on her chest in a preening motion. But I am besotted with you, Mark said, frowning. You allow me to dictate every aspect of the Stronghold's administration. But I do allow you to dictate every aspect of the Stronghold's administration, Mark said. Oh, sweetheart, I know, Amanda said, wrapping her arms around him. But we're going to have to sell it. Ooh, ugh, Mark groaned, going limp in her arms. Don't treat demonstrating how much you love me like a chore, she said, flicking his nose, forcing Mark to frantically suppress his thorns lest her nose get broken. Young man, allow me to teach you that there are more ways to win than simple violence, she said, pushing him back down into his chair and sitting in his lap. This is great and all, but when you talk like your dad while sitting on my lap, it's just weird. Amanda's eyes narrowed. Take off your rings, I'm going to pinch you. Mark chuckled. You could try. William O. You are now a level 35 resourceful climber. William O. Resourceful climber level 35. 36 plus 49 strength. 108 plus 65 resistance. 105 plus 63 kinesthetics. 136 plus 49 acuity. 70 plus 40 focus. Charges 6110. 3 points for non-stat item abilities. Plus 40% rogue archetype potency. Plus 40% ranger archetype potency. Coiled lightning. decreased audiovisual of attacks abilities, resist tracking / extrasensory, plus 30% ranger ability speed and duration beyond control, 25% audiovisual dampening while trespassing breaking into a locked location or container, 32% bonus to move attack, 43% chance to apply lightning on hit, coiled strike, 70% audiovisual dampening while trying to hide, phantom hand slots, ring of accuracy, empty, wand of the undead retainer, stormfists, dimensional coiled serpent amulet. Primary abilities, aspect of the immortal serpent ***, phantom hand ***. Secondary abilities, sourdough. Tertiary abilities, phantom eye. Primary ability upgrade available. Oog! Will let out a groan as he collapsed backward into the dirt of the jungle. It had only been half an hour, but it felt a lot longer when you were fighting to the death. "My lord?" Badger asked, glancing at Will and then up to the massive bowl of liquid metal Will was supporting above them. Even now it was beginning to leak miasma. Slimes, especially metallic slimes, were distinctly unnatural and needed plenty of miasma to justify their existence, so they needed to preserve it immediately. "Got it," Will groaned, rising to his feet. "I'm making a slope," Will said, gesturing with his hand, prompting a nod from the logistician. Invisible slopes worked better than invisible staircases, Will had found, and soon enough the two of them were standing beside the massive pool of liquid metal. Badger knelt down beside the slime's corpse, extending a trembling hand, his expression pale, likely thinking of all the razor-sharp spears that had been coming out of the thing only moments before. Will felt several charges flow through Badger, and a moment later the miasma stopped flowing out of the dead creature's flesh, locked in place by Badger's preservation ability. "Thanks," Will said, clapping Badger on the shoulder. "It's my job," Badger said, straightening his undershirt, seemingly a habit from wearing a heavier jacket. He turned to Will with an excited look. "I'd like to go back to the caravan and retrieve some measuring tools and my ledger. I'm confident this slime will be the backbone of your army." Will grunted. "Army. The abyss is he talking about?" Raid boss sacrifices often have a rank growth, which is already excellent. This creature had amazing physical attack and defense, and the ability to bypass physical barriers. It will certainly be an outstanding sacrifice for a class seed. And you've got, Badger scanned the wagon-sized puddle of liquid metal, thousands of sacrifices here. Enough to grant identical classes to a small army, Will thought, nodding. Even as Badger said that, Will was already imagining what an army of men and women wielding flexible swords, or perhaps covered in fluid armor that could both attack and defend. What if I combined it with a rock, lightning and metal? What would the third ingredient be? Will shook it out of his head before he got too carried away. "That reminds me," Will mused, grabbing a double handful of the liquid metal and offering it up to the tower. "Let's see what this does." Will had been propelled forward to level 35 by the bounty reward, so he now had the primary ability upgrade to spare. Ethereal metallic slime upgrade for phantom hand. Adds polymorphic armor to phantom hand, which may be tangible or intangible at the user's discretion. Durability scales with acuity. "What's polymorphic mean?" Will asked, glancing around for Loth. "Many shapes," Badger said. As Will stared at him, he clarified. "It's a fancy word for shape-shifting." Shape-shifting armor for the phantom hand. That would certainly decrease the number of times the hand got damaged, but it wouldn't prevent it entirely. It also doesn't do anything to regrow lost fingers. Will thought about it for a moment. Maybe it wasn't perfectly what he was looking for, but he couldn't be that choosy. If he didn't armor up his hand here in anticipation of someday getting something better, and he lost the dimensional coiled serpent amulet because of that, that would be stupid. Do you wish to sacrifice ethereal metallic slime to phantom hand? Yes. There was a flash of light as the tower took the sacrifice out of his hand, and Will's snakes shuddered as the ability was rewritten. Phantom Hand has been upgraded. Review the description for changes. Phantom Hand asterisk. Passive. Active 1 charge. Toggle 14 focus. Gain the use of an armored asterisk ethereal phantom hand. Access a tiny amount of dimensional storage with a charge. Items inside the dimensional storage shrink, scaling with acuity. Create a physical manifestation of a stored item for the toggle cost. Sacrifice a stored relic to apply its effect to one of 5 slots. Only 1 slot can be active at a time. Switching to another slot causes the previous one to be inactive for 24 hours, and overwriting a slot causes the slot to be inactive for a week. Armor is polymorphic, may become tangible at will. Durability scales with acuity. A slight shudder went through Will as he felt the armor crawl up the spine of each of his phantom snakes like a living thing, the sensation radiating up each digit of his left hand. Will brought middle up towards him so he could inspect it. The phantom snake had a little helmet and articulated armor that flowed all the way back to its tail. It was plain, without any frills or... Just as Will thought about a fancier armor, the armor twitched, adding some engraving and frills jutting out the side of the helmet. The frills were half-formed and the engravings didn't really have a rhyme or reason, just a series of squiggly lines only vaguely pleasing to the eye. When he focused on it, the frills fully formed, and the engravings took on a more logical pattern. When he stopped focusing on it, the frills and pattern remained, locked into place until he decided to alter them again. What if I... Will formed a simple frill off the back of the snake's spine, then focused carefully on it, refining the frill down to a narrow, razor-sharp blade. Then he decided it should be tangible. Badger flinched as a hollow metal snake with a razor jutting out of its spine appeared in front of Will. Will held out a piece of his shirt and directed the snake to pass the razor through it. Slice. Will's mind was racing with possibilities, but he shelved the follow-up experiments until he was in private, turning his attention to getting Badger back to the caravan and getting the slime back to the caravan. They needed a new wagon built specifically to haul the slime, and to cut a path all the way back, which would take the rest of the day. Totally worth it, though, Will thought, surveying the pond of liquid metal. Despite everything he knew about Frederick Weid's inhumane experiments, Will couldn't help but let his mind wander about what kind of soldiers could be made using Silver Death as one of the sacrifices. Fast, flexible, metallic, with a hint of ethereal abilities thrown in. That made for excellent offense. Now I just need to keep my eyes open for raid bosses that pair well with that. I wonder if Brianna could use this for her shape-shifting secondary, Will mused. Or Mason on his shield ability to make it more durable or flexible, or heal faster. They didn't all have as many upgrade slots for their abilities as Will did on Phantom Hand. Most of them were similar to Sourdough, which only had 2 upgrade slots, so they had to be very cautious about what upgrades they took. Will refocused on the task at hand and shuttled Badger back to the caravan before setting the carpenters on making a super wagon to transport the slime's corpse, Jean on clearing the path back to the lake, and the rest of the party on cutting their way back to the caravan, with the intention of eventually meeting halfway. Despite Will being able to fly there and back in about 10 minutes, clearing the way for a wagon was an entirely different beast. and we'll spend the rest of the day just sitting beside Silverdeath's corpse, feet dangling off the invisible platform, guarding it against monsters or other climbers who might want a piece of a raid boss, watching as the two lines carved through the jungle got closer and closer to meeting. Once Mason and the others had gotten far enough away from Silverdeath, Will stole a bit of the liquid metal, about 100 sacrifices worth, storing it in his phantom snakes. The difference was imperceptible, even to Will, who had been the one doing it. Why would he steal from himself? Badger hadn't measured the official volume of the massive slime, and once it was a matter of record, someone would get their eyes on it and be able to make plans based on those numbers. It was always good to have a little bit more than anyone thought you did. Badger would probably have a meltdown if he knew the numbers were wrong. My paranoia again, Will thought, scanning the jungle. While they were all gone, Will experimented with Phantom Hand. He couldn't take off his set or else he would drop Silverdeath's corpse, but he could tell that the armor could be used to touch things even when the Phantom Hand wasn't being enhanced by the set. All Will would have to do to touch things was form the armor around the hand like a glove and then make the armor tangible. All people would see was a metal hand flickering into existence. I finally did it, Will thought, resting his chin on his left hand and chuckling morosely. I finally got Phantom Hand to where it can replace my missing left hand, and it's superfluous. I don't even need it anymore. Talk about superfluous. Will formed a long, thin blade from the snake's armor, about 12 feet long and thinner than a hair. He turned it tangible and whipped it through a nearby tree. The tree toppled over, a perfectly smooth cut evident where the blade had sliced through it. That was cool and all, but it was yet another way to manifest physical attacks out of thin air. Something that Will had already been doing for ages now. Sure, it added a bit of flexibility, but when he stripped it down to what it could and could not do, it was very similar to the manifestation ability. In some ways better, in some ways worse. There was a lot of overlap. No, the primary draw here was the fact that Phantom Hand was now armored against direct attacks. Will could use them in battle with more confidence against higher-level opponents, and that alone was worth it. I have 4 upgrade slots left in both Phantom Hand and Aspect of the Serpent. How much further can I take them? In the distance, Will saw the two lines cut through the jungle merge, and the massive wagon was revealed, rolling towards him, pulled by dozens of climbers. Won't be long now. Will glanced down at the broken ziggurat beneath him, the top missing, with a gaping hole in the center that led deeper into the ancient crypt. I'll take care of you tomorrow. Chapter 141, Distributing Wealth. Ethereal Metallic Slime, upgrade for Aspect of the Serpent. Metal Bones adds passive resistance to physical and lightning damage. Scales with resistance. Do you wish to sacrifice Ethereal Metallic Slime to Aspect of the Serpent? Number Will dropped the liquid metal cupped between his palms back into the pond of material. It seemed as though it didn't synergize well with Aspect of the Immortal Serpent. Extra toughness was good, but it wasn't what Will was looking for. If it granted something like polymorphic armor, or better yet, some kind of ability that allowed him to become intangible like his Phantom Hand, he would have leapt on it in an instant. That leads me to ask, what would synergize well with Aspect of the Immortal Serpent? Will thought to himself. Immortal serpents were known for shape-shifting, psychic attacks, and strong healing. Will had already grabbed the strong healing piece of it. Maybe it would grant powerful abilities if I followed the theme and sacrificed psychic and shape-shifting monsters to it. Will wondered. There were supposed to be some of both on the 9th floor. Or perhaps, instead of branching out, lean further into the abilities I already have. Will mused to himself. Maybe he could get psychic attacks or shape-shifting powers, but if he doubled down on the ability to control his environment through Aspect's ability to control terrain, it could become something extraordinary. In the future, it would probably be best to have a couple unstoppable abilities rather than dozens of mediocre ones. Then again, I've only added 2 upgrades out of 6. If I focuses all of the remaining 4 on building psychic abilities rather than pursuing terrain control, that would definitely be enough upgrades to guide aspect into a completely new specialty. Terrain control was awesome, but Will had been irritated that he couldn't deal any real damage to the metallic slime. Having a powerful non-physical attack would be handy. I guess we'll see how things play out, Will thought as the wagon designed to carry the slime's corpse arrived. Jean arrived along with the wagon, and once the slime was successfully moved into the wagon, she held a cupful of liquid metal aloft, frowning as she read her upgrade options. Since B was technically her, she had been included in the bounty and had been propelled straight to level 35, granting her another upgrade. "Anything good?" Will asked. "Nothing fantastic for my primaries, but for my shape-shifting secondary. It would allow me to create metal weapons from my own flesh." Will's brows rose at that statement. That would allow her to change the gloves she was wearing that allowed her to summon claws out with something better. "Do you want it?" Will asked. "Honestly, I'd prefer things that defend against mental manipulation or grant the ability to bake better," Jean said with a shrug. "But I'll take it if you think that's best." It was hard to find monsters known for their mental defense, because climbers didn't go around constantly testing that. It wasn't the primary means by which monsters were dispatched, so mentally strong but physically weak creature would always die immediately, long before their mental abilities were discovered. And monsters that were strong mentally were usually using that ability offensively in some way. "I'll give it some thought. No rush, you don't even have a secondary upgrade yet." Jean nodded and dropped the liquid metal back into the wagon. Will was feeling generous, so each and every person got the opportunity to check if any of their abilities could benefit substantially from sacrificing Silverdeath. That's what these pioneers had signed up for after all. In exchange for the danger of establishing a new stronghold, they would always be first in line for the rewards. Strangely enough, civilians got more good uses out of Silverdeath than climbers, because the metallic slime was powerful, unique, and had a tendency to overshadow or overlap other offensive abilities. Many of their climbers passed on it because it had poor synergy with their build, but for the civilians, it provided the best ability they would likely ever get. Some tailors got the ability to mentally control their sewing needles, while others got the ability to give wire the texture and flexibility of string, while still others gained the ability to metallicize clothing, making soft, flexible armor that felt and weighed the same as normal clothes. Given 3 sacrifices, they could get all 3 abilities. The resulting clothes weren't relics either, so the slot limit wasn't even a concern. Once Will knew about that, he decided to allow the tailors use multiple sacrifices in exchange for a small cut of their output, which Loth informed him was already part of their contract. Will shrugged and told them if that was the case, then they were more than welcome to the sacrifices. Any enhancement he gave them for free would be repaid eventually anyway. If there was a good fabric that could be produced on the 10th floor, that could become a backbone of their exports. The civilian parties understood that something like this could define a generation, and Brenna Egan wept tears of joy, hugging her somewhat confused daughters, who perhaps didn't understand the implications of effortlessly creating near-relic quality armor. Will knew if they moved back down outside the ring, they would essentially be nobility. Mason passed on the sacrifice, muttering something about nodules, which nobody wanted anything to do with. Jason passed, saying it didn't fit his build, which made sense. Reggie took 2 sacrifices, applying one to his heavily armored ability and the other to his second wind ability, granting him passive higher physical resistance and active temporary intangibility. Reggie's armor began to flex and twitch on its own, seemingly fixing near-invisible misalignments and adjusting itself to fit him even more perfectly. Reggie began bouncing on his toes, and Will could see the tank's heavy armor itself flexing and unflexing, adding strength and bounciness to his movements. Looks like Reggie came out ahead. Makes sense. Even Badger got something interesting. The logistician held his palm over his ledger, and with a flash of light the ledger vanished, replaced by a miniature representation of the camp, composed entirely of liquid metal. No, it isn't the camp, Will thought, frowning. It was only things that Badger had written in his ledger. The people were missing, as was the fire Anna was cooking over, the tree stumps they used as chairs, things like that. Badger glared at one of the wagons, which was sloppily organized, and a moment later, the miniature began to fix itself, tiny luggage straightening into neat rows. That change was reflected in the real world as well. "Can you make the wagons move?" Will asked. Badger frowned and glanced at the wagons, which lurched forward. "Yes, my lord, but it takes a bit more effort. It would probably work best for getting them unstuck or moving them if there were no alternative." Good to know. Carpenters saw some benefits from Silver Death when added to the abilities that allowed them to treat wood. They also got the option to gain mental control over their tools, but felt like it was a waste, and to a man, passed on that ability. Carpenters liked feeling what they were doing. Loth passed on the upgrade, but mentioned that it might be a good sacrifice for kobolds who hadn't yet specialized their trap savant ability. June and Alicia passed as well, holding out for more specialized sacrifices for their builds. The water mages passed, but the earth mages in the caravan took 2 apiece, allowing them to reinforce their earthworks with metal. The healers passed. Once everyone had taken what they wanted from the wagon, Badger measured the depth with a marked stick and did some math in his notebook. Then he said something insane. "Excuse me?" Will asked, eyes round. 15,309 sacrifices. Badger repeated, his gaze scanning across his notebook, checking for errors, with a margin of error of 3 or 4. Damn, the caravan surrounding him cheered, and Will knew why. This was an incredible windfall. They could sell maybe a couple dozen of these sacrifices at auction in Ackle to pay for the entire trip, and the rest could go into the Stronghold's war chest, towards covering future costs or creating classes. Of course, that means it's a prime target for theft. Will glanced around the caravan, scanning the excited-faced and backslapping, wondering which of them might try to steal some or spill the story to other climbers in a fit of bragging. Of course, nobody was wearing a sign that said "Information Leak." Will called his right hand, her right hand, and Jean. Once Loth, June, and Jean were in front of him, Will took them away from the rest of the caravan. "I want good security on that wagon," Will said. "We've got 3 strongholds to visit between now and the 10th floor, and I would prefer it if Brenna's son-in-law," Will pointed at the young man dancing wildly next to the fire and spilling beer everywhere, "didn't brag to anyone about what a haul we have. That's just asking for trouble." Loth turned to June and Jean. "June, you give Jean a list of potential blabbers, and we'll assign them each area to chaperone them while we're inside the walls of a stronghold." June nodded. "We're gonna want a couple people from each of the parties on watch at the same time so they can watch each other as well as the wagon. I'll try and make a list of the most trustworthy ones and make sure to break up the gullible ones from the schemers." In a matter of seconds, the 3 of them had their heads together over a map of the camp, plotting how to adjust things to make sure nobody got any bright ideas. Gods having competent subordinates is a relief, Will thought, excusing himself and getting some dinner from Anna. The next morning they had a shift of guards set up for the wagon, and Will assembled the looting party meant to raid the ziggurat. Only the tip of the ziggurat was actually missing, meaning the staircase leading down had been removed, but most of the building below that point was still whole. There was a gaping hole in the floor that they could just jump down into to reach the hallway lined with blessed steel statues. Will's looting party was composed of himself, Loth, June, Reggie, Alicia, and B. B was about to jump back down in and start running blind again when Loth paused her for a moment, unleashing a swarm of glowbugs that took up positions along the walls, casting the same light as a torch every 5 feet. Once the hall below them was lit, Loth allowed B to rush ahead. Her job was to stumble into traps, after all. The other 5 of them hopped down into the ziggurat, cautiously taking in the hall. There was certainly a lot more dust and debris than there had been the first time they went through. It seemed as though the explosion had caused all the accumulated dust to fall to the ground, along with bits of shrapnel that had been propelled inward by Mason's explosion. "I can't see through the walls," Alicia whispered, shaking her head. Will nodded to Reggie, and the tank put his palm under Alicia's foot and propelled her back outside the ziggurat. June led the way, using her scout abilities to enhance her threat detection and mask their presence as they made their way through the underground labyrinth. Sadly, they didn't find much in the way of unbroken relics, because of Silverdeath's tendency to chew on anything metallic. There were a couple pieces of treasure that were just whole enough that they hadn't dissolved into relic dust. A bronze torque relic, seemingly designed for near-permanent wear around the neck. It was pitted and partially dissolved, but still whole enough to identify. Torque of rallying. +5 resistance. A +8 focus. Bearer may detect allies through barriers. Scales with acuity. 1 charge, rallying cry. Give a shout that will cut through ambient noise or sound cancellation for allies and grant them extra movement speed. Scales with resistance. Not bad, Will thought, inspecting the ancient relic. Could you use it to detect people that aren't allies? Will thought, imagining himself blocking his line of sight with his own hand, while looking at someone to determine if they were an ally or not. Of course, just because someone's not an ally doesn't mean they're an enemy unless they really should be tagged as an ally, and not being one is a sign of betrayal. This could be a good target for Will's sourdough ability, if he could find another item with enemy detection or something of that nature. Perhaps it could create a 1-item soft set. First, I'll have to fix it, though, Will thought, running a thumb over the pitted metal. They came away with a handful of trinkets, but the pickings were slim. Eventually, they arrived at the distant crypt room. A murmur of amazement spread through the rest of the group as they arrived, and Will reminded himself that they hadn't actually seen this room. Open coffins of black stone lined the walls, with nearly a dozen mummies standing up straight inside them, facing inward towards the blessed steel sphere in the center of the room, which was connected to all their coffins via organic-looking steel tubes. There was writing across the walls and ceiling, along with pictograms carved into the stone, showing a massive snake swallowing a city whole. It was only when he unfocused his eye and took a step back that he realized the ancient empire sat on the snake's tail, and the city's destruction was just a byproduct of the snake eating itself. A representation of the chaos of Ouroboros at the end of the coil, or did that actually happen? Will wondered to himself. "I can't read this," Loth muttered, looking pretty pissed at not being able to read something. "I know someone who might," Will said. "Also, it would normally go without saying, but don't touch anything, and especially not the sphere in the center of the room." Will was directing that statement at Reggie, who was wandering towards a mummy, finger extended. "MHMM," Reggie mused, still approaching the coffin. June gave a short, practiced hiss that sent a shock of primal fear through Will's body, the sound seemingly seizing on a deeply buried prey response. The sound must have done the same to Reggie, knocking him out of his stupor. The oversized young man shook his head and peered around the room, confused. "Loth, could you escort everyone out of the room?" Will said, trying not to alarm the others. There was some focus targeting mind effects happening in here. Will ran through his memory key as soon as he realized it. "Where's B?" Loth asked as she grabbed the others and began leading them out. Will could smell that she had come in here, but he didn't see her. Now that he was paying attention to it, Will heard a tiny plap of blood on stone. "Everyone out," Will said, sprinting towards the sound. There, B was being drawn into a hidden alcove beside one of the coffins, out of sight of the entrance. She seemed to be lost in some kind of trance as organic-looking ropes of metallic material drew her into the darkness. "Sorry," Will said, eliminating B's copy with the tomahawk of the underworld guide before she woke up and suffered. Will backed away from the questing tendrils reaching for his ankles and went to stand in front of the coffin, whose symbols were beginning to glow with more power as the alcove behind it consumed B's flesh. The mummy inside the coffin was slowly regaining a hint of life, the withered flesh smoothing and plumping to form a rather handsome man's face. Will watched as the sphere in the center of the room seemed to dispatch the man's consciousness through the pipe connected to his coffin, marked by a pulsing glow along the tubes in the floor towards the reconstituting body. Will crossed his arms and waited with a scowl, his weapon dripping blood beside him. The moment the corpse's eyes opened, Will buried the axe between them. Will wasn't against the occasional raising the dead. High-level priests did it all the time. But these people gave Will the feeling that allowing them to resurrect would be nothing but an enormous headache. Some dead were better off dead. The tomahawk of the underworld guide agreed. Once Will was absolutely sure the mummy wasn't waking back up again, he, Loth, and Mason, the highest focus members, aside from Jason of the group, spent the next half-hour gathering up all the mummies and looting their bodies before Mason incinerated them. Loth located and disabled the traps designed to lure low-focus climbers into the body-consuming alcoves, grinning with manic enthusiasm as she dissected the strange technology. Under no circumstances were they able to get Reese to come down into the ziggurat to translate the text, so they took some tracings, gathered up the loot, and called it a day. Around the fire that night, Reese cleared his throat and read the tracings. Keep in mind this is a different language, so a direct translation is impossible, but here we go. Ahem. Rejoice, those of you who have discovered the tomb of the mighty Tectit Canley, whose power transcends death. Take comfort in knowing that your sacrifice will be the first light of dawn on an eternal empire that will seize the sun itself in place and transcend the will of the tower. Kettle Kitna will reign forever. It will no longer succumb to the coils of our robberos in this era or any other. The will of heaven be damned. Will grunted, chewing on a fresh loaf of bread from Anna. They sound like assholes. I mean, they locked me in a lightless coffin for, Reese mused, frowning. At least a couple days. Chapter 142, Kill 'em with Kindness. Anna poked Will in the cheek, causing his eyes to snap open. With 3 big blinks, he was awake and aware. The caravan had cut its way into the weird stronghold's clearing, and about 20 feet inside the clearing was the welcome party. Beyond them, a massive stone wall jutted out of the grass, an impressive 100 feet tall. The sort of thing you could sit and stare at, if one were so inclined. Stifling a yawn, Will pushed himself out of Anna's lap and hopped off the wagon, heading towards the front with Loth. She was wearing her new modified cuirass of the cruel tyrant, so Will wasn't too worried about an ambush. She could soak an absurd amount of damage, and in doing so would boost the stats of all of her allies. Will peered at the figures ahead of them as he matched Loth's pace. There were some obvious bureaucrats, men with ledgers, ink stains on their fingers, myopic vision, and weak shoulder muscles. The figures at the center were both familiar and unknown. One was Mark Weed, watching Will with intense focus. The other was a woman with dusky skin who bore a passing resemblance to Nephir Akal. She had the same ink stains as the others, but the way she carried herself felt much more dangerous to Will. The bureaucrats had a hyper-awareness of both the approaching caravan and the jungle beyond. A behavior that told Will flat out that they were weak enough to fear what was out there. She seemed completely at ease at an approaching army of climbers. Interesting. The woman took a step forward and gave a graceful bow. "Welcome to the Weird stronghold," she said, her voice cutting through the silence. "My name is Amanda Akal, the wife of Mark Weed. It is an honor to receive a celebrity such as yourself." Will snapped his fingers. "That's who you remind me of," he exclaimed. Will had heard the Baron mention a daughter shortly before exploding. "I bid you welcome you to our stronghold," Amanda said, motioning behind them. "It isn't much, but any respite from the constant threat of the jungle is a blessing." "Our stronghold," Will thought. Amanda glanced past them, her gaze lingering on several identical Annas and Rias before returning to Will. "You are William O?" she asked. Loth nudged Will's wrist, slipping him the box with the gauntlets. "That's correct," Will said, taking the box and stepping forward. "Here is small bribe as a gesture of goodwill." He placed the box into the Akal scion's hands. "Gift," Loth corrected quietly. "But it's a bribe," Will asked, glancing down at Loth. Amanda's lips twitched in a barely suppressed smile as she opened the box and inspected the relic. The faint smile slipped off her face. Gauntlets of bloody rejuvenation. A +8 resistance. A +8 focus. A +5 strength. A +12% thorns. 4% lifesteal. A small amount of lifesteal above what is required to completely heal the wielder is stored to be used on future wounds. "How did you get lifesteal on a pair of gauntlets?" she asked, handing the box to Mark Weed, who gave a similar wide-eyed expression as he inspected the relic. "We found a pair of gauntlets with good thorns damage and had a crafter in Akal add the lifesteal affix," Loth answered. "Ah. Shame it isn't a natural affix. Still, it's an outstanding gift." Will glanced past Amanda at Mark, who was studying the gauntlets with a pensive frown. "Why hasn't he said anything?" Will asked. "Greetings," Mark Weed said, a tone of barely suppressed pettiness coloring his voice. "Ah." Will's eyes narrowed. "I decided that I was better suited to handling diplomatic matters," Amanda said, moving to stand between the two of them. "Especially after the tension between you and his father." Will cocked his head. "You decided." Amanda took a step back and ruffled her taller husband's hair in an overly familiar way, causing the rugged thorns tank to turn beet red. "We make all our decisions together, but admittedly, this was a bit more me than him. We've been married since we were 12, 10 years now, actually. We should do something to celebrate." She stood on her tiptoes and kissed her husband's red cheek as Mark silently glared daggers at Will. "Now let's not stand around forever. We need to get your caravan sorted before dark. This way to the entrance." She stepped away and motioned for them to follow her. "Come along, Mark." She chided her husband gently, causing the nigh-unkillable thorns tank to blush more and follow along behind her with his head hanging down. "I like her," Loth said. Will raised a brow. "It's an act, obviously," Loth said, "designed to diffuse tension, but it's her act, not Mark's, which, in and of itself, implies that some of what she said is the truth." "Right this way," Amanda Akal hollered, waving back at them. The entrance is around the moat to the south side. Is Travis handled? Will asked. He's gotten crippling food poisoning, if that's what you're wondering. Loth replied. He shouldn't be in any condition to do anything stupid for at least a couple days. All right, let's do this, Will muttered, rolling his shoulders before motioning for the caravan to follow him. The next few hours were the most tense Will had experienced in recent memory. Despite the grand welcome and hospitality, everything felt as though it were an instant away from catching fire. Anna was pale and trembling. Bea and Rhea both looked like they were going to start a fight, and Jean was mortified, her fingers shaking as her body seemed to revolve between rage and fear. When June stepped away from the dinner table, was that to stop a heist, prevent Travis from causing trouble, perform her own heist, or just to use the bathroom? Did Reggie eat so fast because he was trying to get in position for combat, or was it because he was Reggie? What about Mark's minions, entering and leaving constantly? One by one, everyone excused themselves until it was just Will, Mark, and Amanda. Sorry, we don't have the money to bring servants all the way up here, Amanda said, gathering everyone's dishes and taking them to the kitchen, leaving just Will and Mark alone in the room. I want this to go smoothly, Mark said, leaning his chin on his knuckles. If we fight here, we'll cripple both of our strongholds at least. I want everything to go smoothly too, Will said with a shrug. Then why are you so tense? You look like you're a hair's breadth from jumping across the table and trying to kill me. Because a good chunk of my caravan has history with the Weird family. Even Will had some. Mark had almost killed Loth after all, although Will had vented most of his anger when they fought on the 4th floor. I see, Mark mused. How many of them are left? Will asked. How many of what? How many of the handlers who tortured young climbers into Tangled, lobotomized them, and used charm abilities to control them are still alive? Will asked. Most of them, Mark said. Why? Because they're assets, valuable ones. You don't destroy an axe because its prior owner used it poorly. They use their charm abilities to keep monsters away from the stronghold or pull them in to be harvested. They produce value for this stronghold. I have it on good authority that several of them enjoyed their time under your father, Will said. I can assure you that nothing like what my father did is happening now. It just seems odd that you're offering these people sanctuary, when it would be in your best interest to mend bridges with other lords by distancing yourself as far as possible from the Tangled experiments as possible. I know you're not particularly squeamish. You've got half the Tangled pipeline lingering around, ready to start back up any time you want. You can see how other lords might take that, right? Mark opened his mouth to answer. Are you and your father immune to charm abilities, Mark? Will asked. Or in the relentless pursuit for the perfect Thorns build did you neglect mind control? What's your focus at? Mark's jaw snapped shut. I've had a lot of time to think about the fight with Frederick Weird, Will continued. How his build worked, what the weaknesses might have been. Sure, you can't punch him to death, your head would explode, but it's not like all mind-affecting abilities cause damage. Would Thorns even detect it as damage? Could someone have used him like a puppet without triggering Thorns? Food for thought. There are more ways to win than simple violence. Mark froze for a nearly imperceptible moment before recovering, seeming to have realized something. Mark looked Will up and down. You know, I think we could scratch each other's backs here. How does a permanent 0% throughfare tax in exchange for a favor sound? Make it 3% for 3 years, Will said. Mark frowned. Why? Because if it was 0 forever, some other lords would get the bright idea to use my name as an umbrella to shield themselves from tax. Say, pay me 3% to deliver their goods to them. This would eventually cause a problem between us because your stronghold would slowly wither as tax revenue dried up. You would be forced to aggressively renege on the deal, creating bad blood between you and other lords. Mark stared at him for a solid minute. Loth's been teaching me about statecraft, Will explained. I can't believe you'd haggle yourself up, Mark said, palming his forehead. Fine. A 3 for 3 years. What do you need? Will asked. What's your focus? Mark asked. It was a rude question, especially given the topic of conversation, but Will had the feeling this was genuinely going somewhere. Right now, 132, Will replied, fairly confident that it wouldn't be easily broken through even if someone knew the total. 130, how the you-know-what never mind, that's plenty. So what do you need? Will asked. I need you too. Dessert, Amanda said, bringing in a tray of what looked like glazed donuts. Mark's mouth snapped shut, and he glanced at Will, shaking his head so minutely that Will almost thought he imagined it. Try the pastries, Amanda said, offering them to Will. Most of the ingredients are from outside our floor, but there's plant we grow in the jungle with a floral, slightly sweet sap, and if you boil it down, you can make a fantastic glaze out of it. Will had to admit they were good donuts. Exotic teas and spices are one of our biggest exports, actually, Mark said, smiling up at his wife. You know, I'd love to show off to Will with some of our tea, do you think? Oh, of course, Amanda said with a beaming smile. I'm so happy to see you two finally relaxing. She turned and left the room again, her footfalls disappearing around the corner. Mark stood up and walked around the table to lean down beside Will's ear, cupping his hand around it to protect from superhuman hearing. I'm gonna stir some shit up. I need you to stalk my wife. You'll know what to do after that. Will raised an eyebrow. His first instinct was to refuse. A blunt stalk your own wife came to mind. But mending relationships between the Weird stronghold and the O stronghold was a high priority for Will. That and paying 2% less throughfare tax for 3 years would save them a ton of money while they constructed and staffed Will's stronghold. Will gave a slight nod. Excellent, Mark said, returning to his side of the table. You got an extra change of clothes. Will frowned and nodded again. You son of a bitch, Mark Weird shouted at the top of his lungs, overturning the table, sending pasties and juice splattering all over Will's chest. Don't you dare suggest anything of the sort, Mark shouted while Will looked down at the food on his shirt, bemused. Get out and take your caravan with you before I burn it to the ground. Will played along, shouting back about Mark's failings as a leader, and strongly implying that Will would personally see to the stronghold's downfall. Amanda arrived a few seconds later at a dead sprint, forcing herself between the two of them, trying her best to calm them both down. But Will scraped some of the food off his shirt and flicked it into Mark's eye, causing the thorn tank to nearly bowl her over to get at Will. After a few seconds of this posturing, Will stalked off with a parting insult before the mean comments actually got his blood up. Reggie was sitting within earshot of the dining room, a donut halfway to his face, frozen in fear. What was that? Reggie asked, his expression pale, half-eaten donut hanging near his mouth. Nothing. Tell Loth and June I want them to round everybody up and get them ready to leave. Right now. Will said, wiping the last of the gunk off his clothes and soaking up some of the liquid with one of the tapestries hanging along the stone hallway. Hey, what's that? Will asked, pointing towards the end of the hall. Reggie glanced over and Will launched himself up to the vaulted ceiling, his body turning invisible as his rogue archetype gear rendered him invisible. What are you? Reggie glanced back, his eyes widening as he discovered Will's sudden inexplicable absence. Will crept back the way he'd come, watching Amanda trying to calm Mark down. No, not this time, Mark said, standing in the center of the room and shaking his head. He's lucky I'm just kicking him out. I should kill him. Deep breaths, sweetheart. You know this is what's best for the stronghold, Amanda said. After a couple minutes of trying to placate him, Amanda sighed and shook her head. Why don't you take the night to cool off? She said, patting Mark's arm. I'll tell the cooks they don't need to bring out the rest. Mark nodded, pacing with feigned agitation. Or perhaps it's real? Who knows? Will thought as he scampered across the ceiling above them, his form so nearly invisible that he faded into the ceiling, undetectable even to these superhuman climbers. The shouting and clattering of silverware and broken plates helped keep people's eyes on the floor, too. If someone looked directly at Will, they might be able to make out his faint shape against the ceiling. Will followed Amanda back through the kitchen where she told the two on staff that they wouldn't be needing the next dessert. Then something strange happened. Amanda went through the kitchen and down a flight of stairs, hustling through a labyrinthine series of halls until she stopped at a series of well-appointed rooms, knocking on the door of one. "Jasper," she whispered. A moment later the door unlatched, revealing a man with rich clothes, a shaved head, and a villainous goatee. It couldn't be that easy, could it? Will thought, running through his memory key to make sure nobody was playing with him. "What is it?" the bald man, Jasper, asked. "Can I come in?" Amanda asked. "Be quick," Jasper said, stepping aside and motioning for her to enter. Will took the opportunity to slip inside, crawling silently across the ceiling. Jasper paused a moment, frowning. "Something wrong?" Amanda asked. "No, nothing. Go ahead and sit. Tell me what's bothering you," Jasper said, sitting across from her. Amanda sat down and began spilling every detail of their diplomacy, consulting this strange older man with a level of trust that Will felt was unhealthy. Over the course of their conversation, Will inferred that Jasper had been one of Amanda's regular jailers over the 3 years she had been a hostage here, and over that time an inexplicable bond of trust had grown between them, such that she seemed to take any suggestion he gave at face value. Deeply suspicious, Will thought, eyes narrowed. Objectively, the situation stank to high heaven. "You just have to convince Mark to look past his feelings," Jasper said. "Reining in her husband's worst impulses is part of a wife's duty. I know it's just out of the ordinary for him. It was just such a sudden change in attitude, it scared me a little. He seemed really mad at something." "Pretty sure I know what he was mad at," Will thought with his arms crossed from where he clung to the ceiling by his toes. There, Jasper said, extending his hand to brush Amanda's temple in a gesture so casual that it nearly didn't register as strange to Will. The charge that Will could feel passing between the two of them, that registered big time. "You need to remind him what's important," Jasper said as Amanda's eyes grew vacant. "Once the stronghold is stable again, we can rebuild this place back to its former glory. We can't allow anything to jeopardize that." Having seen enough, Will silently drop down behind the charm archetype. Muse in the window, nail through foot. Sick soup choking on stolen peanut butter. Loth joining the party. Will fluctuated his memories rapidly one last time to make sure he wasn't ensnared in mind control before he buried his axe in the back of Jasper's skull. The charm archetype sank to the ground with a soft groan. Now that he was no longer trying to hide, Will was perfectly visible. He pulled his axe out of Jasper's skull and cleaned it off. "You're welcome," Will said, using Jasper's velvet cape to wipe the man's blood off the blessed steel. Chapter 143, Clinging Falsehoods. Well, that was a lot of screaming, Will thought, staring into the sky as the wagon bounced and rattled underneath him. Will had heard stories about mind control when he was living in the orphanage. About Cleophas, an ancient hero with a charm archetype, who reformed the minds of a population of ignorant savages, making them into upright citizens of his new stronghold, creating a wonderful utopia. The stronghold no longer existed, but the descendants of those savages had long since integrated into the outer ring. And wouldn't you know it, every single one of them could trace their ancestry back to Cleophas. How did that happen, I wonder? Will had never put those disparate facts together until now. Will remembered talking with the other boys about all the cool things he was going to do to people when he had mind control powers. He remembered Muse scowling at the group of preteens with an expression of pure disgust and walking away. And not a playful disgust, but the expression someone had when they tracked something bad into the house and went back outside to wipe it off. Will hadn't really understood why Muse had given them that look until today. Jasper was a talented manipulator who had skillfully hollowed out a space in Amanda's mind for himself as her best friend in the world. Unfortunately for everyone involved, that did not go away the moment that he died. The damage to her mind was years old and reinforced daily, like a mine shaft dug into her brain and held open with wooden struts. Amanda Ackle truly believed that Will had killed her best friend in the world, who she loved like family, right in front of her. At her husband's request, the first thing a mind controller with any sense would do is make sure their victim was incapable of thinking critically of them. That didn't go away with Jasper's death either. Will had presented evidence that Jasper had been objectively fiddling around with her mind. Will had felt charge jump from Jasper's fingertip to her temple like a static shock. He had heard the psychic drone in Jasper's voice and seen the glazed look she had while he spoke. Will also had indirect evidence, like the strange willingness to spare Jasper and the other tangled handlers. The subtle disconnect between the policies she'd been putting forward and their actual best interests. The evil goatee. None of that mattered because Will was the monster that had killed her best friend, the support that kept her from complete emotional collapse, the one person who had shown kindness to her while she was a political hostage. From that perspective, it was understandable why she had immediately tried to kill Will. He didn't hold that against her. It was her enthusiastic defense of that monster, repeated over and over again, shredding her throat while tears spilled down her cheeks, that bothered Will. It made him second-guess himself, second-guess what he'd seen. Even knowing exactly what had been done to Amanda, her zealous defense of her friend made Will ask himself stupid questions. What if he actually was just using a soothing charm technique to calm her down? Total horseshit, but repeated often enough, and it seemed to find cracks in his mind and worm its way in like an infestation. Second-hand mind control. It gave Will a slimy feeling, and the venom she had in her expression and words even after Will, Loth, and Mark had subdued her. It stung. One bright note of the horrible debacle was that Travis Oilton, freshly recovered from his food poisoning, took one look at Mark Weed's devastated stronghold and marital bliss, and declared that he didn't feel like revenge anymore. Good for him. Thankfully, the caravan was spared from the collateral damage, and they had managed to get out of their moments before the flaming bag of shit that was that situation exploded. "Can I sit here?" Anna asked, standing beside him on the wagon. "You already are," Will said, pointing up at the Anna whose lap he was laying in. "Which one was it?" she asked, crossing her legs and sitting beside him. "Which one was what?" "The handler you killed." "Jasper. Drip." Will felt a drop of warm, salt water land on his forehead. He was their leader, the most powerful mind controller the handlers had reserved for their toughest cases, Anna said. Will understood without another word. Brianna had to have been one of their toughest cases due to her ring of absolute freedom. He would have worked on her personally. Did I do the right thing? Will asked, glancing past Anna at Jean, who watched them from the corner of her eye. Was I right? Or did I kill an innocent man? Jean is sharing some of it with us, Anna said quietly. We have two sets of memories from that time. One set of memories where Jasper was everything to me. My best friend, my father, my brother, the love of my life, somehow blending together with a dreamlike sort of nonsense logic. Strange as it is, those memories feel real even now. Will's brows climbed, but he didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. Reflexive quips seemed wildly inappropriate. I can't stop feeling sad that he's gone, and some small, weak part of me wants to hurt you for hurting him, Anna said. The Anna whose lap he was in extended, shiny black claws from her hand, tracing them along Will's neck. Will held his breath. But those memories have tiny seams and little cracks. The memories are paper-thin, and if I put my mind's eye up to those cracks, I catch glimpses of awful things behind them. The second set of memories, Anna said, staring into the distance as the claws against his neck retracted. The weak part of me wants revenge on you for killing him. Anna glanced at Jean in the distance, where her main body kept herself busy. But the strong part of me knows that fucker needed to die. Jean nodded to herself, expression stony. Will let out a sigh of relief before a thought occurred to him. Is Amanda going to get better? Like you, Will asked. Anna sighed, brushing a strand of blonde hair from her face as she studied the jungle around them, seemingly unable to look directly at him. I don't know, Anna finally said. I was only there for a month, and the methods he used must have been different. I was a disposable experiment, and Amanda was a valuable hostage. He had all the time in the world to work on her, too. He would have been much more careful, more subtle. Wouldn't have done anything awful to her that left cracks in the facade, which is good and bad. Without those awful things hiding behind the cracks in my memories, I don't know if I would be able to scour away these clinging falsehoods, contradictory as they are. She glanced down at him. It's possible that Amanda Ackle will forever think of you as the man who killed her best friend, no matter how much logic is applied. Logic can only get you so far when your mind is lying to you. She might even kill herself if he had made himself the sole pillar of her world. Damn it, Will muttered. Ruining people's lives and being hated forever wasn't exactly how he saw things playing out. But you did do the right thing, the Honor above him said, squishing his cheeks between her hands as she peered down at him. The man was a disease. You understand me? She asked, peering directly into Will's eye. He would have continued spreading. Will nodded. He did have an evil goatee. I was doing the world a favor. Anna gave a choked laugh and planted a kiss on his forehead. Very true. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. Despite being on high alert for an angry Amanda Ackle flying in from above and dropping devastating nuclear abilities on them, no such attacks manifested. Didn't mean Will slept, though. Dee slept plenty on the roof of the wagon. Nighttime was Will's opportunity to stretch his legs, be alone and review his thoughts. He'd never really thought in great detail about mind control before. He'd honestly thought it was pretty cool up until about 8 hours ago. But seeing it in real life, the insidious way that charm archetypes undermined their victim's mind, the way they made their targets so reliant on their control that the mere absence of their influence was crippling. The way she screamed like her soul was being torn out of her body, like her father had been killed in front of her. What if you were wrong? Will punched a massive jungle tree, his fist crunching into the wood and pressing water and pulp around his knuckles. That stupid question keeps rearing its head. He knew he was right. He knew it. Anna had confirmed his conclusion, given him the words that absolved him of guilt. And still, This would have been so much easier if Amanda said something like, "My hero," and heaved a sigh of relief, finally free of the evil sorcerer's grasp. But it doesn't work like that. Will was mad at himself for hurting the daughter of the Ackle family that he'd come to know on the 5th floor. The daughter of the man who'd given his life to give her a chance. It felt like he was spitting on the Baron's sacrifice. But mostly he was mad at the shitheels who had hollowed out a bright young woman's mind for their own benefit, leaving a scar so deep that she might never recover. The ones who had hurt Brianna, who Will had sent her to when he let her go on without them. In that moment, Will had decided that quick and painless was the most efficient way of dispatching Jasper. A charm archetype was dangerous if given the opportunity to open their mouth. But now Will wished this bastard was still alive, at least long enough to make him suffer some fraction of what he'd done to others. A quick and painless death was too good for him. No, that's not it. The anger was buried deeper. Will wished he had his current strength 6 months ago. Wished he could have followed Brianna up to this floor and burnt the stronghold down before she even laid eyes on it. There was a future where Brianna was a happy, well-adjusted baker tackling life as a young climber that no one would never see. That future got torn to shreds. And he let her go to it. Crack Will punch the tree with his left hand, momentarily forgetting its relative weakness. A burst of pain yanked Will out of his sullen musings as some little bone in his left hand fractured. The throbbing pain seemed to reel his emotions back in, tugging him back to rationality. I know logically that there were no good choices. I know that she escaped because of the ring I gave her. Logically, this is a good outcome. Logic can only get you so far because it sure doesn't feel like a good outcome. Will heaved a deep breath and prodded the bone in his hand with his thumb, wincing at the pain that momentarily whited out the guilt and remorse, allowing him to think. You're letting the guilt of letting Brianna go mixed together with the guilt from destroying Amanda's world, building into something bigger than it is. None of it was your fault. You weren't the one doing these things to these women. You just let it happen. Will punch the tree with his left hand again and again. Will fairly punch the tree with his weak human hand for several minutes, wishing he could savagely tear someone's throat out. But no one responsible for all this horrible shit was still alive. Except Will. I'm not responsible, you stupid. Will paused, pulling his bloodied hand away from the tree trunk. He took a deep breath and ran through his memory key. Muse in the window. Nail through foot, sick soup, choking on stolen peanut butter, Loth joining the party. Nothing, this is real. I'm really feeling this, Will thought sourly, glancing down at his shattered left hand. Will sent the wound in his left hand off to one of his phantom snakes to heal. Nothing happened. The hand remained broken and throbbing. Figures, Will thought sourly, taking a deep breath against the roiling feelings inside, taking a moment to organize them and lay them out. I can use this. I need a bad memory for the memory key. Will put his back to the blood-spattered tree and leaned against it, closing his eyes as he began crystallizing another memory, adding it to the chain. Muse in the window, nail through foot, sick soup, choking on stolen peanut butter. Loth joining the party. Letting Brianna go. Chapter 144, 8th floor. Caddock, level 65, high paladin asterisk. They were at a party teeming with sycophants, aiming to secure funding from the richest man in the world, and Orev was treating it like a bit. So I don't know if you knew this, but I've been to the 13th floor and back, Orev Hardy said, subtly flexing as he made his best attempt at flirting with Mabin Glasswind. No big deal. I think that man has a learning disability, Caddock thought to himself. You do realize that I've been to the 15th floor? Mabin asked, stirring her drink with a tiny glass spoon, staring up at the lean ranger with a cocked brow. Orev glanced off to the side. Usually that line works. On children, Mabin guessed. Mostly, though to be fair, you are very short, Orev said, measuring her against his chest. So maybe I got confused. You do seem like the kind of man who would hit on children. That's not what I do. I present the Baron Akul, the announcer said, his voice carried by an ability above the chattering of the crowd. Thank Graynish, Kadok thought, rolling his eyes and leaving the idiot to his own devices. Kadok began crossing the party towards the Baron. Typically, you were expected to mingle in place without moving too much so that the Baron could make the rounds, visiting each cluster without missing anyone. It was very rude to simply approach him with a business proposition, bordering on offensive. The man's attendants took it that way at least, the two of them forming a living wall as Kadok strode forward, forcing him to gently brush them aside as he approached the Baron Akul. Kadok's purposeful stride broke as he took in the man's face. "You're not the Baron," Kadok accused. "I have been since my father passed," Louis Akul said, relaxing as Kadok didn't make any more movements. "Ah, my condolences." "He was a friend," Kadok said, his thoughts broiling. He'd been counting on the rapport he'd established with the old Baron. This was a setback, probably. "Friends of my father rarely show their faces around me unless they want something from me." "Usually money. What purpose do you have here?" Louis asked, looking Kadok up and down. "Money," Kadok said with a shrug. Louis burst into a laugh, causing the nearby sycophants to frown, glancing between the two. "I appreciate your honesty." "Now if you'll excuse me," Louis moved to walk around him. Kadok stopped the Baron with a hand on his shoulder, and the tension in the room shot up as the chatter around them went quiet as the entire party collectively held their breath. "I never told you how I know your father," Kadok said. "I carried his ass through the 12th floor before he chickened out and went back down to play at being a lord. That was more than 80 years ago." Louis glanced down at the hand on his shoulder, and an ominous aura spilled out of him, flooding the party with dread. "And that entitles you to a handout?" Louis asked, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. "Word is you're providing supplies to promising lord candidates," Kadok said. "I've got 300 people that need food and water, clothes, wagons, wood." "Promising young candidates," Louis Akul said, a glowing blue force field manifesting long enough to pluck Kadok's hand off his shoulder. "I'm 18, Kadok said without an ounce of shame. Orev spat his drink halfway across the room. Thankfully, he was turned away from Mabin when he did so, avoiding being vaporized. "And what is your purpose for becoming a lord?" Louis asked. "Retirement," Kadok lied. "The church and I have been at odds lately, and retirement outside the tower was driving me mad. I already have the strength to become a lord, just never had the inclination until now." "You've got one foot in the grave already," Louis said, taking in Kadok's advanced age. "You can't possibly hold a stronghold long enough for it to be worth it for me to fund one." "I've already got a successor picked out," Kadok said, gesturing for Mabin to approach them. The nuker handed her drink to a confused Orev and approached, giving a graceful curtsy, revealing her background in high society. While the young woman wasn't much for manners, she could turn it on when she needed to. "Greetings, Baron Akul. My name is Mabin Glasswind. It's an honor to meet you. Your father was a great inspiration for my build." "Mabin Glasswind?" Louis asked, his eyes widening. "Yes, sir." "And who did you say you were?" he asked, glancing up at Kadok. "I didn't. My name is Kadok, High Paladin, no last name." "You want to create a stronghold for your retirement?" "Yes." "I thought paladins were sworn against such things." Kadok heaved a tired sigh. As I said before, the Church and I have had a difference of opinion. I respectfully believe that I can do more good granting humanity one more toehold in the tower, rather than wasting away in the ring. Lewis's gaze slid from Caddock to Mabon. If you truly are Mabon Glasswind, then I could fund your operation solely on her merits. Having her holding a stronghold above us for the next 100 years could be very beneficial for Akul. That's very generous, Caddock began. If she is Mabon Glasswind, Lewis said, snagging a drink from a nearby server and downing it before holding the glass out on his palm. Over the course of a couple heartbeats, layer after layer of shielding peeled off of Lewis and wrapped around the glass, until it was barely visible behind all the layers of protection that resembled rose petals. "Show me your strongest cantrip," Lewis said, holding the glass out. Mabon shrugged and took a few steps back, her eyes narrowing as she took a stance. "Ahem." Caddock cleared his throat, drawing the young woman's attention before she killed someone. "Show him your cantrip most appropriate for the situation," Caddock clarified before he glanced past the wineglass and gestured for some of the spectators to move out of the line of fire. Kids these days. "Aim up a few degrees, please." Mabon sighed and dropped her stance, extending a single finger. A wineglass-shaped beam of crackling energy bored a hole through the Baron's shields, completely vaporizing the wineglass before carving a wineglass-shaped hole in the wall and presumably the city beyond. "Gah!" Lewis shouted, reflexively clutching his hand. The Baron's attendants rushed towards them, murder in their eyes, before the man held up a hand to stop them. "Stop." "I was just startled, that's all, let them be," Lewis Akul said, peeling flakes of melted glass off his palm. He straightened, glancing down at Mabon, then up at Caddock, pursing his lips thoughtfully. "You brought my father up to the 12th floor?" "Yes." "Let's talk in my office. I have a request," Baron Akul said, motioning for them to follow him. "Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of your evening, please. An opportunity to serve Akul's interests has called out to me, and I must heed that call," Lewis announced to the rest of the crowd, who were now staring daggers at Caddock, having had their chance to meet the Baron stolen out from under them. William O. There was no reason to hang around the 7th floor any longer. Not all of the civilians, or even all of Will's party, had reached level 35, but everyone had gained a decent amount, and there was no sense tempting fate by staying on the same plane of existence as Amanda Akul. Safer for everyone to move on. They picked up Arkesh on the way out of the Weird Stronghold's immediate territory. Since Will was already at level 35 thanks to Silverdeath, he'd been rotated out of the guard's schedule, only being kept on hand in case of emergency, while the other climbers and civilians aimed to eke out another level or two before they made it to the key site. The boss monster guarding the key site was a strange monkey with a snake for a tail. It was only slightly bigger than a man, with unnaturally long limbs and a speed that would have made it difficult to pin down if they hadn't ambushed it with brutal efficiency. As they'd practiced, they'd assembled a group with a representative from each party of the caravan. Alicia and Loth disabled the boss, and each party representative struck it with an attack, qualifying their entire party in the process. Once the boss was dead, they made sure everyone had the option to proceed before they moved on to the next floor. Will watched the wagon filled with the Silverdeath sacrifice roll through the glowing yellow tower portal before he summoned his own, passing through it without a hint of his former hesitation. The 8th floor smelled of old decay. As always, the smell hit Will's enhanced senses first. It was dry air that smelled of bodies that had begun to rot before the air sucked the moisture out of them and aborted the process halfway. It didn't smell bad. It smelled stale, like it had once tried to smell bad and then given up halfway. The sun shone through a haze above them, shining down through a strange haze that dimmed the sun and turned it a sickly purple color. Welcome to the 8th floor. Miasma acclimation, 8 days. It is not advised to ascend or descend before the miasma acclimation period has elapsed. Side effects of doing so include fever, bulging bloodshot eyes, coughing, pustules, necrosis of the extremities, paraphilia, parasitic twin growths, and death. There is a stronghold to your west and a key site in need of clearing to your west. Again, it is not advised to ascend or descend before the acclimation period has elapsed. We'll ignore the oft-reminded information about ascending or descending too quickly. He was too busy staring at the surrounding buildings. Is buildings even the right word? Will mused. They were almost closer to crystals than what Will considered a building. Perfectly smooth cubes that stretched up into the sky thousands of feet, seemingly grown straight out of the ground, because there was no seam or indication that it didn't belong jutting out of the cracked slate-gray stone they stood on. The only reason that he knew they were buildings was because of their state of decay. Several of them had cracked and fallen, the crystal facade breaking away and exposing obviously man-made innards, with obviously man-made furniture. Desks, chairs, bed frames, the skeletons of couches. The mummified corpses sitting in them. How many people would this city have to warrant such large buildings? At first Will thought they might be palaces, but with the way the enormous buildings were clustered together, blocking each other's view and not serving any tactical or aesthetic purpose other storing many thousands of people at any one time, Will had to surmise that was their purpose. If each of these buildings could hold, say 5,000 people, how many millions of people would this city have had? Will thought. The caravan came to a crossroads, and as far as the eye could see in either direction, Will could only make out more of these enormous buildings, looming high above them. Like the file folder Lumesh himself might use to store innumerable souls as they await their final judgment. Shoved up against the crystalline buildings were rusted metal carriage frames, pushed aside by generation after generation of climbers to clear the road for their caravans, leaving only this cracked, but still usable gray slate that they walked on. For once, the wagons rolled smooth and quick on the strange surface, rather than fighting with rock and root for every foot of ground. "My lord," Badger said, leaning close to Will's ear. "There is no life on this floor. We will be dipping into our reserves exclusively to keep people fed. It had already been budgeted, but be aware that the sooner we move on to the 9th floor, the better." Will nodded, his gaze drifting to a series of ancient trees planted along the side of the cracked stone road. They were ancient, gnarled and dead, showing signs of halted decay. An 8,000-year-old dead tree should have long since been felled by time. Scavenging insects would have torn them down to the roots in less than 20 years. The fact that they still stood, that implied that there were no insects at all. If there were no insects, it stood to reason that there was no other life either. Just this mummified city, frozen in time. It begged a chilling question. If the architects of these wonders fell, what chance do we have? Will glanced down and tapped his foot against the solid stone beneath his feet, recalling Arkesh's questions about the quality of his nation's roads. Now alerted to the stone floor's identity as a road, Will tried to follow it with his gaze until it disappeared into the purple haze in the distance. Smooth, flat, perfectly straight. Yep, we're screwed. Chapter 145, The Undead. Foolish mortal, whosoever places a single foot upon my realm of the dead shall be bound to it eternally. Lumesh. Then I won't place a single foot upon it. William O. Try not to let anyone die on this floor. Arkesh, the mind conqueror, said, the ancient immortal serpent walking beside Will as they led the caravan to the west. For once, both the stronghold and the key site were in the same direction, west. "I think that's pretty good advice in general," Will replied. "What I mean is, the Kettle Kitna did something unnatural trying to stop the growth of the tower and prevent monsters from spawning on this floor, in an attempt to preserve their way of life." "Did what?" Will asked. "I'm not sure, but the end result is that if you die on this floor, your body becomes host to a ravenous consciousness and you are lost. Resurrection becomes impossible," Arkesh said. "I'll field this one," Reese said, approaching from Will's left-hand side. The Technopriests, easier to say than Kettle Kitna, were getting close to achieving the twin holy grails of magical technology: extra-dimensional space and self-replicating magic. "The thing that I have in my phantom hand is the peak of magical technology," Will asked. "Think bigger," Reese said, gesturing to the world around them. "Where do you think we are right now?" They were inside the tower. From the outside, the tower only looked like it could be maybe a quarter-mile in width, but the inside contained entire worlds. It was just like Will's phantom hand, just on a scale he never had reason to think of. And so many floors, each one a world of its own. If a society were to understand how the tower worked, they could make their own worlds, manipulate or travel between the floors as they saw fit without being forced to fight. That would be valuable beyond compare. "That truly is what's a holy grail?" Will asked. "I forget," Reese said with a shrug. Holy Grail, noun. In medieval legend, the cup or platter used by Jesus at the Last Supper, and in which Joseph of Arimathea received Christ's blood at the cross. Quests for it undertaken by medieval knights are described in versions of the Arthurian legends written from the early 13th century onward. Loth said from a short distance behind them, more colloquially used as a stand-in for something eagerly sought after. "Where the hell did you get that dictionary?" Reese asked, glancing behind him at Loth. "Family heirloom," Loth said with a shrug. So anyway, since the tower has a ban on unchecked extra-dimensional powers in the hands of mere mortals, the Technopriests ran into a wall before they could implement what they learned. They must have figured out self-replicating magic first. They figured out that you could dope miasma to cause it to form certain microstructures. Create just the right microstructure, and it will assemble more of itself out of raw miasma. Miasmatic life, or I guess a miasmatic virus, since it doesn't eat or poop. "Pooping is a requirement for life?" Will asked. Reese grunted, nodding. "Everything poops. Even trees. Trees poop air and dead leaves." Will mused, imagining them all breathing tree poop. Arkesh, the mind conqueror, was giving Reese a quizzical look. "Quick disclaimer. I was in a box before whatever this is," Reese said, motioning to the purple haze around them. "But if I had to guess, they probably created a miasmatic virus that was designed to lower the miasma levels on the floor and prevent monsters from spawning, so that they could continue to dominate the tower. Now, typically, a living creature has its own internal miasma ecosystem, and their little miasma virus struggles to get a foothold on it while it's alive. It just gets washed out along with the rest of the miasma. But a dead body, that's a completely different story." "What's a virus?" Will asked. "An infective agent that typically consists of a nucleic acid molecule in a protein coat, is too small to be seen by light microscopy, and is able to multiply only within the living cells of a host," Loth said, prompting Reese to stare at her. "Alternatively, a piece of code that is capable of copying itself, and typically has a detrimental effect, such as corrupting the system or destroying data." "Code," Will asked. Like a secret code or what? Let's not get carried away. We could spend multiple lifetimes on this rabbit hole, trust me, Reese said, motioning for Loth to stop showing off. All you need to know is that they created a magic spell, it was self-replicating, and they didn't perform enough testing before deploying it. Or perhaps it walked out on the bottom of someone's shoe. In any case, when the dead started killing the living in a population-dense urban center. That was the final straw, and the coil ground down another great civilization. Reese scornfully put air quotes around great. But hey, at least there aren't many actual monsters on this floor, so I guess they achieved one of their goals, Reese said, glancing around. Unfortunately, since the population was in the billions, I'm guessing you'll have to deal with the occasional zombie horde. Case in point. Reese pointed ahead of the caravan, where Will made out twin pinpricks of light in the distance, a brilliant glowing purple. Eyes. Through the purple haze, more and more twin points of light appeared, stretching across the road, wobbling side to side as they sprinted towards them. Well, sprinted was a generous term. More like shambled hastily. The creatures that manifested out of the fog were emaciated, dry and brittle human corpses covered in purple scars. Their only moisture seemed to be a strange, oily substance that dripped from their snarling mouths that only contained a few of their most stubborn teeth. Their fingers seemed to be where the real danger was. Their fingers had somehow elongated over time, the flesh having long since sloughed off their fingertips. The tiny bones at the end of their fingers had been sharpened into shivs through repeated use as a stabbing instrument. Will sent his middle snake forward, morphing its armor into a long, thin blade. With a thought, the front rank of the approaching horde was decapitated, slumping to the ground. "Attack!" Will heard shouting going up from the sides and back of the caravan, and he climbed up into the air to get a more commanding view. The moving corpses were streaming towards them from every possible direction, stretching back as far as the eye could see through the ever-present haze. Will heard a faint thump and glanced up, spotting the glowing purple eyes of thousands more of the zombies above them, pressed tight against the inside of the crystalline buildings, their faces pressed up against the glass with feral hunger. Glass, windows, those are windows. Will had never heard of a panel of glass larger than a man, let alone one strong enough to stop a person and without any imperfections. Will's brain recategorized the buildings from crystal to windowed towers. Will shook the amazement out of his mind and focused on the current problem. The current problem was that the caravan was surrounded by undead in every direction, and this was looking like it might be a battle of attrition. Individually, and even in small groups, these creatures weren't that tough. The problem was that there were enough of them that Will couldn't even see the limits of their numbers through the haze. There could be only a few thousand, or there could be millions. Or billions, according to Reese. Might as well buy some time while I figure out what to do. Will deployed his phantom snakes and had them cut swaths around the caravans, stacking up bodies at an outlandish rate. The pressure on the defenders instantly eased up, and Will began to muse. The first thing we're going to want to do is cut our way of the city. Then we'll probably want to have Travis kite the horde off in another direction before we arrive at the stronghold. A sharp whistle caught Will's attention, and he glanced down at Loth waving up at him, standing next to one of the first zombies that Will had decapitated. "What's up?" Will asked as he arrived beside her. "Also, how do you whistle?" Will asked, frowning at the black kobold. "With a great deal of practice," Loth said, clicking her black thumb and forenail together. "Look at this." She pointed down at the decapitated corpse. The body was twitching, which bodies usually do after you bisect their central nervous system. But the black ichor that was oozing out of the stump, creating web-like strands between the two pieces of the body and slowly drawing them back together, that was unusual. "Shh, it," Will grumbled, glancing up at the hundreds of zombies he'd already bisected. Each and every one of them had the web-like filaments of shiny black bridging their parts. That's what the purple scars are, Will said. The purple scars were where previous generations of climbers had run into this exact same problem. How long do you think before the first ones recover? Will asked. Oh, about 5 minutes, Loth said, eyeing the head creeping towards the stump. I don't think we're going to clear these things in 5 minutes, Will said, scanning the shambling horde. The problem was, if it took more than 5 minutes to clear all of them, then the first ones would rejoin the fight, creating an infinite loop that would wear them down eventually, no matter how easy they were to kill. Yes, that seems to be a sticking point. How are your bugs? Will asked, wondering if Loth could make some kind of trap that could slow them down, or just dig an enormous pit and fill it in. Problem solved. My bugs sicken and die as soon as they step outside my vivarium. I'll have to take some time to breed ones that are resistant to this air, Loth said. We could get Mason to just vaporize them, Will mused. Matter of fact, why hasn't he done it already? Will walked up to where Mason was sitting on top of a wagon, surveying the battle while drinking some 7th floor tea from a jar. He probably figured they had things well in hand, so there was no need to create explosions that might destabilize a building or cause more of the zombies to approach. That's actually a really good concern, Will thought. They regenerate, Will said as he arrived beside their nuker. We were doing so well, there's always a catch. Mason sighed, closing the lid on his tea. Try hitting them with a cantrip first. I'm concerned about what an explosion will do to these buildings, Will said, gesturing above them, where thousands of hungry undead were waiting to literally rain down on them if someone were unwise enough to break the glass. Mason glanced up and scanned the surrounding buildings before he nodded. Soft touches. Understood. A mote of fire leapt from his fingertip to a shambling corpse. Not having any moisture in it, the body instantly caught fire. It burned merrily, as though the oily black substance was some kind of oil. Gouts of black smoke rose into the air as the corpse tottered to a halt and collapsed to the ground, which was good until Will sensed the malevolent charge inside the billowing black smoke rising from the corpse. Will thought he could almost make out organic shapes in the smoke, a half-formed demon sleeping behind a veil of inky water. Whatever it was hungry, and Will honestly thought it might be better off trapped in a physical body, where he could see it. On second thought, Will said, holding up a finger, maybe we don't burn them. A second zombie tripped over the flaming one, catching fire in the blink of an eye as if it were doused in lamp oil. Then a third and a fourth. The smoke flowed together, the figure inside and seeming to twitch, the demon inside beginning to rouse from its sleep. A Mason. On it. Mason flicked forward his ball of empty cold, and the growing pyre of zombies froze in place, the flames snuffing out in an instant. Suddenly detached from its umbilical cord, the smoke began to wrap around itself like a living thing, concentrating and coalescing into. Will whipped his foot forward, catching a spike of air and compressing it before sending it straight into the heart of the smoke. He released the air and the ominous cloud was scattered before it could form, whatever it had been trying to create. Once he was sure it wasn't coming back, Will glanced up at the glass above them, wondering if the rapid temperature change would weaken them. It didn't seem like it. You think you could freeze all of these? Will asked, gesturing to the shambling corpses trudging tirelessly towards them. It would likely take several hours for a body that had been frozen solid to start moving again. Plenty of time to escape. Mason rubbed his chin, scratching the thin beard that was beginning to form. He rose to his feet, picking up his staff of the warmage, scanning the endless army of the dead. They were beginning to pile up around the caravan, forming a stack of body parts 3 men deep. I think I could at the very least freeze enough for the caravan to punch through and lose them, but it would use most of my charge. Punch through, Will thought, scanning the road. How are we even supposed to drive the wagons over these piles of limbs in less than 5 minutes? Some of the limbs still had a hint of life to them, reflexively swiping at anything they came into contact with. That's just asking for a wagon to get a wheel busted. And are those black filaments stitching multiple bodies together into one? How can we get over these things without actually? Oh, let's make freezing them the backup plan, Will said. I have an idea that should more or less get us to safety. Will reached out with his right hand and grabbed the air with his right hand, adding the not terrain tag to everyone in the caravan. The world around them froze in place as the air solidified around them for hundreds of feet. Everyone back to the wagons, Will shouted over the din. I made a ramp leading over the wall of flesh in front of us. Will motioned for the drivers to steer the wagons straight ahead. The caravan hit the invisible 5-degree incline Will had created and began rising up into the sky, gradually gaining more and more distance above the horde. They heaved a collective sigh of relief as they rose above the reach of the horde beneath them. Higher and higher they climbed, with Will using 2 phantom snakes to alternate grasping at air, their controlled area overlapping by 300 feet. When the caravan was entirely on the leading patch of solidified air, the rear snake would go forward 600 feet and create another overlapping platform, keeping the bridge of air continuing without Will's direct input. After they rose above the height of the towers, the entire city was splayed out beneath them, with patches of the city visible through the thinnest of the purple haze. I stand corrected, Mason said, pointing down at the city hundreds of feet below them. Every single break in the purple haze was populated by tens of thousands of undead covering the ground, each of them a pair of pinpricks of violet light staring back up at the interlopers. They were everywhere in every direction, swarming across the ground like ants, slowly shuffling to group up directly beneath them. I could not have frozen enough of them to punch through, Mason said. Hey, Travis, Will called over to another wagon seemingly gliding across the sky, with dozens of civilians peering over the edge with a mixture of horror and enchantment. Travis grunted. Your time to shine, Will said, pointing at the horde beneath them. Fair enough, the master decoy said, cracking his knuckles. Chapter 146, Extravagant Mediocrity. You think Travis is okay? Anna asked as she stirred the massive pot of gruel. It was mostly salt, tough barley, and bits of preserved meat from the wagon's stores, and it smelled absolutely amazing. They'd parked the caravan on top of one of the massive towers for the night. Will wasn't sure if he could keep the snakes holding up the caravan on task while he was asleep. He's probably still alive, Will said with a shrug. The main problem these things present isn't their lethality, it's their numbers. As long as he doesn't slit his own wrists or hide in a basement with only one way out, he should be just fine. Decoys who survive past the 4th floor have a much higher life expectancy, Loth said, studying hundreds of dying insects all standing on a checkerboard. G17, she muttered, consulting a notepad before fiddling around with her barrel. Breeding insects resistant to the 8th floor's unique environment. How come we're not dying? Will asked, having difficulty looking away from the writhing insects. The system, probably, Loth said, pointing at her rows of dying insects. These things don't have classes collecting and processing miasma into stats, abilities, and charge. There's also a possibility we may be dying, albeit at a substantially reduced rate. Insects tend to die to environmental toxins far sooner than something bigger like us. If that is the case, the difference may also be magnified by our resistance. We should probably keep an eye on the caravan members with the lowest resistance, just in case. And get off the floor as soon as possible, Will said with a nod. That would probably be wise. Will turned his attention to Alicia. How's our surroundings, Alicia? The blue flame-eyed archer startled a bit as she noticed Will's attention on her. I'll check, she whispered, setting a bowl of gruel down beside her and peering into the thick purple haze far beneath them. The ones on the ground don't seem to know we're here. They aren't as thick since Travis led them off, she said before turning her gaze to the stone floor beneath them. The building has a frame of blessed steel blocking my view, but I can move. She carefully paced along the ceiling, looking down as she did. Up till about the halfway point, there seems to be only a handful of corpses in the building, but I'm not sure if they're undead or not. They aren't moving. Below the halfway point, there's a few dozen undead moving around. Will glanced at Loth. Wanna go for a walk? Loth raised a brow before glancing at her barrel full of insects. Yes. Will picked Alicia and Loth to come with him, leaving June in charge of the caravan while the three of them looked for a way down. They located a steel door that seemed to be locked from the inside. Loth tapped it a couple times before using her trap-making kit to punch a hole in the door near the lock, then peeling away a ridiculously thin layer of steel, revealing the mechanism behind it. After that, it was as simple as pulling the bolt back, and they were inside. They were on a gray stone staircase that wound around in a blocky spiral. Will leaned over the railing and stared down, noting that the staircase went all the way to the ground floor. From what he could see anyway. This is the most direct way for them to get to us. Will mused, the sight of the bottom lost in the purple haze. I can make it less direct, Loth said, tapping her claws thoughtfully against the metal railing. Take out a few flights and they'd never get to us, or at least not in a reasonable amount of time. Can you do it quietly? Will asked. Loth frowned, considering. Unlikely, but I can quietly rig it to collapse should they start to come up it. Best of both worlds. Please do. I'll take Alicia to check out the top floors, Will whispered. Maybe there's some loot. Haven't made traps with my own hands in a hot minute, Loth said, rolling back her sleeves with an eager grin. Sometimes it's nice to get back to basics. She went down a flight of stairs, muttering to herself and pulling a small hand drill out of her pack. Keep an eye on everything, Will said to Alicia. I want to know if the zombies downstairs start moving or if Loth gets into trouble. The kobold might still be wearing her cuirass of the cruel tyrant, which was excellent at damage soak, but without her insects, she was significantly less powerful in a straight fight. Alicia nodded, her eyes casting her face in a faint blue light in the dark. It was enough for Will to see by, actually. Maybe a year ago it would have been impossibly dark in here, but Will's acuity had truly become something outrageous. The blue-eyed archer was nearly blind, as a result of seeing through nearly every substance, save a few of the most resilient materials such as blessed steel. So she placed a hand on his shoulder in order to avoid tripping over debris or running into a wall that she couldn't see. 20 feet, Alicia whispered after a few minutes, pointing at a wall ahead of them and a bit to the right. Will scanned the wall, finding a doorway to the left. Will crept forward, conscious of Alicia's hand on his shoulder. He tested the knob and found it to be rusted into an immovable mass. Taking a note from Loth, Will formed a phantom snake's armor into a tiny blade and carefully removed the lock, gently placing it down beside the door. After some consideration, Will did the same to the hinges and simply placed the door to the side. Will poked his head through the doorway, towards where the corpse Alicia had been pointing to. It wasn't in the hall that stretched down the length of the building, so it must be in one of the rooms further in. 20 feet. Will mentally drew a line from where she first pointed, stretching 20 feet forward, stopping, right there. Will locked in on one of the rooms in the middle, creeping up to it. repeating the process of silently removing the door. Faster this time because he knew what he was doing. Inside the room was a corpse, not mummified like the others, but skeletal in nature, slumped against the desk in front of them. Their clothes were in a pile around them, strange wool things that seemed like they might have been loose-fitting even before they had become a skeleton. There were several pots in the corner of the room, and withered plants sticking out of them. Hanging from the ceiling was a strange white object shaped like a miniature cloud with a metal grate on either side of the cloud. It had some writing on the side, but Will couldn't read it. He ran his fingers over the material and tapped it a few times with his finger. It felt like that resin toy climber the younger kids in the orphanage would cling to. The desk was odd. In Will's experience, anyone who had a high enough position to warrant a desk would have at least a solid one. Will tapped it with his finger, scratching away a bit of sawdust. This one seemed to be made of paper-thin steel and sawdust. On the desk in front of the bones was a cube of resin and glass whose purpose Will couldn't even begin to guess. He couldn't identify it just by touching it, so at least it was a relic. Will cautiously tapped the skeleton. It collapsed into a pile of disconnected bones and the dust of dead fungus. Will suppressed a sharp inhale as he took a step back. "What's wrong?" Alicia whispered. "Just remembered something," Will said, looking at the stains on the floor where fungus had consumed every soft tissue of the corpse before expanding in every direction, looking for more to eat and finding nothing, eventually withering to dust. This was exactly what would have happened to him if he hadn't made it out of the trial room. The thought sent a cold sweat sweeping across his skin. With the skeleton on the floor, it revealed what had been in the skeleton's lap. In the seat beside the hip bones was a framed portrait of a happy family. It was severely faded, but Will could make them out. How many times has this happened? Will found himself wondering. If every floor represented 1,000 years, like the rings of a tree, one could determine the tower's age. 100,000 more. Nobody knew for sure how many floors existed. In all that time, how many times had a society risen to the pinnacle of power only to be cast down again by their own greed? Or was it the tower, enforcing some kind of divine law? Reese might know the answer, actually. Will picked up the picture and placed it back on the desk. This person wasn't important by any means. There was no treasure in the room aside from a non-magical ring, no servants' quarters. If anything, this was the servant with how their room was so tightly packed together with all the others. And yet they lived 1,000 feet in the air in a tower made of blessed steel. No, worked. Will didn't see a bed anywhere. Worked. Were all these towers simply to house servants who did what exactly? There were huge gaps in Will's knowledge that he simply couldn't fill in with conjecture. If these were the servants, where were the lords of these enormous towers? It was human nature to want to live above others, but they were already on the highest floor. "Do you see any rooms that are bigger than the others?" Will asked Alicia. "All I can see is the blessed steel frame of the building, but if I had to guess..." Alicia pointed into the distance, the way they'd come. Will nodded, and the two of them headed that way. They wound their way around the staircase, checking in on Loth, who gave them a thumbs up, before going through a series of doors to arrive in a massive room that seemed to stretch on forever. The room was subdivided up into even smaller compartments, each barely more than the width of a man's arms. Each compartment housed a cramped desk and a single chair. It was as if someone had been tasked with cramming as many scribes as possible in as small a space as possible. Definitely not where the Lord of the Tower lived. They eventually did find the Lord of the Tower. It was disappointing. The Lord's room was in the corner of the building on the top floor. It had a fancier desk, a toilet, and an attached room with a dilapidated couch and a small bed, both of decent quality before millennia coated them in dust and picked them apart. On the desk, there was a gold-plated figure of a man with a smiling face and a fancy headdress, his arms held out to the side, the two hands acting as scales that things could be placed on to weigh them against each other. Some kind of deity? Will thought. Like all the other desks, this one had a box on it that did nothing. There were several rusted-out file cabinets against the back wall, and a strange stick made of blessed steel leaning up against the wall beside a little white ball. This is not a lord's residence. Sure, it wasn't cramped and was decently comfortable, but it wasn't the kind of lavish excess that Will would expect from anyone who could afford a place this grand. Fountains, food, furniture, entertainment. Sure, maybe the lords of these people practiced frugal humility, but that wasn't Will's experience with human nature, and it certainly wasn't his experience with the supposed leader of their entire society who had escaped this floor to the one beneath them at the end of the coil. It was more like whoever had held this office had been a steward. Another servant given small luxuries to set him above the rest, but still a servant. Whoever owned this outrageously impressive building didn't even stoop to living in it. There's not going to be anything valuable here, Will thought. It made a certain sense. There were literally hundreds of these towers, but they solely housed servants. The chances of them landing on one that had some kind of hidden secret were slim to none. That gives me an idea. But for now, let's head back, check in with Loth, and get a bit of sleep. So what's the deal with you and Reggie? Will teased, relaxing as they began heading back. There were no undead within earshot for them to worry about, and Will hadn't been able to chat with Alicia since nearly the first time they'd met. Is dating covered in the party bylaws? What's the deal with you and sleeping on Anna's thighs? Alicia whispered back. 'Cause it's super comfy, you should try it sometime. A sudden gasp brought Will's attention back to Alicia. The archer was staring straight up at the ceiling, her mouth hanging open. What? Will asked. Something's happening above. One of the there, Alicia shouted, pointing. Through the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the hall, Will caught a glimpse of a body falling through the darkness. Chapter 147, Night Terrors. William O. once sneezed near a climber possessed by an evil spirit. Bless you, the evil spirit said reflexively, not daring to be rude around William O., and in the process exorcised itself. Jason Salazar. The floor wrapped around Will's heel and propelled him forward at full speed, straight towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Will threw his axe ahead of him, guiding it with his phantom snakes. Crash. The axe punched a hole through the strangely strong glass, and Will followed behind, smashing through the weakened hole face first, using his mask as a battering ram and tumbling through the window. There. The body had fallen another 30 feet in the fraction of a second it had taken Will to jump out. Will sent the phantom snake streaking down, easily catching up with the man and wrapping around his waist, bringing him to a gentle halt to avoid snapping his spine. Who are we dealing with? Will thought, landing on a platform of air as he turned the man around, prepared to cuss him out for playing chicken on the edge of the building or whatever stupid game the young men in the caravan liked to get up to. Will froze as he came face to face with something out of a horror story. The man's face was contorting wildly as though the muscles were struggling against each other, his eyes and mouth oozing black substance reminiscent of the undead spread across the road beneath them. Klein, I think his name is. One of the carpenters. As he saw Will, he gave a black-ooze grin and slipped a civilian dagger out of his belt. The kind they might use for whittling, cutting bread or rope. He whipped the dagger up. Will's middle snake wrapped around Klein's wrist an instant before the dagger plunged into the man's own eye. Why is he trying to kill himself? We'll put it together in an instant. Whatever was messing with his head was trying to secure a win by killing its host, which meant there was a way it could be removed, as long as the body stayed alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in such a hurry to kill its host. If it couldn't be removed, it would gloat. Klein stuck out his tongue and Will shot forward, jamming his hand into the possessed human's mouth before he could bite off his own tongue and bleed to death. Will winced as the black teeth sank into his fingers. Carpenters were, as a rule, modestly strong, but it didn't outmatch Will's resistance. It hurt, but it didn't break the skin. Crack! Will felt the teeth shift minutely as one of the man's molars cracked against Will's finger. The monster puppeting his body was able to muster more force than a man could sustain without injury. Even if they saved his life, Klein was going to have a bad day. Will secured the man's arms and legs with 4 phantom snakes, then used the armor of the 5th one to create a metal gag, preventing him from biting down before withdrawing his hand. Will glanced up and saw at least a dozen civilians and climbers staring down at them in dismay. Will sprinted back up to the rooftop, carrying the possessed carpenter along with him. Klein was hyperventilating as he struggled against the phantom snakes, but the carpenter didn't have any combat abilities that the creature could use to get him out. "Is anybody else?" Will said, gesturing to the snarling man beside him. "No, thank the gods," Brenna said, the aged seamstress holding her family tight. "What hap?" "Kline?" One of Klein's party, presumably his wife, shouted as she rushed towards him. Will took a step forward and blocked the young woman before she got within range of the infection, if that were a concern. "Let me see him," the woman shouted, trying and failing to muscle past Will. "Not until the priests of Holdna fix him," Will said. "Where are the priests of Holdna?" "Right here," the ancient Saint Charnessa shouted, approaching with 2 other priests. Her expression soured as she spotted Klein behind Will. "Lay him down," she said, gesturing to the floor. "And don't let go of him." Will did so, and the 3 priestesses knelt beside the struggling man, their hands glowing faintly as they pressed down against him. "Can you tell me what happened?" Will asked, trying to divert the distraught woman's attention towards himself rather than her husband, who had begun twitching and vomiting black bile. He said he felt tired and was going to go to bed early. I went to bed with him. He got up a while later and said he was going to pee off the side of the building. I didn't think anything of it." "No black stuff when he got up?" Will asked, gesturing to his face. "I'm sorry it was dark," she said, her voice trembling from barely restrained sobs. "It's fine, she can touch him," Charnessa said, arriving beside Will and tapping him on the shoulder. The saint's gaze followed the young woman enviously for a moment as she collapsed beside her writhing husband before turning back to Will. "We need to talk." The saint's words provoked a cold sweat. "Over here. We can get the spirit out of him, but there are problems," Charnessa whispered as they ducked out of earshot. "Tell me." "Removing possessions like that are a bit like yanking a root system out of the ground without damaging it." Will frowned. "The thing has laid roots inside him, and if we pull it out thoughtlessly, it will damage him beyond repair. Also, if we miss a piece of the root, it will regrow. Maybe not into the same demon, but something that will cause him to hurt himself or his family." "What are you getting at?" "It's going to be slow." "Hours," Charnessa said. "I would understand if you wanted to cut our losses here." Will understood what she meant. The excitement, noise, and most importantly, the charge expended at the top of the building would be like a signal fire, attracting the undead. Staying in place for hours would definitely result in a confrontation. "Could I just keep everyone in midair while you get the thing out of him?" Will asked. "It's an option, but there's still the issue of the spirit, and whether or not there are more of them," Charnessa said. Will glanced around, not seeing any more spirits. "What do you mean?" "I think we're dealing with a night terror, undead that don't have physical forms. Can't see M, can't touch M." They're not even ethereal, they're entirely separate from our plane of existence. They'll trail after a party until one of them goes to sleep and then pounce. If the person sleeping isn't particularly strong of will, they'll be possessed. And is there a reason you didn't warn us about them? Will asked. They're rare, there's no way to prevent them from showing up, and if everyone was afraid to sleep, it would cause problems. I've seen whole parties try to stay awake the whole floor. It isn't pretty. So what do you want from me? The spirits already in him, Will said, pointing. Unless. Charnessa nodded, the ancient priestess following Will's logic. Yes, they can come in groups. No one else has gone to sleep yet. I need someone with plenty of focus to act as bait to clear the area around us of night terrors before anyone else in the caravan goes to sleep. Are you willing to put some of your party in danger? Yeah, me, Will said, thumbing his chest. Loth can keep the undead beneath us at bay for as long as we might need. We need June running the caravan. Of the remaining people, only Mason and Jason have about the same focus as me. Mason's too destructive to have him sleep fight anything, and Jason is 12, so we're not using him as bait. By that logic, aren't you far more destructive than Mason? What if you're possessed? At the risk of sounding arrogant, I cut off my own hand to survive. I've got Will for days. It's literally my first name. You're right, that does sound arrogant, Charnessa said, peering up at him for a moment before scoffing and shaking her head. Teenagers. So convinced of your immortality. She shrugged her shoulders. So be it, but remember that you are bearing all the lives in this caravan on your shoulders. Will appraised the saint in front of him. To become a saint, one had to be above level 50. There was a very good chance that Charnessa was completely capable of solving this crisis on her own, and was overplaying the danger as a way to teach Will a lesson about leadership or humility or some such. You would never agree to this if you didn't think you could restrain me somehow. Will clicked his tongue and shook his head. Old people, always so convinced teenagers can't see through their bullshit. Charnessa's eyes narrowed for a moment, a small smile fluttering across her face. HMPH, make yourself ready then. I'll put you to sleep. If you kill everyone in the caravan while under a night terror's control, it will be a valuable learning experience. Will went and got some of the carpenters to secure Klein's arms and legs, and put a wooden bit between the man's teeth to prevent him from biting off his own tongue or anyone else's, for that matter, freeing up his phantom snakes before returning to Charnessa's side, carrying the pillow from his section of the storage wagon. Let's do this, Will said, fluffing the pillow before laying down with his head propped up, clasping his hands together above his chest. Lay on your side. Charnessa said, kneeling beside him. Will frowned, glancing up at her. If you puke, it's less likely to go back into your lungs. I've seen it happen. It's deeply unpleasant, even to a climber with high resistance. They might have had a bit of friction a few minutes ago, but Will wasn't about to completely ignore good advice from old folk. Will laid on his side. Seize control, Charnessa murmured, and Will felt a tap against his temple then. Will's eyes shot open with a start, and he tried to push himself up when his left arm blazed with pain, dropping him to the hard floor, clenching his eyes shut again. Suboptimal sacrifice detected attempting to generate class seed retrying, failed. Please place an adequate sacrifice on the altar. Poorly preserved or mixed sacrifices have a diminished chance of successfully generating class seeds. Will opened his eyes and realized he was still in the trial room, the last year fading from memory, the wishful thinking of a desperate boy. I had a dream where I imagined I'd become strong and went on dazzling adventures. Will thought, coughing as his throat was raw from screaming. He groaned and tottered backwards, slumping against the white wall, unable to stand any longer than a few seconds as the blood loss was making him incredibly dizzy. Well, I tried my best, Will thought, staring at the altar that had taken his left hand. There was nothing else to sacrifice. No way to get his class and leave this room. Just bits of metal and fabric from manically tearing apart the satchel and his boots. On his left wrist, the string tied painfully tight around his forearm was the only thing preventing him from bleeding out. It was tied with a little bow. Will hadn't thought about it before, but something about that was incredibly funny to him at this moment. Like unwrapping the present of oblivion, all I'd have to do to escape this place is just tug on a string, Will thought, giggling at the gallows humor. Will reached for the string and hesitated. This is the only way out now. The alternative is starving to death. Even though he knew all that, Will's mind was desperately searching for a solution. What about miasma? If I brought enough of it with me from outside, maybe I could raise an insect to become a monster like Loth and sacrifice it instead. Who's Loth? Will shook off the vague memories of the fantasy he'd been indulging in and focused on the now. There's light in here. That's a form of energy. Maybe I can breed an edible fungus off my scalp and raise it out of my blood, making a life here. Once I recover, I can do something. You know that's not going to work. I am not giving up. Over the course of several hours, Will ran through every possible scenario in his mind, but none of them led to him surviving this. You're not getting out. After what felt like ages, his will was ground down to nothing, finally admitted it to himself, tears streaming down his cheeks as he glanced down at the string, right hand reaching for the knot, ready to uncork himself and let it end. He paused as he noticed something. Beneath the skin of his left arm were black veins, barely held back by the tourniquet, pressing against the physical barrier, waiting to climb up his arm and into his chest. Once that happened, he would be free from this pain. He wanted nothing more than to let this torture end. Wait, wasn't it blood loss that was gonna kill me? At that minor discrepancy, something bucked inside Will, a habit that had been trained to become as reflexive as kicking when tapped on the knee. Mews in the window, nail through foot, sick soup. Choking on stolen peanut butter, Loth joining the party. Letting Brianna go. Will's hopeless suicidal exhaustion gave way to a teenage crush, then shock and horror, then the comfort of being tended to by a mother figure, then the despair of possibly dying from his own stupidity, then the joy of making a friend, then the impotent rage of letting someone go to their abuser. The scenery around him smeared like grease on a window as the reflexive technique from his suppressed memories broke the control. The last year flooded back into him. The omnipresent light of the box he was in faded to nothing, plunging Will's world into darkness, and the altar changed shape into something awful. It looked like a horse-sized slug composed of silently screaming faces. If this is a dream, Will thought, glancing around the surrounding darkness didn't seem to have any beginning or end. There was no scale or frame of reference. Who was to say that horse-sized slug was actually horse-sized, instead of really close to his eyes? Will closed one eye and squeezed down on the image of the night terror with his thumb and forefinger, plucking it out of the air. The little creature wriggled in his palm for an instant before Will crushed it. Chapter 148, Dangerous for Kobolds. Will's eyes snapped open, coughing as the air hit a raw patch of throat. Was I screaming? Will asked, peering up at Charnessa. It's normal. Looks like there was another one. Apparently, Will mused, glancing down at his palm, which was dimpled where his fingernails had dug into his flesh. He felt like there was a bit of film on his hand, like he'd touched some greasy food and hadn't used soap to cleanse it yet. Did the night terror evaporate? Will thought. These things aren't very smart, so if you go back under if there's any more, one will latch onto you immediately. It's a lot like fishing for pike, actually, except your mind is the hook. Are you ready to go under again? It gets easier after the first. The mind develops its own defenses. Will held up a hand, buying himself a moment to ask questions. These night terrors, can they be sacrificed? Will asked. Charnessa blinked. I've never seen it happen, but the rule of thumb is that anything can be sacrificed with the proper preparation. Seems like a good opportunity. See if you can't get Badger to use some preservation magic when I catch it. Will said, feeling the residue on his palm. You need someone with telekinetic and telepathic abilities, some blessed glassware, and Badger's preservation techniques as well. If you had all that, we could try it. Will frowned, hey Arkesh. The ancient immortal serpent looked up from where he was playing cards with the older generation of civilian party leaders. Eh? Do you have telepathic and telekinetic abilities? I dabbled. He cheats, Brenna said. Not my fault you don't guard your thoughts, Arkesh groused. Will motioned for Arkesh to come over and called Badger as well. Do we have any enchanted glassware? Will asked. No, but Polly can make it with an ability, Badger replied. Polly was one of the caravan's many artisans whose task was to work together with the other non-combat classes to make the stronghold livable. In this case, glassware for the home. Is that the one who's sweet on you? Will asked with a frown, thinking back to the woman who kept watching Badger kill monsters on the 7th floor long past when the novelty had worn off for everyone else. Then no. Will, the immortal serpent, and the saint of Holdna all gave Badger a critical gaze. It is, Arkesh said before directing his gaze at Will. They're both interested but waiting for the other to approach them. It happens more than you'd think. Badger went pale. Well, you heard him go talk to Polly, Will said with a wry grin. Romance inside the tower is ill-advised, Badger mumbled, turning red and seemingly collapsing inward. Children are often stillborn or deformed, and it would be irresponsible of me to. I really didn't want to step into this, Charnessa said. But for the sake of moving this along, there are infinite things young couples can do together that doesn't result in pregnancy, and there's only one thing that does. OOH, Badger said, his eyes widening as though a divine revelation had struck him. Coming from a saint of Holdna, Will supposed it was. Only one? Will asked, frowning. According to Gertrude, there were at least a dozen ways to get a girl pregnant. Kissing while alone, hiding sausages, going to town together, buying a house for a girl, rolling in the hay. We're not having this conversation, Charnessa said, making a chopping motion with her hand. You go get Polly, we're going to need enchanted ampoules. You go back to sleep. But, Charnessa flicked Will on the forehead, and his eyes rolled back in his head. The second time Will found himself inside the trial room. Will clawed his way out when he realized the walls weren't perfectly white, bearing some kind of black tarnish. It inspired him to scrape his way through several inches of white, faintly glowing stone, with the tiny pieces of metal he'd removed from his boots. Will really knew he was onto something when the wall began to bleed black bile. He eventually pulled himself outside the room into a void where a massive slug made of rotting faces formed the outside of the trial room. He'd cut himself out of its belly. The creature looked over its shoulder, and for a moment the two simply stared at each other as Will's memories flooded back. Oh right, that's what's happening. It twisted to reach him with its finger-lined mouth, but Will whipped a shoestring up and cinched it down around the creature's neck, tightening it until the monster's neck turned purple and shrank. In the logic of dreams, as the night terror's body shrank, it merged with Will's truncated left arm, settling in behind the tourniquet, its mouth wrapped around the stump, looking like an overly ambitious snake trying to swallow a bull's foot. "Let me get that for you," Will said, grabbing the slug off his stump and crushing it in his hand. Will felt a strange, twisting in space around his right palm. "We get it?" Will asked, blinking his eyes open. "Sure did," Arkesh said, holding up a tiny glass ampule with a purple and black mush inside of it. Will blinked the sand out of his eyes and took the glass container, noting the way it was sealed off from the outside air, preserving the creature's properties inside the glass. Night Terror upgrade for Phantom Hand. Adds the ability to convert physical damage dealt by the Phantom Hand into psychic damage. Nope, Will already had a way to inflict psychic venom from his kit, and he didn't feel like it was vital enough to drop an entire upgrade to guarantee he could do it without. Psychic damage was great, but it wasn't critical enough to drop a sacrifice on. Night Terror upgrade for Aspect of the Immortal Serpent. Adds Memory Seed to Aspect of the Immortal Serpent. If the user's mind is completely erased or replaced, a memory seed will regrow, restoring the user to their state prior to being erased. Aspect S Complete Healing now applies to mental conditions as well as physical ones. It would be nice to no longer be afraid of doors and nuns, but it was a minor gripe. The ability to bounce back after the mind being overwritten was interesting, but Will could only imagine it working in an extremely fringe situation. If someone erased Will's mind, why wouldn't they just kill him as soon as he was a drooling vegetable? The only way this would ever pay dividends was in the very unlikely scenario where someone wiped his mind and then toted him around as a trophy for the days or weeks it would take Fro his mind to regrow. It would only ever help if he already lost the fight. Why burn an upgrade slot that could be used to win a fight? That would be what Sister Gertrude would refer to as planning for failure. If it had been simple resistance to psychic damage and mind control, he would have taken it. That would help in a fight. But it was healing after the fact. That wasn't to say that nobody else could get some kind of benefit. Will handed the sacrifice off to the rest of his party to fight over. Mason and Jason seemed to be the most excited about it. "Ready to go again?" Charnessa asked. "We've got to keep going until there aren't any left." "Let me get up and stretch my legs a bit first," Will said, holding up a hand. The saint nodded, standing up and getting herself something to drink while she waited. Will went over to the door leading to the stairs down to the ground floor, wondering how Loth was doing. He heard the groans of angry zombies and frowned. "We're already holding them off? How long have I been out?" When Will got to the staircase, he paused, staring down at the scene beneath him. The staircase below was packed shoulder to shoulder with zombies, some of them even climbing up on the railings and each other in their desperate bid to make it to the caravan. They were shuffling with a quickness, marching in lockstep, and yet not a single one seemed to make it past the 3rd floor from the top. Will went down a flight and figured out why that was. The entire flight of stairs connecting to the last 3 floors had been simply removed, preventing the horde of zombies from making it to them at all. Instead, the zombies were pushing each other into a hallway on the floor beneath them through sheer crowd pressure. The zombies beneath glanced up at Will and a hand dragged Will back from the ledge, breaking line of sight with the zombies. "Don't let them see you," Loth's raspy voice said behind him. Will turned and spotted Loth. The kobold was covered head to toe in stone dust and looking more pleased than he'd seen her in a while. "Why not?" "They start mucking up their pathing if you attract their attention in the wrong spot. Let me show you where to stand." Loth guided him back up a floor and away from the staircase, towards the other side of the building, where she had cut a hole in the floor and set up one of the wooden folding chairs from the wagon. "Whoa," Will said as he peered down. Loth had cut a hole through the window beneath them that faced the outside world and rigged the floor to tilt and tumble the zombies outside the building once a certain number of them had accumulated in the hallway. Whoosh, the floor rotated underneath the horde, dropping them outside the building, tumbling to the ground below where a tangled mess of zombies were pushing themselves back to their feet and heading back to the staircase. Loth sat down on her wooden chair and cackled with joy, kicking her feet as another load of zombies was dropped out the side of the building. So, they're stuck in a loop, Will mused, peering out the window. The zombies fell 30 flights of stairs, hit the ground hard, then 5 minutes later, they started working their way back up the spiral staircase, only to be dropped again. Despite how basic this trap is, I simply can't suppress a burst of joy every time I watch it drop them, and the fact that they don't learn from their mistakes. Loth clicked her tongue, making an OK circle with her talons. Very nice. I think this floor could be dangerous to kobolds in a different sense. Whoosh, the floor rotated again, dropping another load of zombies flailing into the purple haze hundreds of feet below them. Loth snorted, kicking her heels against the blessed steel beam beneath them. How long was I out? About 3 hours, Loth said. In another 15 hours, the pile of bodies combining with each other out there might be large enough to cause us a problem, but we're not immediately pressed for time. Will glanced out the window and saw that not every zombie they dropped got back up again. A few of them were fused by the black ichor that sustained them with the rest of the pile, creating a single ooze-like monster composed of writhing limbs and screaming faces. Well, keep an eye on it. Whoosh, Loth chortled again, kicking her heels as another group of zombies was dropped. She must have been watching this happen for hours and she still hadn't gotten tired of it. I can see how this might be dangerous for kobolds, Will mused. Ahaha, what? Loth asked, wiping tears out of her eyes as she glanced back up at Will. Never mind, enjoy yourself. Thanks, I think I'm going to start marking some with paint to see how fast they come back up. And because it's funny. Whoosh, Will went back up to the top and asked Aria to go down there and keep an eye on Loth and the slowly growing mega monster at the foot of the building. We should probably get this business taken care of before Loth decides to stay on this floor, Will thought to himself. In the distance, he saw the carpenter with the 2 priestesses hovering over him, slowly and carefully drawing the dream parasite out of his body. Remember, you're a lord. You're doing this to protect your people from that. All right, Will said, laying back down and fluffing his pillow. How many more of these things do we have to fish out of the ether? I dunno, the withered saint said with a shrug. We'll know when they stop latching on to you. Swell, Will said. Send me back in. Charnessa leaned down and tapped his head. Will found himself in a familiar memory. It wasn't losing his hand this time. The night terrors seemed to have picked up that it wouldn't work anymore after the first 2. Instead, it was the memory of Loth getting burnt to a crisp and nearly dying. The only discrepancy was that the thing in his arms that he was trying desperately to get to a healer was a kobold-sized face slug in his arms. That was a pretty big discrepancy. In a matter of minutes, he had it subdued. The next one was even worse, with Will having lunch with Slug Brianna just before she went on to the next floor without them. As it turned out, the number of night terrors in the area was 4. Chapter 149. Take 1, please. The next morning, Travis was back safe and unpossessed, much to everyone's surprise. Of course, Travis didn't actually sleep that night, so it made sense he was still alive. Upon being informed that falling asleep probably would have gotten him killed, the master decoy just shrugged and said he was already operating under the assumption that falling asleep on his own in a zombie-infested floor was a bad idea. Travis brought back a few souvenirs from his time alone. Mostly strange convenience relics, rings that heated and flavored food, anklets that made the body lighter and repaired arthritis, that sort of thing. If it was truly valuable, Will wasn't sure Travis would have shown them. The decoy wasn't against them, but he did have a streak of self-interest. I suppose that can be said for most of us, Will thought, scanning the party as they traveled. None of them were completely saintly, except maybe Anna, and she represented an idealized caricature of what Brianna thought she should have been. As for Loth, they practically had to drag her away from the addictive joy of her infinite zombie launcher. But after some whining and pleading on both sides, they managed to get her away from the trap and back on the road again. The blob of splattered zombies outside the building was getting big and beginning to make some concerning moves. Namely, moving. A few hours into their travel, Will caught Loth designing some kind of zombie-powered thrashing machine in her notebook. When she noticed him looking, she then spent the next hour describing how the mindless energy of the undead could be harvested to make life for the living better. So all the foreman has to do is stand there, and the zombies walk towards them on the treadmill, which turns the wheel, which powers the thresher, or whatever else you care to automate. Loth said, tapping the different parts of the diagram. So, are we going to export zombies or something? Because nothing grows on this floor. Loth's eyes went wide for a moment before narrowing as she realized how much of a hurdle her zombie power revolution faced. Phoo! Loth ripped her design out of her book and tossed it aside. Will caught it and teased her about hanging it up on the mantel. After Loth gave him the look, Will backed off and turned his attention to the time, glancing up at the sun, barely visible through the purple haze. Only a few more hours before we sat down again. Will caught Jason's attention and waved him over. Hey, Jason, according to Charnessa, we still have a day before we hit Ghoul's stronghold, and I had an idea for something you could help with. What's up? Jason asked. You notice how all these buildings are about the same, and they've all been picked clean of anything cool by generations of climbers? Will asked, gesturing to the endless ocean of massive glass towers gliding by underneath them. Yeah. Well, I'd like you to pick our next landing spot. One with something cool, if you can. Jason grunted, looking up at Will. How? With your cantrip. Jason's eyes widened and his face lit up. Right away, sir, Jason said, snapping off a sloppy but enthusiastic salute. I'll find us a spot with so much goddamn treasure we won't be able to carry it all. Just pick a good spot, Will said, patting him on the shoulder. More than we can carry is useless. Jason gave an ominous chuckle and rubbed his palms together before pulling out a gold coin. Jason pointed at the nearest building and flipped the coin. Tails. Jason pointed at the next one. Tails. We'll let Jason do his thing when it became obvious that it might take quite some time for him to find a good spot. About 4 hours later, Will was playing Go with Loth and losing horribly when Jason came back to him, tugging manically on his sleeve. Will. You can just tell me what you got, Will said, turning his attention to the excited prophet. That building right there has some sweet loot, Jason said, pointing. Will squinted to see through the omnipresent purple haze. That shorter one by the bridge, Will asked. There was an empty riverbed and a squat building beside it. Shorter was relative since the building itself was still about 8 stories tall, which had previously been taller than the biggest building Will had ever seen. Is it dangerous? Will asked. Jason frowned, turning to stare at the building and flipping a coin. The coin landed heads in his hand. Yeah. I guess everywhere is dangerous here. Is it gonna get us killed? Will asked. Jason flipped the coin again, and this time he missed the catch, causing it to tumble down to the platform of air beneath them. The coin landed on its side, slowly rotating in place. "Answer uncertain, try again later," Jason said with a shrug as he glanced back up at Will. "I can't rely on the coin flip for all my decision-making, since it's fallible. Let's prop it up with some common sense. Any place that still has loot is probably more dangerous than the rest of the city. Instead of landing directly on it, let's make camp on one of the safer nearby towers, and I can explore it solo without having to worry about the civilians getting wrapped up in whatever trouble I stir up. Can you find us a place close to it that's safe to spend the night?" Will asked as Jason stooped to pick up his coin. "Sure." Will sent word to the wagon drivers, and they began veering towards the empty river. Once they were parked, Loth started setting up defenses again, and they tested the area for night terrors. Thankfully, they hadn't run into another group of them despite crossing a rather large distance. Will hung around for dinner, then got himself ready and snuck over to the squat building beside the bridge. Perched on a windowsill high above the building in question, Will could see that there was a clear patch of zombies around the squat building, seemingly uninterested in approaching. I wonder, uninterested or unable? Will took a button from his shirt and flicked it down into the empty area. Nothing happened at first, but the sound seemed to attract attention from some of the undead, who began wandering closer. Without warning, a round nodule of iron hanging off the underside of the building's entrance, that Will had previously dismissed as a stylistic choice, twitched, orienting a little black circle towards the zombie. A moment later, the zombie toppled to the ground with a smoking hole in its chest. Patches of the zombie continued disappearing in gouts of the nasty black smoke, which slowly drifted around the empty courtyard, gradually coalescing into the form of the demon that had been possessing it. The smoke demon had mostly congealed when the nodule twitched again, and another hole was opened up in the smoke creature's chest, followed by its head and limbs. Eventually, the smoke demon was scattered, the ominous black smoke sinking to the ground and lingering there, seemingly drifting through a grate in the ground that led to sewers. A few minutes later, the courtyard was pristine again. I can see how this might be dangerous. Will couldn't see any dead climbers around the building, but between dead bodies being possessed and walking away. And whatever ability the steel nodules were using to vaporize bodies meant that there wouldn't be any sign that combat had ever happened. Now that he was alerted to people getting vaporized, Will squinted, scanning the courtyard. There were more than a few all-or mostly metal relics scattered around the courtyard here and there, a few simply shoved into the gutters by wind and the shuffling of zombie feet. The only sign that other climbers had died here. In fact, scanning the gutters, Will could easily make out half a dozen relics that had been durable enough to survive whatever that thing was. If they dug through the clogged gutters, they'd probably find another dozen at least. I wonder if that's the treasure that Jason doused for us. It would be an excellent score, that much was true, but Will's curiosity had been piqued. What was inside that building that magical defenses that potent were being employed? How many people had actually made it inside? Was whatever it was guarding still there and still valuable 8,000 years later? I mean, there's nothing stopping us from carefully looting the outside and then carefully looting the inside. Will's heart was pounding with the excitement of testing himself against a new challenge, but he forced himself to sit down cross-legged while he did the boring part thoroughly. When did I start getting excited about things that might kill me? Will thought, leaning on his palm as his snakes began digging through the gutters, pulling out loot and delivering them back to the caravan. Attracted by the motion, the zombies clustered around the gutters, but they couldn't see Will's phantom snakes, and inanimate objects floating away wasn't quite enough to keep their attention. What changed the way I feel about it? Was it the treasure, Or was it simply that I would go mad if I didn't find a way to justify risking my life on a daily basis? Will wondered to himself. He truly did enjoy it now, despite everything, and despite having vivid memories of the terrifying dread of near death. Or is it the mystery of the tower dragging me along, like they said? It might be. It was the tantalizing not knowing that seemed to be motivating him to go in there, more than simple greed. So what's the best way to get in there? Will briefly considered destroying the metal nodules on the outside of the building, even going so far as to come up with a plan where he used the zombies as test dummies to trigger the traps. That idea was scrapped, not because he couldn't do it, but because the outer layer of defensive nodules with their invisible nuker ability were the only thing keeping zombies from flooding in behind him. If he had to explore the basement, a flood of zombies entering the building behind him might complicate things, or even get him killed. You know, now that I think of it, Loth might be interested in studying one of those nodules. They are technically traps. Maybe I'll snag one on the way out. We'll loop pinky snake around his waist and middle snake around that of a zombie, lifting it up into the air. We'll set the wriggling zombie on the building's roof. A half-dozen nodules rose out of the floor and twitched, but the zombie didn't die. Will frowned, squinting. Each nodule's little black hole at its front seemed to be shattered or broken in one way or another. Someone busted them. So people have been here before. So much for raiding an untouched dungeon. Will cautiously lowered himself to the rooftop, keeping his eyes open for any hint of movement beyond the twitching of the nuker nodules that he'd already seen. The zombie reached out for him, its legs wiggling in midair as it tried to shamble towards Will. But other than that, nothing. Will took his zombie trap checker and pushed him ahead of Will until he came to a doorway that led further into the building. It had long since been cut open by previous generations, and Will felt a tremor of disappointment as he entered behind his decoy. Until he glanced up and saw the sign carved into the stone beam stretching across the hallway. Please leave your zombie outside. It will only complicate things. Cass. Will's brows rose as he blinked off the surprise, the disappointment lifting like the tower's unnatural sun breaking through the unnatural clouds. All right, mysterious sign, I'm game. Will tossed the zombie a few miles away where it couldn't make it back before forgetting what it was doing. Then he went back inside the building. Will carefully explored each floor with phantom eye as he descended the staircase, looking for more seemingly prescient notes. Strangely, there were no more signs. Each floor was nearly identical to the building he'd been in before, little desks with black glass boxes on top of them. Will got to the first floor and found another sign. Rather than a note, this one was a simple arrow, painted in some ancient, flaking substance, pointing straight down on a metal box seemingly embedded in the side of the building. Frowning, Will approached, noticing that the metal box had a seam in the center. Will put the blade of his axe in the center and twisted it. The two slabs of metal moved rather easily, strangely light for their size. Hollow, maybe. Will got his fingertips in between the two metal slabs and forced them open, revealing blackness. There was a stone shaft that seemed to descend deep into the bowels of the earth. Will walked down the side of the shaft, aspect creating stone platforms for him as he descended. Once he was at the bottom, Will found a small hatch in the floor. He glanced in and identified a small room with steel slab doors identical to the ones he'd pried open above. Will dropped himself in and carefully pried open the doors, making sure not to put his whole body in front of the doors. He could easily imagine himself getting hit by another one of those nodules, a big hole vaporized through his chest. Once the doors were open, Will peeked out into the hall beyond. More broken nodules on the ceiling. Doors along a long hall that turned off to the right. The walls were sterile white, as was the floor. The doors lining the hall had strange symbols on them, each with vibrant colors and shapes. Warnings or just some kind of color-coded departments for whoever worked here. Will thought as he crept further into the basement, his heart hammering. Being underground was quite possibly the most hair-raising experience a climber could experience, because the simple fact that there was only one way out made everything much more dangerous. The sign was right. Bringing a zombie down here would just add to the number of things that could go wrong. That refreshed the obvious question in Will's mind. How in the abyss did a sign know Will had a zombie he was using as a trap-checking 10-foot pole? Will peeked indoors as he snuck through, finding little but more desks and the occasional shattered glass cabinet, anything of value already stolen. When he got to the corner at the end of the hall, Will's hypersensitive eyesight picked up a faint glow coming from beneath the door at the end of the hall. Because he wasn't stupid, Will checked all the doors on the way by, making sure nothing was waiting to kill him in any of the rooms. Nothing. Will finally arrived at the final room, finding that the door's lock had long since been cut out by a razor-sharp blade, allowing the door to swing open freely. Inside the room, Will found something eerily familiar. In the center of the room was a sphere of brightly glowing miasma, about the size of Will's fist, with a metal altar beneath it and little tubes running beneath that dipped down into the floor. It was all suspiciously similar to the setup in Tectit Canlay's crypt, albeit only a tiny fraction of the size. Will glanced past the glowing sphere to the wall, eyes widening when he noticed writing above a nearby empty glass shelf. Will was here. Beneath it. Anyone else getting some major deja vu? Beneath that. Is it just us here? Sound off, deceivers who follow in my footsteps. You can follow D's nuts also, yes. Good luck, next guy. I noticed the last person to come here was rude and emptied the place out without leaving their name. Judging by the pattern I've seen thus far, I believe I know who did it, but I won't name names. Please take only one and place any extras on the shelf. This machine takes centuries to recharge, and I suspect it is growing slower. Castevel the Paragon. Stopping by on the way back. Save yourself some trouble and cut off your hand again before you leave. It's infected. Azik the Serpent. Will's eyebrows rose again as he inspected his hand in the cold, blue light of the sphere in the center of the room. He didn't see anything wrong with his hand, but that didn't mean much. I'll keep an eye on it. Will wasn't going to blindly cut off his hand because a note on the wall told him he should, but now that it was brought to his attention. It didn't exactly have the protection of his stats and abilities, did it? He'd keep an eye on it. Will walked over to the empty shelf where the notes on the wall were written and inspected it. The shelf seemed to be designed to hold those pale blue spheres. They each had a metal ring identical to the one the blue sphere floated above. Place extras on the shelf, Will thought, turning back to the glowing blue orb. Where would there be extras? Why wouldn't they be on the shelf to start with? Will knelt and ran his fingertips along the floor tiles around the machine. There. He could pick up a nearly undetectable divot where a sphere had fallen from a height of about 3 feet onto the floor, marking its departure from the altar above. But I don't see any others. So unless someone had been here and taken them recently, only one of whatever the orb was had been created since the last person to come by. That was a problem, but did Will really care about the next iteration of himself? Leaving some for the next guy was basically just assuming he was going to die, and the coil would keep grinding them down to nothing only for some bright-eyed young deceiver with one hand to take his place. Well, let's see what we got here, Will thought, inspecting the sphere. A moment later, the system bounced back with something that made him frown. Seed of Undeath. A synthetic sacrifice, it is the refined essence of thousands of undead. The ambrosia that the god King Tectitcan consumed to fuel his immortality and that of his court. Adds undeath, regeneration, and lifesteal abilities to the aspirant's class choices. Provides 1 SDR, 2 raise, 2 fox/level. Unknown to all but a few. Will peered at the machine that didn't seem to be doing anything. If he squinted, he could maybe make out a pinprick of light at the base of the machine, but it would probably take over 1,000 years before it created another seed. Will's gaze followed the tube that descended into the floor. It said refined essence of thousands of undead. Will's eye twitched as he remembered the undead being vaporized far above them, the black smoke harboring an evil spirit filtering down through a grate. Will hadn't thought much of it, but what if that had been intentional? What if that grate was supposed to catch and collect that black smoke? Will's gaze darted back to the tube going directly into the floor. Where does that tube go? He thought. Will created a phantom eye and followed the tube straight down until a glimmer of miasmatic light caught his attention. There was a small room beneath him where all the demon smoke was pulled in and captured, concentrated high enough that miasmatic light was being created. Even now, a trickle of the black smoke was falling through the grate above. There was a massive paddle-like machine that seemed designed to stir the gunk, refine it, and force it up some familiar tubes. How would I even get there? We'll trace the door in the room below to a staircase that lead to a secret door on this floor in another room that was only marked by an odd lump sticking out of the wall. It was some kind of maintenance room, with heavy iron pipes and strange black tubes, heavy tools that had long since either corroded or stopped working. Most maintenance was just cleaning and patching. I wonder if I can speed this thing up enough to get another seed before I have to leave this floor. Even if I don't, the next guy will probably benefit. Sounds like a win-win. Will had no intention of going down there in person, and instead used Phantom Eye and his phantom snakes to assess the damage. It was mostly just clog. The entire mechanism feeding refined undead up the pipe was covered top to bottom in tar-like black substance that had frozen the paddle in place. No wonder it takes 1,000 years, Will thought, peering up one of the pipes, which had been shrunk from wrist-thick to nearly a pinhole. It was surprising anything got through with that level of clog. Let's clean this mess up and see where that gets us. Will turned the armor on his phantom snake into a pipe cleaner and began dragging out the muck. Once he had it all in the same place, he would gather it up and transport it somewhere far away, but it didn't make sense to move it until he dragged all the gunk out of the major areas. Who would have thought I would have just been cleaning things, Will thought to himself, scraping a long tube of sludge out of the pipe and onto the tar-covered floor beneath it. Thump, thump. Is that a heartbeat? Will thought, frowning as he felt a vibration through the miasma around him. He turned his phantom eye to scan the room and spotted a humanoid figure rising from the tar-like pool on the floor. It was looking straight up. At Will. Floor-wide alert. A new raid boss, the Sin Amalgam, has been discovered on the 8th floor. The Sin Amalgam was a researcher who was caught and killed in the refinement chamber during the outbreak of undeath. Millennia of absorbing undead byproduct has given the corpse strange and unnatural powers. Bounty, 3,000 ivory 10 pieces, 4 million XP, to be shared among the parties that claim the bounty. Shit.